Oh, I love a bit of Muse, especially the instrumental stuff. Again, I've got this thing about searching music and then looking for the instrumental. I like to just listen to the music sometimes instead of the vocals. Maybe add my own vocals in. But good to see you guys, Jamie, Vlad. Vlad, you need to stop changing your name, mate. Nobody recognises you sometimes. So, guys, I was going to do this early. I was going to do this much earlier. I'll stop the screen so you can share stuff. Right, guys, I was going to do this a wee bit earlier, and I came to my computer and my mouse was dead. Well, in fact, there wasn't a mouse. I couldn't find my mouse, so I had to get another mouse, charge it up, and then my missus phoned me and she wanted it picked up for the pub, so I had to drive it. But now I can have a beer. Now I can have a cider. Just say I said beer, a cider. So at least I can have a cider now. God bless the truckers, Laurie Gill says. I wish these people, the truckers, done all this stuff earlier. Do you know what I mean? I'm still fucking suspicious about all these fucking trucker protests. It just seems to me that it's just a little too late, especially in Britain, man. We in Britain, they're lifting all the regulations here, Laurie. All the masks, all the fucking everything, all the mandates, everything's getting lifted. Apparently, Boris Johnson is scrapping the lot. So, and while Boris Johnson scraps all these mandates, the rest of the world is fucking protesting. New Zealand, Paris, Canada. These are the three main ones that have been on the news lately. Fat plane. Truckers will be used as a scapegoat when shelves are empty. Exactly. This is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's either connected to shortages, food shortages, or fuel shortages. Shortages of some sort. It's going to be shortages of some sort, and they've got to connect. The ones in Paris as well. It's got to be kind of like the Channel Tunnel and all that stuff. They're probably going to be scapegoats for that. I just feel that there's something behind this. I didn't feel it's organic, put it that way. So it's hard for me to totally support it. And like I said, I feel these people, the truckers and that, could have done this earlier. I don't know why they never done this earlier. And it seems to coincide, this protest, this truckers protest, with the fuel shortages right now and the Ukraine stuff. Because there's going to be no fucking war in Ukraine. What's this shit? Sebastian Andreev, get the fuck, you wee prick. Oh shit, nearly blocked Laurie there. See you fucking wee rat. Block. Fuck off. See these Russian porn fucking bots, man. They're everywhere. No masks here for a year and a half now. Well, we've still got people walking about with masks on, fucking in the street. They're just walking down the street, masks on. Yeah, it's totally ridiculous. But I was going to share screen because I was going to look at some of the news. I'll show you some of the news I've been looking at anyway. What I get recommended. Let's see. Right, YouTube's. Right. So the COVID-19 news here. Let's see, can you see that all right, guys? It's a bit wee. It's a bit on the wee side. Let's see. That better? You have a look at some of my history and what I watch. These are quite good, the audits. The audits are good, man. But let's see. COVID-19 UK. Public react to Boris Johnson's plan to end COVID rules. And I watched that video and it's not the public. This winter. Typical Daily Mail pish, yeah. It would be the Daily Mail. not much context, just people
being
walking
Boris
around.
Johnson, I would probably more urge on the view that he is doing it for political reasons to try and detract things from Partygate and all the other carry and all the other paraphernalia that's going on in Number 10 at the moment. And I don't think he's probably listening as much to the science as he possibly should be.
I think she needs a sleep, and I also think she's just a pure government plant, and that's an obvious government plant, or whatever it is.
And I don't think he's probably listening as much to the science as he possibly
look at the eyes on him,
should
man.
be.
Get some sleep, hen, for fuck's sake. You got some demons you're fucking hiding, or is it that wee bairn that you're rocking back and forth?
So if it goes well, it'll be great for him, Boris Johnson. But I think again, you've still got people who are still in harm's way a little bit. I think in schools particularly, a lot of staff. I work exclusively with teachers, and a lot. You
find this a lot. It's the teachers are the biggest snowflakes, and they get the most fucking time off than anybody. These fucking teachers, they get the same time off as all the parents. You know, these holidays, like every other fucking few weeks, there's a new holiday. Oh, there's a week's holiday. The teachers all get the same holidays, and they're the ones that are. And the other ones, the kids should wear masks. See, fuck these teachers, like, get fucking rid of them.
Of them are very anxious about it. Obviously, there's no isolation.
Boo-hoo, they are fucking anxious.
Still coming in, and you know it's still rife in schools. It's not kind of like it's just.
Well, why not we just get ready teachers all together then? We'll just have screens in the classrooms, and the kids will go in the classroom and they'll get taught via screen, somebody on a screen, and we'll not even make it a human. We just get ready teachers. Why will the teachers be happy with that? The teachers be happy with that. We just get ready teachers. If it's so hard for them to deal with this fucking tiny little flu that's going around. Fucking idiots, man.
I'm not sure he's leading the way. He's betting on people's lives to lead the way. There's still more than 300 deaths per day. So it's still February.
Still more than 300 deaths per day. Like, where the fuck is she getting these numbers from? 300 deaths per day from just COVID or from just anything in general in Britain. 300 people in Britain die a day. Get knocked down, choking on sandwiches. Fucking, who's this? You know what I mean?
I would have expected him to wait at least, for summer or spring.
How you doing, Sasha? Nice to see you. Rick Noyd, nice to see ya. Zigzoid says how to control the opposition, be the opposition. They write the script, don't think it's regular people, crisis actors who don't have to do anything. The truckers are protesting for us. I hope so. I really hope so.
It's my opinion. People have to get back to normal life. I think that the virus is just an excuse for someone to make money.
Fucking spot on, mate.
We want to be free.
Spot on.
I think it's probably needs to happen at some point, but I imagine that Boris Johnson has done it at a fairly convenient time for Partygate and a few other kind of party politics.
It was going to happen at some point, so why not just do it now?
Lifting out the restrictions, because it's been 2 years and people are suffering a lot. Wearing a mask is not so easy, as you know. I don't wear it, so it helps the people.
Good on you, pal.
People are inside and they're frustrated.
I gave him $1. How you doing, pal?
I'm not too sure if he's doing it
all is good
early. It'd be good to have the restrictions lifted as long as there's no further danger to people. But are we sure that's the case? If he's following Sage's advice, then maybe yes, he is. I don't know.
If it's following Sage's advice, fuck Sage's advice. What's with the teddy bear on the last guy? Oh shit!
You deserve more.
Fuck.
More flavour.
The teddy bears. I think it was a designer top. Biden trying to be all hard and shit. Fuck off. This police chief retiring. So what? So what? And nobody cares. Nobody cares about the police. Nobody, especially the way they've been acting over this period of fucking this COVID shit, the way the police have been acting. I mean, they're dying to stomp the foot on the public. Freedom Convoy, please start to clear protesters blocking US Canada. I think it's a new one for me. Right, so I think the state of Ontario has is it what have they done? What have they done? They've put their fucking they've done something to the state. Look at these guys, man. Fucking hell.
Against your own children's rights. You guys can't do your job. You're going to stand alone.
Freedom!
Standing against your own children's rights.
I hope this is organic, guys. I really do. But like someone said in the chat, it could be just being set up for shortages. Blame all these guys. And like I said before with the Ukraine stuff, this Ukraine war with Russia, fucking bullshit. It's just another excuse for sanctions because of the fuel prices. The fuel prices are going to go up much further up than they are now. It's because of this fuel pipe. What a shite, man. So how is Canada, the government, reacting to all this? I've seen lots of trucks, lots of protests, lots of people in the streets, lots of beeping of horns and fucking... I've seen lots of that stuff, but I've not really seen any reaction from the government of Canada saying, right, we're going to lift mandates, we're going to do something about this. It seems like they want this to happen. Because at the end of the day, if the Canadian government really wanted to, they could just fucking move these trucks. They could just pull these guys out their fucking trucks and fucking move them out the way if they were causing that severe a problem at the end of the day. So, I don't know, like I said. So, Adam, last name, nice to see you, mate. Say to the torrent to stop in the midst of the mountain gorge. It will uproot the trees of the valley. The torrent will answer you that it obeys the laws of nature and the Creator. God alone knows whither flow the waters of the torrent. One love. Haven't liked the word freedom since Ike said it. Freedom! I know, it's so fucking... It seems like a cliche now. The word freedom seems like a fucking cliche, especially in Scotland with the Braveheart stuff. But fucking freedom! And this fucking freedom, you just hear it constantly. Like Sasha says, our government is just corrupt, weak, power-hungry men, mostly. They don't know what to do. On the other spectrum, my government, the Scottish government, is mostly women. And they're corrupt as fucking socialist agendas and left-wing, just extreme left-wing views, like Scotland. Really, like, far left. So far left to the point where most of the Scottish government are gay. Like the gayest government in the world or something. It's like a well-known fact that there's more homosexuals in the Scottish government than anywhere in the world. And there's a lot of women. Fat Plane saying YouTube hiding my comments. I can see them, buddy. I can see them. There maybe let's see. Right, I'll show that one. Cowards always. I didn't see it on StreamYard. I didn't see the block comments on StreamYard. So the right, Fat Plane. Where are they all sleeping, eating, shitting, getting fuel supplied? The logistics would have to be on a military level. So, Fat Plane, are you saying that the truckers would need to be supplied by the government to succeed in what they're doing? Because really, you're right. How could they just camp there for fuck? Or maybe the people are helping them out. Maybe the people are providing them with food and portaloos and stuff, amenities. 77HZ, how you doing, man? Nice to see you. Vic Noise says the Hegelian dialect creates problem and they give solution to the problem. Exactly. And we know this, Vic Noid. We know this is the games they play. So it's, you wonder, the people are doing adopt a trucker. So maybe this is how the truckers are getting fed, giving them food and access to showers. Nice one. Well, like I said, I really hope this is organic. Orphan Red says, yes, it's the people bringing the truckers food and supplies and porta potties from supportive construction companies, I think. Right, it's funny, I seen Jordan Peterson. He's Canadian, isn't he? Jordan Peterson. And I seen him with some recent streams and shit like that, but you think he'd mention something? I don't know. He's quite a political voice, and I don't know, like, he seems awfully quiet about all this stuff. Jordan Peterson, he's with the truckers. And like I said, he's one of the top sort of minds in the mainstream, well, the alternative media. Sorry, mainstream media. Alternative media is becoming like the mainstream. Fidel Trudeau is finished. The more he pushes, the more the people will see the tyranny, then the people will support the truckers more. Yep. Right, let's have another look at right. What else is going on? What else is going on, people? Oh, look, there's right. We'll watch Cleveland Modified Motor. For a laugh. Hello, Ducky. Eh? So I think he's pretending he's having a conversation with somebody and then fucking lamping them. I think that bag's filled with fucking empty beer bottles, man. Fuck's sake, Cleveland, mate. Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck. Right. Look at this pish. Top news. What's going on with the top news? Partygate. This pish. Boris Johnson says Savile slur apology would let mob off the hook. What's he saying here? What's this
Snack Surprise delivers a box of snacks from a different country every single month.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand the Prime Minister has been heard singing I Will Survive in recent days. I would suggest that he would be better off singing Careless Whisper instead, because, Mr. Speaker, in 2017, Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe was condemned to an extended prison sentence in Iran because of the careless words of this Prime Minister. Now, in 2022, this week, my friend, the leader of the opposition, was hounded by thugs outside this Parliament because of the careless, disgraceful words of this Prime Minister. So will the Prime Minister do the decent thing? Will he Reconsider his words, repent and resign.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think that she should either let the thugs and yobs who bullied and harassed the right honourable gentleman off the hook any more, because they are culpable, any more than she should let the Iranian government off the hook, Mr. Speaker, because they are culpable.
Sorry, guys. Oh, fuck. I was muted. I'm just starting to learn how to use the share screen thing. And because people were complaining they could hear an echo, so now I'm muting myself. Oh, fuck. Right, it doesn't matter. As long as you heard that shit. Just silent rage. I was pretty angry. But... Oh, fuck. You're on mute. I know. Fuck's sake. I'm sorry. I'm rusty still. I'm drunk. Well, I'm not drunk. I'm starting to get there, though. I'm starting to get tipsy already off this shitty wee bottle of cider. Mutant. Dave Little. Mutant. That fucking was a mutant. That thing with the fucking wig on. It was like that. Have you seen what was it called? Total Recall. The original Total Recall with Arnold Schwarzenegger. And he's in the fucking airport and he's disguised as like the fucking heavy woman with the bobbed haircut. And his face opens up like... That's what fucking that thing looked like. Fucking mutant. You're right. For Mars. A mutant for Mars. Talking out our arse. Absolute arseholes. And like I said before, these people, these mutants, defending Keir Steiner. And Keir, like I said before, well, you never heard me say it before, but Keir Steiner's always had a fucking mob outside his door. Because fucking people known that he was the head of the department that was investigating the Jimmy Savile stuff. And fair enough, maybe it was a low blow for Boris to use it, but Boris had that in his back pocket. Boris had the Jimmy Savile card in his back pocket waiting for Steiner to fucking overstep his mark. Because at the end of the day, maybe it was a low blow, maybe it was a bit fucking sneaky, but he wasn't lying. He's not lying about it. Maybe he's caused fucking mobs to generate outside Keir Steiner's door, but he's not fucking lying about it. Why is Keir Steiner a knight? Why is he a knight? Why is he a knight? Because he's a protector of the fucking paedophile crew. Well, Creature, how you doing? Nice to see you. God, I can't believe I'm mute. I need to keep on that, the whole mute thing. I've been planning this stream all week because I known I was going to have a free house. And see, after going on D has a hangout every Friday. Pardon me, excuse me. D has a hangout every Friday. I went on D's, and now I feel like I'm sort of hangouted out. Like I've not got much to. Well, I've got much to say. I've always got plenty to fucking say. But it's not always good stuff. 2 weeks. Are you bringing any fruits and vegetables on this journey? 2 weeks. That was a fucking quality film, man. Right. We'll have a look at something else, eh? Yeah. We'll just have one of these nights just looking at shit, eh? Oh, here we go with the fucking war. Fuck off. What is the role of NATO? These cunts eating fucking unbelievable amounts of food. Toxic culture.
Ah, it's our favourite lovebirds, Gerald and Sandra. The lucky pair have been gifted a romantic Valentine's
How does that
Day
sound,
dinner,
people?
selected from thousands
Does that sound
of
like shit?
experiences available on Buy.
Without my
Gerald
mic
is going
muted,
to make
does this
sure
sound
they remember it.
echoey?
These snaps are
Let me know
going
in
to
the.
pop off
Oh
on the
fuck! There's
gram.
another Russian fucking asshole. Hey Rusky. Bye bye. Bye bye. Whatever it is not going to be bothered because it's a fucking bot.
Well done, Gerald.
Not surprised yet. You got pretty dark on my stream last night. Got pretty dark on my stream last night. Well,
Flowers.
it wasn't me. I
Think
was. I
Serenata
usually try to bring
flowers.
fucking some good shit, man. I do bring humour. I can talk
Send
about
a
some deep,
gorgeous
dark
hand-tied
subjects, but I can
bouquet
always
as
sort
an
of
easy and convenient
sprinkle it with
way to
some.
give the perfect gift.
Oh, come on.
Or choose from our beautiful letterbox flowers to
Scandal after scandal.
That
Violence
Keir
against
Starmer
women,
is like a curry
accusations
salesman
of
jumping on you to
heavy-handed
tell you
officers,
Dysons are on sale.
sexism in the ranks, a misogynistic culture which its critics claim is deeply ingrained in policing across the UK.
This is a culture that's been embedded within the organisation.
Former Detective Superintendent Shabnam Chowdhury rose to be one of the Met's most senior female officers. But throughout her 30-year career, she says she experienced sexism and racism at virtually every level.
So how did she get right to the top then? If she managed to work her way right to the fucking top.
A lot of the sexism you experienced was sort of passed off as banter at first.
I had an inspector, my
It probably was
team inspector,
banter.
come to me, put his hand on my leg, rub my leg. Now I knew he was rubbing my leg
No,
to
that's
see if
no
I had
banter.
stockings on. I didn't say a word. I literally just froze.
Many police forces have largely blamed
fucking
a few
beak on
bad
that, eh? That
apples
is literally a
rather than
beak.
institutionalised sexism.
The Metropolitan Police have always argued that misogyny exists in society and policing is just a byproduct of society. Do you buy that, or do you think there is something more deeply entrenched within policing?
Misogyny, sexism, racism, homophobic behaviour, all of these exist in policing across the entire United Kingdom. So I think we're looking at a lot.
That kind of shit exists everywhere in every society. Everywhere. It always will. So fuck off. Right. What else? So what Ricky Gervais has got to say about the
Season 1 to great effect. How are you? I hope you're bearing up with all this shit. It's not even all this shit, is it? It's all the uncertainty. That's what really gets me down. Maybe I don't know, maybe I've got some sort of OCD, but even in normal times, if I've planned everything, if something goes wrong or someone says, oh, I can't, I'll go, cancel it. Cancel it all. I'm never doing anything ever again. If I book a flight, right, and they go, oh, it's an hour delayed. Right. Never. Yeah, you're never going to work again. Just everything's up in the air. You can't look forward to anything. I can't put gigs in. I finished my tour just in the nick of time. That would have been.
Well, apparently you can now, Ricky. Fucking hell, he talks on for an hour. Jesus, fuck, man. I can't listen to him for an hour. Jeez. Does he in streams or some shit? Fucking hell. Let's see what Biden's saying. Why Europe is on the verge as Putin threatens. Fuck off, guys. We're not on the verge of fucking anything. Jesus. All we're on the verge of is paying more and more for our fuel. That's what we're on the verge of. He's such a fucking old warmongering arsehole, eh?
It has been another day of high-level diplomacy, but it was the call described as very direct between US President Joe Biden and Vladimir Putin that showed just what's at stake. In it, the White House says President Biden was clear. If Russia undertakes a further invasion of Ukraine, the United States, together with allies and partners, will respond decisively and impose swift and severe costs.
Will respond decisively and impose swift and severe costs on Russia. Costs. What does that mean? That's just fucking sanctions. Just fucking sanctions. This is not going to be a war.
Russia. The call lasted for just
You'll be lucky if there
over
were a couple
1
of
hour,
rockets
and it
fired
comes
over
after
from
a
each
week
side,
of
some shit like
whirlwind
that.
diplomacy, which has seen leaders and senior politicians visit Moscow.
What's the fucking need in that? Are you telling me he can hear him? Putin's talking to that arsehole Macron away over there. Are you joking? Are you fucking joking me? You're lucky if you can see over the fucking bunch of flowers in the middle of the table. What the fuck is this? Ah, you're right. Are you fucking shitting me, man? No
Leaders
way.
and senior politicians visit Moscow.
Ah, you need a
It says
headset.
its key security concerns have still not been addressed. For now,
A pile of shit, eh? As if they're speaking, as if Putin's speaking to Macron like that away fucking over that table. What the fuck?
the fear of an invasion remains, the alarm sounding widely, with some Western countries, including the UK and the US.
They probably weren't even in the same room. It's probably just a fucking, it's probably cut in half, Ken. They've just put fucking, it's probably just the same table and they're just cut in half and reflected it or something. They're probably not even in the same room together.
Warning their citizens to leave while they can.
We're in the window when a Russian invasion could start at any time if President Putin so decides.
Listen to the fear-mongering,
That
man.
includes in the coming days. We don't know whether President Putin has
Antony
made that decision,
Blinken.
but we do know that he has put in place the capacity to act on very short notice.
Why have you got a bit
And
of
as
yellow
this
paper?
crisis deepens,
Who has a
Ukraine-
piece of fucking yellow? Why has he got a piece of yellow paper?
To act on very short notice.
Did they run out of white paper in the fucking White House? Like, who uses yellow paper to fucking take notes? Are you shitting me?
And as this crisis deepens, Ukrainians are fearing what comes next. In Kiev, protesters turned out in the grim cold to tell the world they were united against any Russian aggression.
We will stand. We will stand. We will protect Ukraine forever.
We really need to have this mutual ground to say all the words. We are ready to fight and resist.
It's not normal to live like that in constant fear and anxiety.
Ukraine is now surrounded by Russian forces. The sheer scale of the military machine and its state of readiness is making for nervous times. But the Kremlin
What
claims
a crock
this is all
of
just
shite.
an exercise, and it's accusing the West of hysteria with the aim of provoking a conflict.
As warnings from Western
That is
intelligence
hysteria.
agencies about an imminent
Unless there's a fucking war, this is hysteria. Because they've made it that this is going to be a war. So it is fucking hysteria. Unless there has to be, now there has to be some kind of conflict. Or they have been just hyping up a fucking war.
invasion get louder, there is a growing sense of anxiety and unease here in Kiev and across the rest of the country. But despite that, there is no sense of panic. For many, it's business as usual on the streets, with people defiant, determined not to let fear run their lives.
And that resilience can be seen in training sessions like this. Here they're teaching basic first aid and how to take shelter in the event of a Russian attack.
I mean, Russians.
If you'd have made a cunny, that, eh? Jesus Christ.
The Putin and the government.
Aye, right.
But the soldiers.
That was the first time they'd ever done that. Look at that shit. Look, what's this?
Basic foods can be
Basic.
seen in training sessions.
Training session.
And that resilience can
You know, you're trying. You don't think you'd be trying to train to defend your motherland? You'd be building bunkers and fucking camps and firing at fire ranges and going through assault courses. What are these fuckers training to do? They're training to collapse and be carried away somewhere. Let's see. And with guns falling at their fucking hammock or whatever.
be seen in training
Stretcher.
sessions like this. Here they're
Hey,
teaching
run!
basic
There's
first
Russians
aid
coming,
and how
run!
to take shelter
Quick, grab
in
the gun!
event of a
Oh,
Russian
fuck!
attack.
Just wait, leave the gun.
I mean, Russians, I don't feel that they're enemy. I feel the enemy is the Putin.
Oh, you're sitting there with a fucking USA top on. Come on. The guy's sitting there with a fucking USA fucking, oh my God.
And the government of the. But the soldiers, if they're going to come to our land, I think that a lot of Ukrainian, nearly more 50 or 60%, are ready to act.
More talks are planned in the coming days, but for Ukrainians, the diplomacy feels like a world away. They know that
Ukraine's
this
such
is
a
a
shite
dangerous
place.
moment for their country.
Fuck living in
and are
Ukraine.
vowing to
Like,
resist any invasion,
oh,
but are still hoping it won't come to that. Alex Rossi, Sky News, Kiev.
and like I said,
We're hunting a serial killer.
the fucking Ukrainian stuff, all the gas from Russia goes through Ukraine into Europe. It goes out like Germany via Ukraine. There's the Crimean port. That port is very important. There's a lot of like bases that are important to Russia and to Europe. And it's all to do with money, economy, trade, oil, mostly oil. I'll tell you, it's mostly got to do with oil. And it'll be a justification why the prices go up. Oh, there's a war and fucking... There's no a war. It's all just flexing. And it happened like 5 years ago or something like that. Like the Vladimir Klitschko, the fucking Klitschko brothers were standing in the middle of the square where the American politicians were handing out cookies to the Ukrainian people. It was all just a shit show, man. People were dying, falling out of fucking buildings, and oh, fuck that place. I'm like, fuck Ukraine, like. Right. Anyway, on a positive note, let's go, Brandon. Heart attacks at football, Jed. Another one at the Ayrshire Derby on Wednesday. It's all over the country every week. Heart attacks. So Wild Creature says they fell asleep last night. A fat plane says, Jed, what's the vibe after the climate summits there in Scotland? Always got to have the minions scared. And well, to be honest, they came and gone, the climate summits, and nobody give a fucking shit here. Nobody from the mainstream population cared about it. All they cared about was all the traffic this was causing. All their fucking cars and all their police escorts and their fucking, it's like a big convoy, and all the roads get shut down because of these idiots. And everybody was just talking about how much hassle it was. These idiots coming here to do this climate thing. Whatever they achieved, fuck knows. Morons. Let's go, Brandon. Like, God, is that still a meme? Is that still a thing, the Let's Go Brandon? Like, I thought it was funny, the Let's Go Brandon. When I first heard it and where it stemmed from, I thought it was funny, but it's like when somebody tells a joke. If you go into work one day and somebody tells you a joke and you find it funny and you laugh, you go into work the next day and then they tell you the same joke and then you sort of snigger and go, dude, you tell me that, but it's still pretty funny. And it's like, every time you hear that joke, it just gets less and less funny. And the Let's Go Brandon stuff, it's good, but they just need they keep hitting them with stuff, man. Again, Let's Go Brandon, then they just stick with that, go into something else, fucking hit me something else. It's just like and again, you get sick of this shit quick. Well, I do. I get bored of these memes very quickly. How you doing, YouTube? Nice to see you, buddy. Ayers says it's all a scam. Dave Little. So Dave Little, what's the heart attacks connected to? What you implying? Is it a 5G thing? Is it or is it the COVID? What are you implying with the... So YouTube says Robert Peston would sound enthusiastic about Battleship Grey Paint. Total actor. Russia about to invade Ukraine, just like Iraq had WMDs. Nah, I don't think Russia's invading shit. Russia ain't invading shit. Don't you worry about fucking any of the wars over there. That ain't happening. It's just flex. They'll be flexing on the borders. It's always happened. It's happened since fucking World War II. They found a way to give us less chicken and charge us more for it. Did you hear, kid? It's £4 for like a fucking toasty now in Costa. You go into Costa and you want to get a toasty, it's like £4. Did you hear Kid Rock's new song? Nope. I didn't really particularly like Kid Rock, but what is it about, Laurie? If you could tell us more about all this kabuki theatre. Something the media can talk about when the real story is that the people are waking up and uprising. So that's what freedom... Oh, shit. What fucking yeah. Show. All this is kabuki theatre. It's true. This is just theatre, guys. It's all fucking theatre. Ukrainian shit with Russia, that ain't happening. That's not going to be a fucking war. That's just going to be an excuse to give you the fucking hike the prices up on gas or keep them high. The prices might not go up, but they'll stay where they are, which is too high. It's too fucking high. And this is what all this crap's about. And the trucking protests, and maybe even Paris, maybe that might have something to do with the fucking... Maybe there will be shortages caused by these protests. So, YouTube, my boss is a shift shaper. My boss is a shift shaper. Don't you mean a shape shifter? No, he keeps changing my working hours. Oh, God. Maybe you don't get Preston on the news in Scotland. You're lucky if you don't. The guy's an absolute shit. Ayers, Russia is surrounded by NATO and are itching for a fight. Nah, Russia are pals with NATO, man. See if we ever go... If you look at the history of Russia, man, they want to be our buddies. They'd rather be our buddies than anyone else's buddies. Like there's always been this game of chess with Russia, game with Europe and Russia and America and Russia, but we've always been they've always been buddies. And they'll sacrifice the people in little fucking wars. Right. What else is there, guys? What else is there? Chat about the state of the world. There's me. Some boxing. I watch boxing. These are like boxing hangouts, but they do it through the... What's it called? Discord. They do it through Discord. It's quite good. These are good as well. These fucking auditing videos, man. I've just started getting into these auditing videos. Are really good. Let's have a look at my history, guys. Let's look at my history. Oh, look at this one, man. This is going to be the next big fucking scam.
There are two types
when they run into
of
shit with the
lizards
space stuff.
Videos recorded by U.S. Navy personnel have added a new layer of evidence to the current national debate about UFOs. For the first time, radar images recorded inside a Navy ship have confirmed the presence of several unknown objects that swarmed around the ship for hours. I-Team reporter George Knapp here with a story that broke today on Mystery Wire.
Thanks, Brian. Over the past 3 years or so, the public has been able to see several astounding images of what certainly qualify as UFOs during encounters with the U.S. Navy. There's no question that the Pentagon has censored data to go along with the photos and videos, but none of that information has been leaked or otherwise released. That is, until today.
For 2 long hours on the night of July 15, 2019, the crew of the USS Omaha detected on multiple sensor systems unknown objects that surrounded the ship as it moved through ocean waters west of San Diego. One of the objects, a self-illuminated sphere at least 6 feet in diameter, flew alongside the Omaha for an extended period.
Is this not just a rip-off of that movie, Sphere? Okay, when the gold sphere comes out the fucking sea. They can't even think of their own fucking ideas when it comes to even try to fool the public with this bullshit. They still have to go back to like they can't even think of their own fucking ideas, and it has to be a fucking self-illuminating sphere, just like the movie Sphere. Kind of one with Dustin Hoffman and Samuel Jackson in it, Sharon Stone. I think it was quite a good movie.
And was observed through a thermal sensor in the ship's combat center. Filmmaker Jeremy Corbell released the Navy video weeks ago.
Filmmaker Jerry, whatever his name is, Corbell, released. So a filmmaker fucking is showing us this. Not a guy that's just fucking photographed this, or it's a filmmaker. So this filmmaker is going to tell us what's going on here.
And says similar events were reported by 8 other Navy ships in the same area over 3 days.
Okay, Bob.
Mark bearing range. There was numerous warships that are having similar it appears to be coordinated interaction.
Look at this fucking clown. He's got the wee tattoos on his finger and his yuppie fucking appearance and his fucking the skull on the table in the background with the book. You know what I mean? Like, oh, how sophisticated. Oh, giving me feelings of Hamlet. No Hamlet. What film was it? What Shakespearean play is it with the fucking skull? Oh, look at all the evidence behind him. Oh, it's like X-Files, man. And look at that blackboard with all these equations. Ooh, what a pile of fucking.
And this whole series was within this kind of, I'd say, circumference of 100 miles, and there was up to 50 to 100 contacts.
In the last 3 years, the Pentagon has reluctantly confirmed the legitimacy of UFO images
The
captured by
Pentagon
Navy
has reluctantly confirmed it. So this is coming from the government, okay?
ships and air crews, including these photos taken off the coast of Virginia and the better-known videos, the so-called Tic Tac incident and the gimbal. But other than the images themselves, there's been no release of sensor data to buttress these cases. There is now.
The fucking chip on the windscreen.
And the number of contacts you got, the course of the speed meters on them.
Over a period of hours, crew members on the USS Omaha, which is located in the center of this radar screen, monitored the approach to the unknown objects, as many as 14 at one point, all around the ship. 2 different radar systems watched the objects and estimated their speed.
Track 781.
You tell me Americans believe this shit.
knots, 50 knots, closing in.
Closing in.
Actually, 38 knots.
Holy shit! They're going fast. It's turning around.
Yeah.
That was pretty much the images from sources he declines to identify. The Pentagon's UAP task force obtained the images from sources he declines to identify. The Pentagon's UAP task force considers the Omaha spheres to be true.
138 knots, holy expletive. They're going fast. Oh, it's turning around.
That one's pretty much perfectly 000.
That one's pretty much perfectly 000 relative, right? Yeah. What the fuck?
Irrelevant, right?
Shut up. Holy shit, man.
Yeah.
Corbell obtained the images from sources he declines to identify. The Pentagon's UAP task force considers the Omaha spheres to be true unknowns. The ships that were under observation by the unknowns were unable to track where they came from or where they disappeared to. The Omaha sphere appears to have vanished into the ocean.
What was splash?
At that point, it also vanished from all sensors.
Says that? Who says that? Splash, splash. If you were looking at a fucking UFO, apparently a UFO, and it went into the sea, you would go splash, splash, like a fucking bairn, like a kid. Splash, splash. Splash, splash. Come on. What a pile of shit. And this is, they're passing this off as real. Okay? I mean, this is the next new, this is going to be the next new thing that the government and NASA and SpaceX, oh, we've came across an alien ship. This is going to be the next shit, man. I'm telling you, I can feel it coming.
In one video snippet,
they're just trying to
the
plant it
object
in the public's conscience, kind of subconscious, with all these fucking stories. You know what I mean? And they're trying to back it up with the government and the Pentagon and all this fucking
were
crap.
seen around the Omaha, but 2 of them dropped off, somehow invisible to 2 radar systems.
And it supports the hypothesis that these are not just a balloon dropping into the water, or it's not something that is easily explained. These are true unidentifieds in mass number. And we'll talk more about that, but that's what we're showing people, where you have radar data that goes with FLIR data, what everybody has been belly aching for. So here you go.
What everyone's been belly aching for. So here you go on a plate. So if the public want aliens, we'll give you aliens. That's what he's practically saying. You want aliens? We'll give you aliens on radar and on fucking, we'll back it up with the Navy. We'll back it up with Navy radar and these wee fucking bleeps. These wee fucking yellow markers on the fucking screen. What a lot of pish. What a lot of
These are foreign-made high-tech drones.
It's funny because when you look at the radar, the little markers look like people swimming. I wonder if it's just people out in the sea swimming and they're wearing something.
How do they fly with no wings, rotors, or detectable exhaust? Do they possess some sort of cloaking ability? The sensor data combined with the video images raises difficult questions.
These are unidentified. We don't know what they are. Everybody tries to corner me in saying they're aliens or something like this. I have no idea.
Maintain track as best you can. George Knapp, 8 News Now.
The video of the radar screens consists of 4 clips that were spliced together to show that this went on over a period of time. Today, less than 4 hours after that video was made public by us, a Pentagon spokesperson confirmed it is legit, that it was recorded by Navy personnel and is in the hands of the UAP task force. That's the unit created to prepare a report for Congress that is due next month.
That is a perfect example, guys.
Absolutely.
That story just there is a perfect example how the news can just push out any bullshit and expect us to just swallow it up. Again, we've never seen one fucking alien spaceship there. All this high-tech fucking technology and not one bit of actual proper footage of these things. It was like a black fuzzy fucking... Again, it's never a proper picture of anything. It's just a lot of fuzzy, grainy shit and bleeps on radars and fuck off. Do you know what I mean? And this is a new thing that NASA and the Navy and the fucking government are going to push over there, man, in America. That shit couldn't fly in Britain. I didn't think that shit could fly in Britain. How you doing, Pamati? Nice to see you. The Gov media is getting. Oh, it was this one. Jed, you know, laws were passed in USA and Europe around 2014, 2016, allowing governments to use propaganda against their own citizens. I thought that was just a thing anyway, because the way I see it, the way the governments must look at it is if they create a story, what's the harm? And the story's created all the time in the news. So if they create a story, what's the big deal? I mean, so to me, I thought they'd just done it anyway. They were firing CERN up again this week. I seen them. There was a story about they've got a nuclear breakthrough. There's been a nuclear breakthrough. I don't know if Dee's heard about this because his brother works within that industry. But apparently they've done something they can create like a fucking sun, and they've made is it fission? Is it fission energy more powerful? 10 times more powerful than the sun, or some shit like that. Anyway. There's meant to be this big breakthrough with the nuclear. It's funny how the breakthrough with the nuclear science coincides with the fuel shortages. You know what I mean? Is this them flexing to other countries? Oh, look, we've got a new fucking fuel. Project Bluebeam. Do you know what, guys? I'll try and find that nuclear story. I'll be in my history somewhere. Try and find that nuclear one. Let's see. Let's see. Look at my history. Look at my history, guys. Come on. I'll just type it in the fucking search. Oh, come on. Breakthrough in nuclear fusion. There we go. 3 days ago. Look at this shit.
The glow is a soup of superheated ions howling around the hollow donut-shaped reactor. Then the moment of fusion happens and ends just seconds later. If it looks a bit like science fiction, that's because until recently it was. No one has captured this much energy for this long from fusion.
This is a quest. It matters so much to find a sustainable form of energy for the planet. And over the last few years, we've had a bunch of hurdles, challenges that we've had to overcome. The results today show that we can do that, and we can overcome all those hurdles, those challenges. That's why it's so important to us.
Fusion's potential is huge.
Do you know what? Even if these fuckers got enough energy to give everybody abundant energy and never fucking would never run out of energy again, there was still charges through the teeth for it. There was still charges through the teeth for it. Until these breakthroughs in energy and all that become beneficial to mankind, like we can have free energy, that would be fucking cool. I didn't care about all this fucking, oh, we can make it 4 times hotter than we had before. Who gives a fuck? Give us free energy. Supply us with free energy and stop charging us through the teeth for it. You know what I mean?
It's the process that powers our sun. Its fuel is in limitless supply, and unlike nuclear fission that runs conventional nuclear plants,
that's totally CG.
There's no
that
long-lived waste.
See
With
that?
nuclear fission,
Well, we just seen
atoms
that.
of radioactive metals split, releasing energy in the form of heat. Releasing it. In nuclear fusion,
Come on, what
2
the
different
fuck?
forms of hydrogen fuse together,
Wow.
making helium. But fusion
See these?
is waste.
Look at
With
that.
nuclear fuel is in limitless supply.
That is total fucking CG. That is total CG.
And unlike nuclear fission that runs conventional nuclear plants,
That is CG. That whole fucking thing there that you see right now, that's CG. That ain't real. So I'm gonna go back to the beginning and see if it's the same fucking. Maybe the whole thing's
there's
CG.
no
the whole
long-lived
video.
waste. With nuclear fission, atoms of radioactive metals split, releasing energy in the form of heat. In nuclear fusion, 2 different forms of hydrogen fuse together, making helium. But fusion releases 4 times more energy than nuclear fission. This is the engineering model of the inside of the jet machine. The temperature needed to make fusion happen is 10 times hotter than the sun, 150 million degrees. So when this thing is running, it's the hottest thing in the solar system. So nuclear fusion does have the potential to transform civilization. But
That just sounds like bullshit on its own. That just sounds like bullshit on its own. I just can't accept that he says when that is running, that's the hottest thing in the solar system. To me, that just sounds like bullshit right there. Honest to God.
practical realities of making it happen here on Earth are enormous. Here at JET, for example, they must use more energy
some
to achieve
fancy
fusion
fucking
than they get from
robotics.
it. But it's proven the science and is developing the tools like precision robotic handling needed for the next fusion machine, nearing completion in the south of France. The ITER machine, say fusion scientists, is the final step before a commercial reactor. Only commitment stands in the way.
We have shown them that this can work. From an
These
engineer,
cunts are trying to open a fucking demon portal. That's what these fuckers are doing. They're not trying to create fucking fusion. They're trying to fucking open a demon portal to fucking
the challenge
hell.
is there. They cannot hide.
Look at that fucking
we've shown
demon.
them
Look at that
this is
grunter.
possible. Now, take it up and take it seriously.
The truth remains, fusion power won't be with us for decades. Too late for the current climate crisis. But given a fusion reactor makes 4 million times more energy per gram of fuel than coal, oil or gas, its potential to create a brighter future is just too great to ignore. Tom Clark, Sky News, Oxfordshire.
These are Smile Direct.
The fuck? Right. Aliens, bring it on. So Vlad says that the Mardi Gras parade will be passing here in 20 minutes. Project Bluebeam. Why not come on, Vlad, and show us the old Mardi Gras, if you can. Project Bluebeam. Scientists have gone from laughing at the notion of aliens to saying that they must be out there, all in the space of about 20 or 30 years. Exactly, YouTube. Exactly. It used to be kooky to think there were aliens 30 years ago. Bright 77 think Jed's around Falkirk area. I'm from Ayr. Where are you? Now it's claimed that they must be out there, says YouTube. Give me a fucking break. Fat Plane says, never underestimate the stupidity of people, Jed. Vlad says he'll be uploading footage of the parades. Be sure to sub this channel. Miss Knows It All says, defund all creepy celebrities. YouTube says, how is that? Why did people get the piss taken out of them for believing in aliens 30 years back, but now they're claimed to exist? We're getting conned again. Exactly. So I can remember one of the first fucking conspiracies I go into was aliens. When I was a young kid, like aliens and the Roswell and area, what was it? Area New Mexico, anyway, that place. Celebrities, that original piss taking was good for a reason. There's zero evidence for aliens. Fusion, China's false sun. Cold fusion, not cold fusion. Yeah, China claims to have made a second. I seen the Chinese sun thing. Fucking, that was probably about 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, China claimed to have made a second sun. I want the Japanese-made sun, or at least Taiwan. It looked a bit like Portal. Jed, do left arrow back 5 seconds. 3D model, right. Looks like it could power the ISS. Lol. What solar system? Robotic handling, handled by a human hand. You're so skeptical, Jed. I know. But that's why I'm Jed Skeptic Media. I need another beer, actually, guys. I need to go and get another beer. Wearing a hard hat makes it real. And a Visi vest. Put a Visi vest on and a hard hat, and suddenly you're a nuclear scientist. Rick's Mace. Is this a StreamYard? It sure is a StreamYard. Wales bloody pimple. Scottish dude with schizophrenia. What's happening, son? I'm good, man. I'm good. The schizophrenia is not too good though. It's been getting me down lately, especially all these lockdowns. Rick's Mace. That's a fucking weird word. YouTube. All we had was aliens back then. 77. I'm trying to catch up on the chat, guys. Sorry. No internet. Area 181. YouTube. Exactly from ages back. Government line. Oh, come on. F. You have a link. Right. I'm just going to get a beer, guys.
All day, all night, I'll keep you safe.
This is a switch bike. This is a switch bike. No.
Thing. Sort of like working for Harvey Weinstein. You did it. I didn't. You did it.
To begin, I just want to congratulate Harvey.
I'd like to thank Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey and Bob Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein.
And then Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein. Harvey and Bob Weinstein. Everyone.
Thank you, Harvey Weinstein.
I want to thank Harvey and Bob Weinstein.
My agent, Kevin Uvain, and God, Harvey Weinstein.
I love this next presenter. He's so cool. He's the star of Iron Man, Two Girls and a Guy, Wonder Boys. Sorry, these porn films. What? Kiss, Kiss, Bang, Bang. Bowfinger. Really? Yeah. Up the Academy. Come on. He has done all those films, but many of you in this room probably know him best from such facilities as the Betty Ford Clinic and Los Angeles County Jail. Please welcome Robert Downey Jr.
Aside from the fact that it's been hugely mean-spirited with mildly sinister undertones, I'd say the vibe of the show is pretty good so far, wouldn't you?
The world got to see James Corden as a fat pussy. He was also in the movie Cats, but no one saw that. And the reviews, oh, shocking. I saw one that said, this is the worst thing to happen to cats since dogs, right? But Dame Judi Dench defended the film, saying it was the role she was born to play, because she... I can't do this next joke. Because she loves nothing better than plonking herself down on the carpet, lifting her leg, and licking her... Furball. She's old school. It's the last time, who cares? But as I say, I'm going to be nice tonight. I've changed. Not as much as Bruce Jenner, obviously. Now Caitlyn Jenner, of course. What a year she's had. She became a role model for trans people everywhere, showing great bravery in breaking down barriers and destroying stereotypes. She didn't do a lot for women drivers, but I've changed. Not as much as Bruce Jenner, obviously. Now Caitlyn Jenner, of course. What a year she's had. She became a role model for trans people everywhere, showing great bravery in breaking down barriers and destroying stereotypes. She didn't do a lot for women drivers, but you can't have everything, can you? Also not nominated, I Love You, Philip Morris, Jim Carrey and Ewan McGregor, two heterosexual actors pretending to be gay. So the complete opposite of some famous Scientologists then. What? Probably. Our next presenter is the star of the hilarious comedy The Martian. Oh, he nearly died. Right. He's also the only person who Ben Affleck hasn't been unfaithful to. Please welcome Matt Damon.
Thank you.
What can I say about our next two presenters? The first is an actor, producer, writer, and director whose movies have grossed over $3.5 billion at the box office. He's won 2 Academy Awards and 3 Golden Globes for his powerful and varied performances, starring in such films as Philadelphia, Forrest Gump, Castaway, Apollo 13, and Saving Private Ryan. The other is Tim Allen.
you know, like many of you, we recall back when Ricky Gervais was a slightly chubby but very kind comedian.
Yeah. Neither of which is he now.
It is an honour to be here in a room full of what I consider to be the most important people on the planet. Actors. They're just better than ordinary people, aren't they? We all know that. Imagine a world without actors. Oh, God, it doesn't bear thinking about it. Imagine if they ever went on strike. Oh, what would we do? You couldn't replace them. You couldn't replace them with any other profession, lawyers or doctors. Can you imagine a real surgeon doing what Hugh Laurie does in-house? It would be pathetic. He'd be all over the place. He'd go, oh, where do I stand? How's my American accent? What's my lines? You know, Hugh, with the aid of coaches and stuff, can eventually learn his lines while saving lives. He's a genius. How could you replace Kiefer Sutherland in 24? I'd love to see a real anti-terrorist agent try and defuse a bomb in a busy train station in 1 hour. Some of those scenes, by the way, where Kiefer grabs someone and beats them to a pulp, they weren't even in the script. The director just said, keep rolling, we'll work it into the... But actors aren't just loved here in Hollywood, they are loved the world over because they're recognisable. You can be anywhere. You could be in the third world, okay, and you get a glimpse of a Hollywood star and it makes you feel better, okay? You could be a little child, a little Asian child with no possessions and no money, but you see a picture of Angelina Jolie and you think, oh, Mummy. Oh. Thank you. Let's get on with it before NBC replaced me with Jay Leno. No one cares about movies anymore. No one goes to the cinema. No one really watches network TV. Everyone's watching Netflix. This show should just be me coming out going, well done, Netflix, you win everything. Good night. But no, we got to drag it out for 3 hours. You could binge watch the entire first season of Afterlife instead of watching this show. That's a show about a man who wants to kill himself because his wife dies of cancer. And it's still more fun than this, okay? Spoiler alert, season 2 is on the way. So in the end, he obviously didn't kill himself. Just like Jeffrey Epstein. Shut up. I know he's your friend, but I don't care. Our next presenter is the Queen of Pop. Not you, Alton. Sit down. She's all woman. I'll give you some clues. She's always Vogue. She's a material girl. And she's just like a virgin. Please welcome Madonna.
If I'm still just like a virgin, Ricky, then why don't you come over here and do something about it? I haven't kissed a girl in a few years. On TV.
Do you struggle to drink enough water each and every day? Well, I'm about to introduce...
As much as Gervais is maybe part of the whole agenda and the Illuminati and the actors, he does roast them pretty hard. And you can see they didn't like it. So, guys, I've just opened a bottle of fucking Henry Weston's medium dry cloudy vintage, and it's pretty rancid. But it's 7.3%. Someone was asking for a link, right? So I've been talking for fucking over an hour now. So Rick's Mace, whoever it was, I'm going to put... I did just put a link in the chat, but I'll put it in again. Stop sharing. Stop screen. I'll just go back to sharing screen and looking at shit on YouTube again if no one wants to join. Or I'll just fuck off, in fact. Hour and 18. I've got beer as well. I've got different... I've just tried to finish off the remainders of my cider and beer that I had over Christmas and New Year. They're actually sitting outside in a crate, like I'm just drinking them from outside. Is that cold? Right, I'll put my headset in. See, right. Try to find the hole. There's still a jack on this Mac. Still a jack. Right. Rex, Mace, whoever you are. It's probably P Mars. That was probably P Mars, to be honest with you. I still have 8 cases of Strongbow here. Well, you need to get fucking them. You need to get them, don't you? Get rid of them. Block that Russian motherfucker. Right, guys. Oh, these things hurt my ears a bit. I'm going to put a link in the chat again, and people are welcome to come up. You didn't have to come on camera. Am I coming through all right, guys? Am I coming through nice and clear? Oh, this stuff, man. Oh, pretty rancid. I'll need to hold my nose. I need to Keir Steimer and drink this shit, man. Right. Beast. Is that a StreamYard link? Right. Whoever was wanting the link, it's there. So get your arse up. So hope everyone's had a good weekend. Like I said, it looks like there could be light at the end of the tunnel with all this shit in Britain anyway. But I'm so skeptical that it feels like they're just putting a carrot at the end of a stick for us. And maybe the next big outbreak will be from Britain because Boris let down the rules and everybody fucking spread it around quick and blah, blah, blah. And what kind of narrative are they going to put on it? Fuck knows. It's 18 people. There's 18 people watching. The chat's hardly moving and nobody wants to come up. I can't keep this going forever, guys. I can't just keep rambling on and on and on. I probably could, but I'll start diverging in other subjects. I really want to keep to the... I don't know if I'm going to be able to drink this shit. I'm finding that really hard to fucking drink. Ugh, Henry Weston. Makes your mouth fucking dry. D says he's gaming, so he's not chatting. I'm not bothered. D, we've spoke quite a lot recently, so I'd like to see some fresh blood in the house. 77 Hertz is in the house. How you doing?
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Yeah. Well,
or hear you.
Yeah, you get to hear me. That's about it. Yeah, this Keir Starmer thing. Remember in the news, you seen him getting heckled by the people outside. He was walking from Parliament, and he's being protected by the police.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they weren't heckling him over the Jimmy Savile, protecting Jimmy Savile. They were heckling him for arresting a journalist, Julian Assange, and sending him to prison. Right. That's why he was being heckled, but the mainstream media dressed that up as being heckled because of what Boris Johnson said in Parliament about him protecting Jimmy Savile. And it was totally wrong. He did protect Jimmy Savile. He didn't prosecute him, but he then went after journalists, and that's why he was getting heckled, and that's why everyone thinks he's a complete cunt.
Right. But what Boris is saying is true, and he was head of the department.
Well, yeah.
But what you're saying is really about the journalist, Assange.
Yeah, they were going after journalists, suppressing free speech back then, and it's just been snowballing ever since.
Yeah, and do you think Keir Steimer would be a predecessor to Boris? Do you think he's the next prime minister? Is this where this is going?
Jed, it doesn't matter who we get. It's a different cheek of the same arse. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who it is. Well, you could dress it up and say it's a different wing of the same bird, but they're all corrupt kitty fiddlers in Westminster. It doesn't matter who they are. They're all in the pockets of the big pharmaceutical companies. They're all in the backtake. You look at the amount of politicians that are making serious bank through investments in pharmaceutical companies, PPE equipment, giving out contracts to their friends. It's pure nepotism.
Yep.
I've never seen the like of it, except back maybe 30 or 40 years ago, it was a bit more discreet. Whereas now there's no hiding it anymore. I mean, the veil's been lifted. Everyone can see these bastards for being and it's not just in the UK, it's worldwide.
And when you say nepotism, do you mean nepotism in the way it's all within the family? They keep it all within the family, or the contracts, they hand the contracts within the family and stuff like that?
Yeah, they keep it within their family and close circle of friends. Jobs for the boys, you could say.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's exactly what it is. And I think a lot of people are now realizing that our politicians are complete. To be a politician, you've got to be a criminal or a pedophile or both. Yep. And that's exactly who's leading the Western civilized world. Look at Joe Biden. We all know he's a geriatric. He's cognitively declined quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He gets his butt wiped. But his son, look at his son, Hunter Biden. He left his laptop in there, and all the revelations that came from that laptop. Fucking underage kids, Chinese hookers, 14. They call them underage prostitutes, but they're kids.
Right.
Crack pipe, all that sort of stuff. The amount of drugs that guy was doing. He was $10,000 on his credit card.
The son.
Yeah, this is all the shit his son's doing. And his son is then getting donations from the CCP by being an artist and selling art. It looks like something you would fucking throw up on a Friday night in a pavement jet.
Yeah.
And these Chinese guys are giving him billions of pounds for his, well, not billions, but lots and lots of money for this art, so he can then launder the money, essentially.
I remember seeing videos about Biden well before he was a president, like just about how creepy he was. And there was like videos of him like groping little kids and shit. And like, I'm sure I seen the videos. It's like they must have been wiped for the internet, but I'm sure there was loads of videos sort of showing Biden being a bit of a creep around people. You know what I mean? Quite a creepy cunt.
He's always sniffing children's hair. But this is what I'm saying. You've got to be a criminal or a pedophile or both to be a politician. And if you think, remember, this whole pandemic started after this Prince Andrew. Remember that Prince Andrew car crash interview?
Yep.
The whole coronavirus outbreak started literally 3 weeks after that interview.
So do you think the virus connected to that?
I think it's just bread and circus, Jed. I think whether the virus is real or existent, like I've been about this last couple of years. I haven't got sick at all, no flus, no nothing. I deal with people on a daily basis. I'm fine. Never got sick. Didn't even get the flu or the lurgy or whatever. No colds, no sniffles, nothing. I'm great.
Yeah.
But yet everybody else in my life they're vaccine enthusiasts. I mean, they're talking about their third and possibly the fourth. It's sick. There's something wrong with people.
Yeah. But do you not feel justified? I take it you've not had any vaccines.
No, I don't need any.
Do you not feel a wee bit justified around these people now? Like when they're going for their fourth jab, do you not feel like saying, do you not see that this is not going anywhere here? In the early stages, I felt like I was a bit, but like people were like, oh, just go and get the jab. But now, like 4 jabs later, people are sort of looking at you thinking, I wish I was that guy that just said fuck off at the beginning.
Well, I did try to tell people at the beginning, listen, unless you're like the recovery rate. Listen, I was from the very beginning, I was of the opinion that it was just a very strong flu. And everyone sort of said, no, this is a killer virus. But then the media kept saying 99.7% recovery rate. And I'm reasonably fit and healthy. And I was like, well, I'll take my chances, thanks. Because if you look at especially with the background that Pfizer has, they have quite a shitty
background.
History. I mean, the amount of legal cases this company have had, it's crazy. And see, whenever you hear the governments and politicians saying that something's safe and effective, and this is coming from criminals and pedophiles, you've got to sort of dig into it a bit more. Then you look back at thalidomide. Thalidomide was said to be safe and effective. Then you had all the scandal with the polio vaccine and all the different vaccine scandals throughout the years. And Then you have Bill Gates, who's not even a qualified doctor, telling the World Health Organization, who advises governments about vaccines. Like, what does this guy know? He's got more links to eugenics than anything else. So whenever I seen all that going on, I was like, yeah, there's something not right going on. I just got a bad vibe, so I stayed away from the vaccine completely. I got a letter from a doctor. I used to take strong painkillers, and I got a letter in 2020, February 2020, from a doctor saying we're going to withdraw you from this painkiller because of the potential for addiction. And bearing in mind, I'd been on this for 3 years.
Okay, do you mind telling us what painkiller this was?
It's tapentadol. It's for multiple sclerosis.
All right.
So they withdrew me from the tapentadol, and then 2 days later, I get a letter inviting me to come to the local church. They get jabbed up with the Pfizer vaccine, and I'm like, so you can't give me my painkillers, but you can give me a free vaccine that I've got a high chance of surviving. Thanks very much. Since then, I haven't bothered with a doctor or painkillers or anything like that there. So,
and that's a misconception as well, that this thing's free. People are running to the vaccine centres getting their vaccines, and they think it's free. And later down the lines, when their national insurance goes like well up, and they start complaining about it, the government turns on and says, "Well, we've stopped the spread." Again, the people are just going to be happy that they've stopped the spread. You know what I mean? So they'll be happy that their taxes go up, national insurance, all this goes up, because it's got to come out of someone's pocket. These vaccines, they're not free.
Well, the central banks have been printing money wholesale. They've basically doubled our country's debt in the last 2 years, and it's going to come to a head sooner or later. We're going to see hyperinflation very soon. Like you were talking about prices of toasties. You've seen nothing yet, Jed. You see in the next year, you're going to see the cost of living for everybody is going to increase substantially.
Definitely, mate. Definitely. I can feel it coming. I can feel it coming, mate. Just with all the shit in the news, especially with this shit in Russia and this Ukraine-Russia war stuff. I think this is going to try and, because I think the narrative is this could be World War III. So to stop World War III, we need to put sanctions. But to put these sanctions on, we'll suffer a little bit. Again, we're going to have to pay more. We're going to have to again. So this is what I think is coming. I think we're going to have to be paying more, and we're going to have less and less luxuries, because we're going to have to pay for just to power the house, keep ourselves warm, keep the cars running. Again, we're going to have less and less things to spend our money on, I think, and it's getting that way anyway with it, like the rationing. And I'm saying rationing, but when you go to the shops, there's less stuff in the shops. There is definitely less choice. It's sort of getting less and less and less.
Well, my local Tesco's, there used to be 29 aisles, if you include the beers, wines, and spirits, the off-sale section. It's now got 27 aisles. What they've done, they've removed 2 aisles and spaced the shelves out in between to make it look like it's still there. When you order minced steak, or when you go into the shop to try and get minced steak or chicken thighs or stuff like that, they're not there. They're always out of stock. And the price of beef has gone up substantially.
Yep.
Like a 750 gram, which is what's at £1.50 for the Americans listening.
Right.
£1.50 of beef, ground beef, it used to cost like £4. It's now costing near 5-6 at the minute. It's quite expensive, and that's only in the last year. But if you look back at history, Jed, anytime there's been any sort of economic crisis, what do they do directly after it? They go to war.
Yep.
So yeah, but I think this whole Ukraine thing, as the American media called it, a big nothing burger. I think it's just taking the public and misdirection. Look left while the politicians are all going right.
Yeah,
and that's what's happening. Well, that's my view anyway. Whether I'm right or wrong, I don't know.
Do you think Boris has got to survive all this shit that's happening? Give me the party gate and all this fucking crap.
Boris is done.
You think he's done?
He's
so who's going to replace him then, though? That's the big thing.
Jed, it doesn't matter. I used to be.
I know, but it does matter if they want to get rid of him, because they won't get rid of him if there isn't a replacement. You know what I mean? So there must be somebody that they're thinking of. And I'm sure that Keir Starmer probably is still the head candidate.
I reckon Ricky Sunak might go after it, but I have a sneaky feeling, what do you call that guy, Jacob Rees-Mogg? He might come in at the last minute.
Rees-Mogg, yeah.
But it really doesn't matter who. But back in 2012, Jed, I got really interested in politics, and over the years, I've realized that they're all scumbags. It doesn't matter. They're all reading from the same script. There's somebody writing their scripts for them. Somebody's writing the good side and the bad side, and it's just red and blue, Labour, Conservative. It doesn't matter who they are. It's all come from the same. It's like a soap opera. It's entertainment.
Yeah.
And what they're doing at the minute with this Ukraine, because of the way that the politicians are handling lifting these coronavirus restrictions, and to stop people getting mad about what's happened, and the realization of the devastating effect of the restrictions over the last 2 years on the economy and people's businesses, and they're now saying, let's go to war, let's change the narrative, let's focus on this, let's focus on this. But in the meantime, they're also having people like Prince Harry saying, oh, it's everybody's duty to go and get a test for HIV. What the fuck? Like HIV, like I think it's been widely debunked, but back in the day, back in the 80s, I remember it was a disease for the gays and the homosexuals and that sort of thing. And it was unless you had that type of lifestyle that you were at high risk.
Yep.
Now they're saying that heterosexual people are at more risk of this new highly virulent strain of AIDS. It's like AIDS 2.0. It's just history repeating itself, man. It's complete shit.
When was this story? The AIDS 2?
Dude, it's been in the papers. If you go to the Mail Online, the Sun, you've a do a quick Google search for Prince Harry advising people to.
You just said two crucial words there, mate. Mail Online and the Sun.
Well,
but I will check it out, mate. I will.
But this is what the normies read.
Oh, I suppose, mate. That's what goes down the Facebook feeds, and that's the shit that they read. You're right. That's the shit they read, and that's another thing that it's just getting through the normies, like you said, like that this shit isn't real. Like it's just trying to convince these normies that the news, they're out to deceive you. They think that the fucking news is telling the truth. I remember when I was younger, man, and reading the newspaper, and then I was working in a workshop with my granddad, and I had a couple of uncles, and I had a really cynical uncle that would sit there, and I would come out with certain stories going, "This is out of order," and he'd say, "Jed, oh, that's bullshit in that paper." And I remember arguing with him for like half an hour, like saying, "Why would the journalists lie? Why would it be bullshit? How could they lie?" And I mind feeling like a wee bit on a pedestal afterwards. I thought, he's an arsehole. And see, now when I think back, I think, what a little dick I was. And I was just like the people out there now. I can remember being that person that will argue against the person saying, "No, that's just bullshit in that newspaper."
Jed, you can lead I've tried to wake up so many different people just by having conversations or trying to start a conversation. And you can lead a horse to water, but you can't force them to drink. All you can do is point them in the right direction. And if they refuse to, you just have to end the conversation and move on. Don't get hung up on it.
Yeah.
There's no point. You can't force somebody to see something that they don't see, and it's kind of sad. Like my whole family, unfortunately, are jab enthusiasts. I haven't seen my parents in 2 years. I don't really want to anymore, because every time I spend time around a vaccinated person, I'm fine while I'm there, but see, whenever I come home, I get really bad headaches. I feel lousy for a couple of days, and it takes me a day or two to get back on my feet again.
All right, so is it you that doesn't want to go around and see them because you feel ill around them?
Well, a bit of both, because they don't want an unvaccinated person in the house.
Right.
But yet I'm more than happy. The last time I went and seen them, they kept me outside the kitchen window to talk to them. That's how obsessive they are. So it is what it is.
That's that's sad, mate. That is fucking sad. Because I had a couple of stories at my work with because there was a lot of young guys in my work ages between 21 and 25, and they're still staying with their parents. And they were saying, "Oh, I got my vaccine yesterday." Oh, like, fucking, why did you get a vaccine, man? And he's like, "Oh, my parents. You know what I mean? My parents said that again. I'm living in this house, so I have to get my vaccine." And a lot of like young guys have been pressurized to go and get their vaccine just because they're staying with their Karen and Darren parents.
Well, there's one of my friends. He got the vaccine, and he got Bell's palsy. The whole side of his face drooped.
I've heard of that. Well, one of my good mates, fucking that happened to him. The bells. I said that happened to him because when I was walking down the street, I seen him in the street, and I nearly didn't recognize him. His face was all like one side, like collapsed.
Yeah.
And I was walking towards him, and I didn't know what to say to him, and I just said, "What the fuck is going on with your face, mate?" And he's like, "I don't know, man. I just woke up like this." He says he just woke up in the morning. His face. And he says it's They're saying it's Bell's palsy. I
Yeah.
was like, "Holy shit, mate!" Oh,
But
and nowadays he's starting to recover. Like it's not a permanent thing. He's actually started to recover, like movement in his face. But fucking, it was crazy to see him like that. I didn't recognize him.
It's taken my friend about a year to recover from that now, and it's
Mhm.
it's scary. But whenever you got vaccine companies that are having indemnity against being sued, if the vaccines are so safe and effective, remove that indemnity. If they're so confident of their product, take that protection away from the vaccine companies, and then we'll see exactly how safe and effective they are. Because all it takes is 1 or 2 president court cases, and those motherfuckers they're going to prison. Then they actually see, instead of actually fining these companies, they need to hold the chief executives accountable and send those motherfuckers to prison. Because see, once 1 or 2 go to prison, you wait and see how many drugs are withdrawn from the market. Because Pfizer call these fines the cost of doing business.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely disgusting, because it's not the cost of doing business. This is people's health. This is people's lives that they're playing with. All in the bid for profits. So fuck these companies, fuck these CEOs, fuck Albert Bourla.
Hear me, like imagine when this all started, right? And they introduced the first vaccine. Imagine that vaccine actually worked. Imagine if you took it, it prevented you catching it, it prevented you passing it on. So imagine all the people who got unvaxxed. They would be enemy number one, because they'd be still spreading it and they'd be still catching it and passing it on and fucking things like that. But that's not the case, mate. If you get vaxxed, you can catch it, you can pass it on. So what's the fucking point?
But remember they changed the definition of a vaccination, because it used to stop transmission and stop you from getting it, whereas now it reduces transmission and reduces serious disease, or I can't remember the terminology, but they've changed the definition. Instead of actually not getting infected and not passing it on, you can still get infected, but you won't get infected as badly, and it does reduce transmission. And that's how they've changed the definition of vaccination in the last 2 years.
Yeah, that's what my missus said. Now they're just saying that when you get a vaccine, you're less likely to have bad symptoms when you catch. And it's like, for fuck's sake, how long can it? They're just grasping at straws here.
But for me,
absolutely grasping.
For me personally, if the vaccine has absolutely zero risk, yes, then make it mandatory. But while there's a risk, there needs to be a choice. If there's any risk of personal damage or an adverse reaction, people have to make that choice themselves. That can't be mandated by a government or a pharmaceutical company or any politician. And I think that's why the Canadian truckers are getting so much support at the minute.
Do you think that is a legit protest?
I think it was
organic.
I don't think it was organic at the start, but I think it's kind of got out of control and it's become seriously organic.
Yeah.
And it's doing two things. It's got a double-edged sword yet, because one, it's telling the Fidel Trudeau that fuck you, we're not going to listen to you. But it's also doing two things. It's achieving another goal for these globalists. It's ending the supply of items for distribution to the public.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to create shortages in itself with those truckers not being operative. But it's also a fight for freedom at the same time. So they're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't. You know what I mean?
And why? I just think, why didn't they do this before? Because this has been going a long while, this whole COVID shite. And I've got this feeling it's too much, too late kind of thing. It's like, because especially when in Britain, they're just lifting suddenly just lifted all the regulate, all the mandates, everything. You don't have to wear. Even Nicola Sturgeon, who's a little fucking Hitler in Scotland, she's a little fucking cranky. She's now saying that kids in school can take their masks off at the end of the month, which is that's a big step for her. Like,
yeah, yeah, Jed. I think the reason that these people are protesting now, because it's gained momentum and people are now joining the bandwagon. But it didn't happen until it became a problem in somebody else's backyard. Whenever the truckers were like, fuck yous, we're not taking this, then people realized this is getting a bit too close to home. Then people are joining the bandwagon. Whenever it was only the nurses getting affected and the care home workers, a lot of people were like, well, it doesn't really affect me. I'll leave it for now. But now it's getting closer and closer to home to many people, and it's starting to infringe on their daily activities. They're like, yeah, I need to do something about this. And you're starting to see, and it's not just Canada, it's Australia, it's France, it's everywhere. Like this whole trucker movement is going on around the world.
Would the Canadian public let their country go into a standstill? Would they let their country practically starve just to get this point across? Like, where did they draw the line with the public? Because obviously there's the protesters, then you've got the public around the protests who are living in the cities. Like, fair enough, there'll be people supporting them, but when does it get to the point where the people are like, right, we get the message here, they've made their point, we want to get the city back to normal again and get the traffic back to normal and get our food supplies and stuff coming in again? Like, when are they going to be turned? Actually, is it a plan to turn the public against protesters doing this kind of thing?
It's
like
backfired. It's backfired on an epic scale because the public are actually supporting them. I think it will.
Aye. That's what I'm saying. But how far? Like they are supporting them, but how far will the public go? Will they sit there with their fucking freezing to death, no food, no fucking and just to support, just to get the point across? And how far would the Canadian government go?
It's an interest.
How stubborn are they?
It's an interesting point, Jed, and it's one I don't have an answer for because unfortunately I don't have a crystal ball. But if you take a lot of people in America that say it's better to die on your feet than to die on your knees, or to stand on your feet than to die on your knees, or some shit like that, whatever the phraseology is, I can't remember. But I think a lot of people are now at that breaking point where it's like something's got to be done, and if it means a bit of hardship for us, fuck the Canadian government, and that's what people are doing.
I'd rather live on my feet than die on my knees. I think it is.
Yeah.
It
could be a Braveheart quote or something. I don't know.
Braveheart's a lot of shit, man. That's just false fucking shit to make us feel good about being fucking controlled by these fuckers down in Westminster. Like, honestly, man, like all the Scotland, us as a people are just filled with this mythology just to make us feel proud. Ken, maybe they rule us, but we are our own country and we've got our own identity. Ken, look at Braveheart. It's like, fuck off, Ken. I didn't swallow that shit anymore, man.
And then you look at all these politicians; they've all come from the World Economic Forum Young Leaders group.
Mm-hmm.
And Klaus, I was watching an interview the other day with Klaus Schwab, and he was basically saying that we've penetrated the cabinets of many governments around the world. It's like, what the fuck, penetration? Well, that sounds a bit sinister. Whenever
no, it sounds like a fucking secret fucking, like they've managed to penetrate like a spy cell, like a sleeper cell.
It
that
doesn't.
Kind of word says that. Aye.
It's not just a very wholesome kind of word to use to describe influence in government. Whenever Justin Trudeau and half his cabinet have been described as being for the World Economic Forum, which is a private organization, you know,
so what would you say, right? What would you say would be the perfect type of government then? So obviously I can hear you're against all this stuff, but what are you for? Anarchy? Are you for a smaller type government? Are you just for the government we've got, but just uncorrupted? Or what's your stance on how society should be ran?
Well, what I've noticed yet over the last 20 years, governments have got bloated and bigger and bigger and bigger, more red tape, more middlemen, more middle managers. Mm-hmm. It's the same with the NHS. Yeah. And if you were to make the government smaller and everything that they do transparent, online, available to the public, that would cut out a lot of the shady dealings. And if a politician has any conflict of interest at all, they should not be allowed to do the job that they're doing. A politician should be from the people to represent the people. They shouldn't be in there trying to feather their own nest. You know what I mean? And even, I think there was a commission set up for Westminster, like all these politicians. In the UK, politicians aren't allowed to be lobbied. Over here, because we call it bribery.
Right.
Politicians get gifts from all
Mhm.
these different corporations and companies, blah blah blah, and then all of a sudden they have a dinner, and it's like, wouldn't it be great if this law was passed? And then all of a sudden, 6 months later, that particular law gets passed for that corporation's benefit after their big donation to the party or something.
Mhm.
I mean, all this stuff, it's not available to the public to see, and I think our whole political system has to be scrapped and started again from the ground up. It needs burnt down and rebuilt because it's not fit for purpose at all. There's too much corruption. There's too many. What's the word I'm looking for? Too many conflict of interest there with the politicians and these. Sure, look at Bill Gates, right? Bill Gates, he donated, was it $360 or $380 million to the different press associations in the UK, you know, for like Foundation for Journalism, to give journalists like these grants and stuff like that. But yet, none of these media magazines have said one bad word about Bill Gates. None of these media outlets at all. Not one. Not one has questioned Bill Gates about his dodgy background and why is he such a vaccine enthusiast.
I think RT might have had an article somewhere. I think I've seen in the past that RT, can the Russia Today one. But we know it's another fucking channel that's just propaganda. But I think they did have a big story about the Monsanto and fucking Bill Gates being part of some kind of fucking seeds, kind of the Terminator seeds and all this fucking stuff.
But I think to resolve the current crisis, I think every single politician needs to be asset stripped and put into prison.
Yeah.
If they've had any sniff of corruption at all, asset strip them, take them back to zero, reset them, and give them a term in prison.
Have you got a local MP for your area?
We have. They're absolutely rubbish. You only see them when they're looking your vote.
And see that local MP, do you think that person is just connected to this hierarchy? They're probably a fucking niece, nephew, some fucking lord that's up there. Like I've got this belief now that no one's really fucking picked by the people. People aren't in positions unless they should be. And it's almost like the old bloodlines, the old rich families. They find places for their children, even if their children are shite at that job. They'll put them in that position anyway, just to give them a job. You know what I mean?
And then the retarded children make them famous on Twitch or YouTube.
I think it starts in like Oxford and Eton. Like all the rich fuckers, they put their fucking kids into these Oxford and Eton. Then they find out which ones are the pop stars, which ones are the politicians, which ones are the generals and the soldiers. I think they divide them and you find that like Pink Floyd, they were all fucking like their parents were like duchesses and dukes and fucking stuff like, and they were all part of fucking aristocracy. And if you look at like sport, you find that fucking, and you find that it's like they'll find a place for them somewhere. These rich motherfuckers where they can make good money somewhere, and even if they're shite at something, they'll get them somewhere. And like that word that you used earlier, nepotism.
Yeah.
I think there's a massive nepotism within British society, and it's went on for like hundreds of years. Even though the lords and ladies have lost their titles, the family names have still got positions within companies, and they're still handing them down. And it's still the peasantry here. We are still the peasantry.
The whole system's rotten to the core yet, and I think more people are starting to realize just how rotten it is.
Mm-hmm.
And these politicians, like you said about your MP coming to your door, but remember that MP has a party leader. They'll be part of a party. So that MP then has to take their orders from that party leader. And if that party leader's been bought off, if that party leader's been told, right, here's 10 million for your particular party, blah, 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 these are the things that you don't do, that MP is going to go along with so it's a chain of command. The lackeys at the bottom, whereas the ones at the top making the decisions, the ones who get the money being told what to do, they then tell their underlings, right, go out, campaign about X, Y, and Z, forget about these issues, blah, blah, blah. It's corruption and bribery. From top to bottom. And as for the politicians and all well, air quotes, the elites, I think, you're right. They slot these people into different sectors of society. And
It's not just in it's not just in politics. It's in pop music. Can you even this? It's funny if you watch these programs. Who do you think you are? Have you seen that program? Who do you think you are? Oh, suddenly Danny Dyer's connected to Edward, like fucking royalty. You find that all of these fucking idiot fucking actors in that they're all connected to royalty and shit. I mean, like, and Boris Johnson, he's actually got more connection to royalty than the Queen because he's got more family members like connected to him.
Yeah, do you remember the flow chart diagram of all the different presidents who are related to each other from years ago? I think it's maybe eight or it's quite old.
Yeah,
Where it shows
there was a 6-year-old kid done it in like school in America, and it all like connected to John, King
like
John.
Barack Obama's 8th cousin of George Bush Senior. What the fuck?
I know. Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt's related to George Bush. What the fuck?
And then there's
it's like, what the fuck? What's going on? Brad Pitt's actually connected to all these cunts too.
Sure, there's another one. Remember your man from the Doors? What do you call it? Jim Morrison?
Aye, Jim Morrison. Aye.
His dad was a high-ranking officer in the CIA.
Aye, like I can guarantee you, most of these fucking high pop stars, there's not that many of the pop stars that came from the working class. Even Oasis nowadays. I remember when I was a teenager listening to Oasis, and I used to think they're just like me, man. They're for the working class kind of areas, the gritty areas. And see, when I actually look back on it, I'm like, no, they really weren't. They really weren't. They were probably quite well off compared to what I was. Middle class, they're probably middle class. The fucking Gallagher's.
It's always been us and them, Jed, and it always will be unless something changes. Nothing's going to change. Things are only going to get worse for the peasants. The people in power aren't going to relinquish power very easily. Well, not willingly.
But we've done it before, man. Like, look at Scotland, right? And look at all these fucking castles everywhere. All these beautiful castles that everyone thinks, oh, and these are beautiful. But these are just these are a reminder that these fuckers used to rule us using these fucking buildings. The people around that area, and now look at them, they're ruined, they're away, they're gone.
Yeah,
these fuckers. So I like these castles, I like visiting these castles. It's a good reminder that the people can get rid of these fuckers eventually.
Well, they never got rid of them, Jed. They just took on.
No, they never got. Form. Nah, fair enough. But the whole system of feudalism,
remember, Jed, when they abolished slavery? They didn't abolish slavery; they just rolled it out to every man, woman, and child in the system that wasn't part of the elite.
Yeah.
Whenever, if you look at I remember growing up, like my father used to earn a decent wage where he could support our family. My mum could stay at home, be a full-time housewife, blah blah blah. Yeah. My mum did work part-time for a little while, but then she didn't like it. She wanted to come home and look after the kids. Whereas if you look at whenever this whole women's liberation movement and stuff like that, I believe that was driven by the government, because they sort of worked out, right, well, if we get the women out to work, we can then tax those people as well.
Tax them both.
So it doubles the workforce, which keeps wages low, and we can tax these motherfuckers to the nth degree. Whereas now you look at trying to run a house, you need both parents, you need both people in that house
to
work just to keep their head above the water every month.
And I remember being a kid, mate, and watching Mary Poppins. Remember Mary Poppins? And you had the family, you had the banker, the husband who was the banker, the moustache, and you had the wife who was a suffragette.
Yep.
And that's actually fucking quite true to history, because it wasn't the common woman, it wasn't the peasant woman that was going out there and fighting for women's rights. It was all the rich fucking women that were out there. It was all the Masons' wives. The Freemasons' wives were out there fucking creating a fucking a new movement for women's rights. Bullshit. You're getting taxed like the fucking men. There's a war coming. You're fucking getting in the workplace as well, along with men. You know what I mean? It was just a way to change a whole system, and women think it was for their rights. You know what I mean? It's fucking, and like I said, there's hints of it in Mary Poppins. And it's like they've got this song where she's got the sash on, and it's like again for women's rights. And you think back, it wasn't just the common. Can you think of the common women fighting for their rights? Why would the rich aristocratic women be fighting for women's rights? They're fucking sitting drinking tea every day, whilst their husbands are fucking conquering the world. You know what I mean? Why would they be fighting for women's rights back in the day?
No, man. Ever since the the 70s, mid 70s, 80s, our generation's been absolutely fucked over, and it's getting worse every generation. If you look at the price of homes now, I remember the house that my parents are living in cost about 50 grand, and it's on three quarters of an acre of land. It's quite a large house. It's worth like $500,000 here today.
Yeah.
You're never going to be able to buy that sort of property unless you're a politician or one of these fucking corrupt wankers that's lording it over the rest of the people. That's absolutely disgusting, man.
Oh, it's Edinburgh, where I'm originally from, is just second probably behind London when it comes to house prices. Like the ridiculousness of like a 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom flat in the city centre. You'll pay like up to £1 million, probably over £1 million for like a 2-bedroom flat in Edinburgh.
Yeah.
I mean that is, and imagine the youngsters try to get on the fucking get on the ladder. So they're building all these shitty new estates everywhere, all these Cala homes and all these fucking new, and they're all just generic houses, generic streets, plasterboard walls that you could fucking. Again, the story of the big bad wolf, he'd fart in these houses and then blow down, man. And they're selling off double bedrooms. You can build a double bed in a double bedroom in these new houses, and that's all you can really get in a room.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I've got this house here's for the 60s, like 69. And a double room's a double fucking room. It's huge. Again, it's a fucking huge space.
Yeah.
Again, but they're getting smaller and smaller and smaller and generic. And I think these new builds are popping up everywhere. The people that get them, the houses are going to be falling apart before they've even finished paying the mortgage. It's going to be worth fuck all.
And a lot of these new builds, Jed, they've got no gardens, they've got no property. There's no land that comes from them at all. You're lucky if you've got a driveway. You're lucky if you've got a back garden. I mean, you've just got enough room for your heating oil tank, and that's it.
Yeah.
All these new builds, there's just no privacy while you're in your back garden. That's absolutely shocking.
They're all stuck together, and they're all just stuck together, big generic streets. Because I do removals, I move people, like obviously fucking house to house, so I see it every day. And I see all these new builds. I see people moving into lovely old like 18th century or 19th century houses into like these new builds, and they're being all chuffed. And I'm like, fuck you! Why did you move away from that to this?
Yeah,
you idiots. You know what I mean?
But then, like you mentioned earlier, that you've been watching a lot of these auditing YouTubers now.
I am starting to really get. My missus says to me, Jed, you're going to start doing that, aren't you? I mean, nah, I'm not going to. You're the type of person that would do fucking something like that. Because I've got the drone, I've got the fucking gimbals, and I'm quite confrontational. I like a bit of a fucking confrontation. But I'm enjoying watching these videos, man, and just seeing the guys pushing, just showing the reaction of these police. Try to tell people, like, try to ask for their names and addresses when they've got no right, and the people are on public property, like it's a public path, and it's not private property. So the argument, it's just good.
Do you know what that's really highlighting? That the police are just basically paid thugs to do what they're told by the people in charge, by the politicians.
And they're paranoid. They're paranoid as fuck.
The police do not have any understanding of the laws that they're paid to enforce, and they're just basically thugs, ignorant thugs that use the Terrorism Act at every opportunity. Everybody's a terrorist these days. Sure, look at Trudeau, Fidel Trudeau. Because he's so similar to
Castro.
Did you see that meme?
No, I've not seen the meme, but I take it
you've got a picture of Fidel Castro and a picture of Justin Trudeau, and his mother and father spent time with Fidel Castro in Cuba.
Orgy.
Back at the time when Trudeau was conceived. So he's a spit of Fidel Castro, man. So that's why everybody's calling him Castro's son. But honestly, he doesn't look like your man Pierre Trudeau at all. That's absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, Trudeau's calling everybody terrorists. I mean, my definition of a terrorist, you think, remember that film Team America?
Mm-hmm.
You've got the guys going Durka, 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 throwing bombs about the place.
It's the Thunderbirds.
Yeah, that's sort of the average view of a terrorist. You don't think your average truck driver is a terrorist or something. These people they've made the word terrorist mean nothing. It means fuck. What's a terrorist?
To me, to be honest with you, it's pretty subjective. Terrorist, right? You have got probably a definition in a dictionary somewhere, but to me, how terrified Can you? It depends on the person, can the people or the person that you're trying to terrorize, or how snowflakey are these people? Like if they're terrified for somebody protesting about something. I mean that to them that's maybe terrorism because they're terrified by somebody saying we want freedom. It's like fucking. So to me, it's very subjective.
And these bastards, they're calling everybody terrorists these days. But then whenever you look at Northern Ireland, right? That Good Friday Agreement that was passed in Northern Ireland, all the terrorists that had their guns, because of their 30-year struggle. Here's the thing about Northern Ireland, right? The Sinn Féin and IRA, they fought the British government over 6 counties in Northern Ireland for 30 years.
Yeah.
But yet they gave the rest of Ireland away to the European Union overnight without a bullet being fired. So all their orders come from down south. The Taoiseach gets his orders from the European Parliament. He has absolutely fuck all say down there. But yet the IRA and Sinn Féin fought the British government for 30 years to get Ireland reunited. That's not going to happen. Yep. But here's the thing. Come the Good Friday Agreement back in 1999, 2000, all the people that were claiming to be that the British government would have deemed terrorists all ended up with jobs in government. And that whole Good Friday Agreement in Northern Ireland was given, it was nepotism. Right, let's pay these guys off. Let's give them nice cushy jobs in Parliament.
Yeah.
So we don't get terrorized anymore. So that's what terrorism can do for you. If these Canadian truckers want to try and change, just take a page out of Northern Ireland and do exactly what there's Jerry Kelly. He shot a prison officer in the head, and he's now serving on the policing board in Northern Ireland.
So where do you stand? Do you think there should be a united Ireland, or do you think there should be a Northern Ireland?
I think it's all bullshit, Ed. I'm not orange or green either. I'm not on either side. I think it's just a shit show. You've got paid agitators on both sides.
So I take it you're an Ulsterman yourself.
Well, originally, yes.
Yep. Have you ever traced your ancestry? Have you got like Scottish ancestry, maybe?
Mostly German.
German.
Yeah. So
that's maybe for the English. Well, because it was plantations. The Ulster was the like Scots plantations. Like
yeah. Well, my mother's side was from in and around Newry, on the border area. But my father's side came from Germany.
All right.
And my grandfather came over after the war. Whenever the Russians started going in and killing people, after all the Allied troops pulled out, the Russians came in and started killing all the Germans. My granddad, he fled.
I heard stories like a lot of the Germans just killed themselves before the Russians got to them.
The Russian women were killing themselves.
Aye.
The ones who wanted to stay, they seen what was happening. Like the Russians were coming in, raping the kids, raping the women, they were raping it. If it had a hole, the Russians were fucking it. That's what they were doing.
Yep, and the fact is the Russian army didn't just consist of blue-eyed, blonde, European-looking Russians. They had Mongols. They had all these different, very barbaric fucking tribes, kind of like the Caucasus fucking.
Yeah.
They had all these different sort of tribes in the Russian army, and this is who was doing the raping and that. Again, I wouldn't say it was a pure fucking. Just out and out Russia. I wouldn't blame the Russians themselves because they hired the barbaric people to do a barbaric job.
Yeah,
and there was a lot of Mongols and stuff like that.
But as for the politics in Ireland and the UK, I think a lot of it over the years has been influenced heavily by the British establishment through paid actors or crisis actors or whatever you want to call them these days. I think a lot of the way Northern Ireland has gone has been shaped by the governments. And as I say, since 2000 we had the Good Friday Agreement, all these politicians who have rap sheets quite long and extensive and quite colourful, they all ended up as politicians. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like whenever you've actually committed murder, I think that should exclude you from ever being a politician. Because how can you represent people?
Or even a citizen?
I mean, it's absolutely disgusting, man. And then you've got all these inquiries, these historical inquiries about X, Y, and Z. What about all the the paedophile inquiries and all these different convents, the church inquiries?
Yeah.
these inquiries go on for 10, 20 years, cost millions of pounds, and they come to no conclusion, most of them. You know, and all these
Yeah.
historical inquiries about Bloody Sunday, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
And they're fighting in favor of the protesters, blah. And all these soldiers are now getting prosecuted. You know what I mean? It's an absolute mess. It's an absolute
Yeah.
mess. But the Good Friday Agreement was basically jobs for all the terrorists. All those terrorists got paid off or got jobs in government. And that's what happened in Northern Ireland. So that's what terrorism can achieve if it's done properly.
Aye. I just think it's such a shame with Ireland. It's such a beautiful fucking country with such a cool culture and people and shit like that. And you can just see that the crown has been fucking with Ireland for so fucking long, man.
Yeah.
Fucking with them for so long. And the whole country, northern and southern, getting fucking with the people for so long. Because the British were ready to sell fucking Northern Ireland in the fucking. They were willing to sell Northern Ireland in the fucking boat, the British. And they were ready to unite the holy fucking Ireland. I can't remember what they were trying to do but they're ready just to fucking. It was in the. I can't remember what was in the past, but the British didn't give a fuck about Northern Ireland, man. They don't give a fuck. The Northern Irish are proud to be British, but the British aren't proud to have Northern Ireland.
Yeah, it's.
Are they fuck?
See, when you distance yourself from the emotion of local politics, Jed, and you stand back and look at it, the whole thing's a shit show. There's Sinn Féin, see, before the coronavirus outbreak, or the alleged coronavirus outbreak, they got a donation of £4 million from the European Union, and then all of a sudden, they had no resistance against this authoritarianism that was coming down. In fact, they were all for it, except whenever they had to attend a senior IRA member's funeral.
Mm-hmm.
Not one of them masked up or social distanced. And that's your woman, Michelle, or she's the leader of the Sinn Féin party in Northern Ireland. I mean, she got criticised quite heavily for going out in public. She's telling everybody, wear your mask, socially distanced, but yet she attends an IRA funeral with full IRA regalia and doesn't social distance her. And the police leave her alone. The police didn't prosecute her. But yet, if me or you were to do that, yet during social distancing, we'd be hit with a fine and all that sort of shit. So it's one rule for them and another for us. And I think this is what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what side of the divide you're on, whether you're nationalist or unionist or whatever.
Yeah.
People are realizing that all the politicians in every single country are just a shower of shite, and they're only there to feather their nests, take bribes, and to take orders. They're there for the money. They're not there for the people. They don't give a fuck about the people.
You're right, mate. Totally right. And I'm fucking like, I don't know if you know, but my dad was Irish. He was Republican Irish.
Yeah.
And when I had my DNA tested, I'm actually 87% Irish. So it's like, fucking, my mum must have been fucking half Irish or something as well. And she never really knew it. Well, she didn't kind of, dad was maybe Irish. But at the same time, when I see all this Irishness about me, I've got not a fucking clue about the trouble. I've looked into all the history. I understand what went at the Battle of the Boyne and all this stuff, but I still don't understand how to this day the people just hold so fucking strong angst against each other. Even Scotland with his Rangers Celtic, it still broods that sectarianism between William and Orange. We've still got marches here in where I live. Still got orange marches with the Ulstermen. Well, the what do they call them, man?
The Orangemen?
The Orangemen. The Orangemen do marches in Linlithgow. They meet in Linlithgow, they do marches. So all that shit's still here, and I still, even as being fucking ethnically Irish nearly, like, well, whatever, fucking, I still don't get it. I still wish that fucking it just could have been better for Ireland. See when I look at the potato famine, it was just a fucking starvation. It was just the crown taking their food away, man. I mean, they just starved them. I mean, Ireland's had it so fucking bad, man, and they're so celebrated as well around the world. And it's like, oh, Ireland, it's like leprechauns and fucking. And I just think, fucking, they're giving the same shit as Scots. We've been shouting our whole history, but we're fed these little stories, the Braveheart, leprechauns, Ireland, whatever. And it's just bullshit, man. Like, we need to rise up. We do to this. Whatever's happening, we need to rise up to it.
I was say, whenever a politician starts talking about terrorism, especially when you've got a dickhead like Trudeau telling people these truckers are terrorists, he obviously doesn't know what a terrorist looks like. A terrorist wears a balaclava and carries a Kalashnikov. That's what a terrorist is for me.
Mhm.
And it doesn't matter whether it's orange, green, black, white, yellow, red, whatever. It doesn't matter. That's the definition of a terrorist. It's not a guy wearing a baseball cap hauling a 40 footer.
Nah, man. Nowadays,
You know what I
like,
mean?
if you walk into a shop not wearing a mask, you're creating terror amongst the people.
Yep.
Again, this is what they're trying to probably fucking again. Like, I'm uncomfortable now. I'm very uneasy, and I feel terrified that someone's walking in the shop without a mask on. And this is how the truckers are seen in fucking the trucks without the mask on.
What's the buzzwords that the police use? Harassed. I feel harassed, alarmed, and distressed. They're the buzzwords you've got to tell the police. And the
Yep.
police will be there in 5 minutes. And that's another thing. You look at the effectiveness of the police. If your house gets broken into, you're lucky if the police attend. If you say some mean words online, on Facebook or something like that, like I haven't had a Facebook account in over 12 years, thank God. But if you say something mean online, you'll have the thought police at your door within 5 minutes.
Mhm.
But yet, if you actually need the police for something serious, like say your next door neighbor's a drug dealer or some shit like that,
Yep.
they're not going to turn up.
No,
So the police are they're a complete joke.
It's too much work for them. They have to do an investigation, they have to do paperwork, they just want to fucking catch people doing fucking stupid shit in the street, like then parking on zigzags, getting fucking at a traffic light. Hey, I'll give you a £30 fucking fuck off. And that's what I stopped for a slight minute so my workmate could jump out and get a fucking can of juice at the shops. And it was at a traffic light, and these police bikes came up beside me, and it was just before Christmas, and they're like, do you want to kill someone on Christmas? I was like, Jesus, man. I said, I'll just stop for a minute. I'm going to leave in a second. Oh, well, you'll get £150 fine. And was it fucking 5 points or some shit? I said, no way. But total job's worth. Like, it was like Judge Dredd, these cunts on their bikes. And then they drove away, at the same speed, down the road. I was like, fucking hell, man.
Yeah, man.
But this is the kind of shit they want to pick you up on. But like you said before, get your house robbed, get fucking stabbed. 2 hours later, they turn up and like,
yeah,
they're not there to prevent crime. They're not there to prevent crime. They're there to fucking, oh, did that happen? Okay, what did he look like? If you're lucky, something might happen.
There's your crime reference number. That's the last you're going to hear this. That's it. I mean, the cops are just thugs for the politicians, dude.
But you say thugs, right? When you say thugs, I think thugs like fucking like muscle. See, nowadays, mate, I don't know kind of about you in your area, but I'm 6'3". I'm not a fucking muscly guy, but I'm not a fucking dweeb. But I feel like, see, they're gonna need at least 4 or 5 fucking police guys to hold me down. Like even. The police guys are going to little Harry Potters, man. What the fuck are these guys? They couldn't fuck. And we lassies, we 5-foot girls, getting a wee bit overweight and stuff, getting like struggling to like waddle to order. I was like,
well, this is the thing, Jed. This is soon whenever the start. No. See, they've got the thug mentality, but this is what's happened to the police force that's just made them totally ineffective. It's called diversity hire, and whenever you bring the word diversity into anything at all, it equals failure. Because you're not hiring the best person for the job, you're hiring somebody for a political agenda.
Well, remember when in the police force in Britain, you had to be in Scotland, I think you had to be at least 6 or 5'11" to even get in the fucking police squad. So all the policemen were big fuckers running around. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like you said, next minute you're going to have someone disabled maybe try to chase you down the road.
And if you resist, you're homophobic or racist. Fuck knows, Jed. It's the way the world's going. It's a shit show, man. It's like a soap opera, but it's not even funny. It's not even entertaining.
But I just look in the police cars and I think, and now and again you see like the ex-army guy with the fucking tattoo sleeves and the fucking beard and the fucking he looks a bit tough. Maybe it take a bit of hand again. Maybe he's had a bit combat experience, but I'd say the majority of police look like that little fucking grass that was in your classroom, at the back of the class that fucking nobody liked because he used to tell on you.
Yeah,
you got the bag at the back of the school, Ken.
But I think the bigger picture is a lot of people are realizing that the police are ineffective. They're just thugs for the politicians. The politicians are criminals and pedophiles.
Yep. And they protect
Or
they protect the fucking corporate. Like if there's protests outside somewhere, they'll surround like Apple fucking shops and shit. The police.
Yeah.
Hey, stay away from the corporation, man.
And it's,
Like,
it's usually the big it's usually the corporations that don't pay fucking tax either.
Exactly, mate. Exactly.
And then sure look what, like you said about the police protecting the elites. Look at Cressida Dick, the commissioner for the Metropolitan Police. Oh, we're not going to investigate the parties at Downing Street because we have no evidence. Well, that's the whole fucking job of the police, to go and get evidence, you silly sausage.
No, I think she's right. I think there's no evidence because all this is just fucking made up bullshit.
Isn't it?
Okay, like, no, I think if she even wanted fucking evidence for these parties, she'd be struggling because it's like, who's going to be filming? Who's going to be it's just going to be word of mouth getting these fucking things happen.
No,
and come on, see at the end of the day,
videos of it, Jed. There's videos of these assholes partying.
Right. And who's saying that we weren't partying when they were fucking partying?
Well,
a lot of people want to go bad boy, but they were probably fucking round at their nanas, fucking giving them COVID as well.
Well, possibly, Jed, and that's fine if you don't get caught. But whenever you're the person who's making the rules to enforce on the working normies, and you're caught breaking the own rules that you're getting the police to enforce, one rule for thee, but not for me.
But sometimes it feels like they want you to think that way. Like, there was a couple of times when, I think it was last year, or a couple of the health ministers were caught going from A to B, going from one house to another. And it was like, you must know yourself that if there's a story out there, they want you to hear it. There's a reason why the story is there. It's not because the press are suddenly honest and look at this politician. They were going from one place to another, and they're exposing the bad politician. Nah, the reason why that story's on the news because they want to push some kind of agenda that goes with this story, and it's not because there was a party. It's because they want to push something else.
Well, something I've been thinking of, Jed, like the amount of how obvious this corruption is. It's kind of made me think that this is maybe being done on purpose, so people then start to react to it in a violent sort of way, which would would justify the governments to enforce a martial law.
Well, what bit if the public, right, reacted in a bad way, said, bad Boris, parties, bad. And what if suddenly the government started looking at everybody's records of where they were on those days? Right, Boris is bad, but what were you doing on that day? And
no, that's a red herring, Jed. They can't do that. That's not the way the law works, unfortunately. And if they did that there, they'd have a complete shit show on their hands. Yes, remember I think it's you're innocent until proven guilty. And there has to be, for an investigation to take place.
Nowadays, man. No, nowadays. You're not innocent until proven. You're guilty until proven innocent nowadays, man.
And there has to be a reasonable suspicion, and there has to be a modicum of evidence.
I think they want to create public outcry for these certain events that happen within government. So do you know what? When the public do a certain thing, when there's a disease going around, the government can actually slam down on them and say, well, you said to us we can't do this. You want to sack our prime minister, you want to get rid of our prime minister. So now you are having little parties and there's a new variant around, you're having little fucking parties. Well, we're going to go hard on you because you went hard on our people.
Sure, it's the same. Remember the found traces of cocaine in the bathrooms right beside Boris Johnson's office. Where's the police investigation into that? It was in the press briefly, but there was no big outcry from the police saying, yeah, we found so many politicians that were off their face on coke. Bunch of cokeheads running the country.
How would a story like that get out?
I don't know, man. Don't know. Was it deliberately leaked? No, I don't think anybody knows. But the traces of cocaine found in Westminster, and especially in the toilets closest to Boris Johnson's office.
I don't know, man. It just, like I said, we know the government and the media are fucking interlinked together. When the media say something in the news, it's not because they're going against the government and being all edgy. They're going, we're rebellious, we're rebelling against the government. Boris is a dickhead. We know for a fact, mate, that when they come out with a story, it's for the advantage of the fucking government, however the public see it.
Well, when you look at the origin of the BBC, the BBC was set up as a wartime propaganda machine, and nothing has changed.
Yeah.
Nothing has changed at all.
So how can we believe when they come out with stories fucking roasting Boris Johnson that this isn't what they want anyway? Because like we said, we know they're all linked. There's not going to be a rebel fucking news station that's suddenly been all fucking partisan, kind of like going against the fucking grain. As a fuck, they're all interlinked. So anything that we consume from the media, they want us to fucking consume.
Yeah, see, whoever's writing the scripts in the background has changed the plot line, and this is what they want us to hear. As I say, the media have hidden quite a lot of truth from the public over the last 2 years, and it doesn't matter where in the world you are, America, Canada, Europe, the media have been blatantly censoring the truth about the vaccine damage, blah, 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 what's in the vaccine, stuff like that. So, and that's only one aspect of what the media have censored. What else have they censored that we don't know about? But the media, I think, have to run all their stories by a minister, almost like the minister for truth. And then he will say, yes, that's part of the script. You can let that out. You can tell the normies about this, X, Y, Z. Why do you think we're having a big push for HIV testing at the minute, Jed? It's scary, man. I say they're trying to distract the public with this Ukraine shit, the HIV shit. They're trying to take everybody's mind away from how
This HIV shit's new to me, man. So this is kind of through a spanner in the works for me when you're speaking here, like we're talking about the HIV, man. Where the fuck did that come from, man? It's kind of like, is this not just
well, apparently in the spike protein they used a fragment of the HIV virus to manufacture.
How do you know that? Because the media told you that.
It's been documented. I think Pfizer, they'd done a documentary of how they made it, and they said they used a tiny fragment of the HIV virus to. I'm not 100% sure, but look into it, dude. Have a look into it. It came from Pfizer themselves, but they used a fragment of the HIV virus to manufacture the vaccine. And now everybody's being told to go and get an HIV test. Can you imagine the fucking outrage?
No way.
If everybody
I remember. Sorry, mate. I'm just going to interject here, but I remember there was a story maybe about 5 or 6 years ago, and it was to do with Bayern, and the big pharmaceutical company Bayern.
Yep.
And it was something to do with like the HIV virus in tablets, and they had to like recall them. I was like, what the fuck? Like, how can you get fucking HIV fucking in a tablet? And this was about maybe 3, 4, 5 years ago. Bayern, there was a HIV. Do you know what? I might even look up the fucking story and share it with. But I think it was meant to be legitimate. But like we were saying before, how do you know? Like, if the media are spewing out this shit, we're meant to consume it and base our narratives off the crap that they give us. So what we need to do is take what they're giving us and say, well, what are they trying to hide here with this story?
Well,
this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to
if you go back 2 years ago, Jed, September, October time, 2019, Prince Andrew gave that car crash interview about his meetings with this woman Gouffre and his relationship with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, was a well-known fucking Mossad agent, and ever since then,
it was a big Scottish family. And the Maxwells were a big, rich family in Scotland.
He was a media mogul. He was big time into the media. Mm-hmm. But if you look at what's happened to all these politicians over the last 2 years and what was going on at Epstein Island, right? It makes you wonder how many of these politicians that were on the flight logs for the Lolita Express were compromised by Epstein, which was essentially a Mossad sting. It was a honeypot where they filmed all these, like Bill Gates likely filmed having sex with an underage prostitute, which would be deemed as technically a child. Possibly why his wife left him. You take all the prime ministers, all the politicians, They were all in lockstep, all saying the same thing, like they were being given the same scripts. How many of those politicians have been caught in that Mossad honey trap?
Uh-huh.
How many are compromised in terms of what they've gone to Epstein
And
Island?
why would Mossad be working against it? The
well-
Israeli secret agency, whatever the fuck they are.
Well,
why would
that's
they
the-
be trying to expose this?
Well, that's
especially when Epstein obviously is connected to some kind of Jewish.
Well, if you look at Mossad's an Israeli intelligence agency.
Maybe they fucking cracked him out of jail and fucking saved his life, and maybe this is a big Mossad fucking cover
Maybe,
up.
but then again,
I don't know why
when
I
you-
say that because Mossad maybe bust through my fucking door, man.
But then when you've got all these pharmaceutical companies, you look at the board of directors, they're all Jewish. You look at
But
all
like we were saying before, like we can say they're Jewish, but maybe just came from certain families that were connected to these. Because if you look in Britain, and especially in Scotland as well, you've got these big, massive, powerful Scottish families. And you can actually look at the presidency of America. A lot of these presidents in America, like going way back, are connected to Scottish and Irish pedigree. You know what I mean? Like not just Jews, like fucking Scottish and Irish and English as well.
I'm not being anti-Semitic, Jeff or Jed, but when you look at the people,
I just didn't consider being a Jew as a race. Sorry, I just didn't. I
No,
think there's white people, black people, Chinese people, Asian, Asian, and then there's a mix of everything else in between. You know, like everything else is like a mix.
it's like every religion, Jet. There's good and there's bad, but what's controlling this whole narrative over the last 2 years is the Jewish mafia. These are the guys with the real money. These are the guys that are profiteering big time out of this.
Yeah.
So when you've got basically all of the world's politicians compromised with videotapes of them having sex with kids on a Mossad island, these guys these guys are going to dance your tune. If you tell them to do X, Y, and Z, they're going to do it because they don't want to be exposed as being a bunch of dirty kitty fiddlers. So that's what I think's happened over the last 2 years. I think our politicians have been compromised big time, and they're being paid off with lots and lots of nest feathering and cash to go along with the whole scheme.
So do you think there's kind of lured into this sinister fucking ring, islands, people, weirdos? Do you think they're lured in, and then once they're lured in, they've got the collateral on them? They've got the fucking the collateral on them to like blackmail them to
tell them what to do on certain important key decisions. Yes.
Yeah.
I think
it makes sense.
I don't think there's a politician that's saying. So someone, Lisa McCluskey in the chat said Zionism maybe, and I think Zionism is a cancer.
Zionism, you can be a Zionist of any race.
Yeah.
There's orphan races, but they see themselves as a tribe, and they don't see themselves as part of the white race. But so does a lot of other fucking weird cults and tribes and stuff like that. Don't see them as part of the rest of the world. They see them as a
But Jed, remember this particular people who wear the small hats, they are the ones that are protected by law. The only people that are protected by law, if you say something against them, bad, you go to prison.
But I've heard loads of shit said bad against them. I've heard so much shit bad against them, and nobody's really went to fucking jail. I've heard that is meant to be a law in Britain as well, especially in Britain, like being anti-Semitic can land you in jail. But I've never heard of anyone actually going to jail for saying anything anti-Semitic. To be honest with you, it feels like a threat.
But as I say, it's not. I don't believe it's all Jews. See, you got to remember the Jewish faith. The Jewish faith has three branches. You've got the Kabbalah, you've got the Torah, and you've got the Talmud.
Yep.
Now the Talmud's the pretty nasty.
You got the Semitic Jews that didn't even fucking believe in Zionism.
Well, they would be middle of the road ones. They would kind of fall under the Torah, which is it's
look
not great.
And look at Israel right now, man. They're the most fucking controlled country in the world. See, when it comes to vaccines and fucking green
no, but
hear me. There's a video kicking around. See, you go to McDonald's, and if you've not got the green card, you didn't get fucking served, mate. The machines didn't fucking serve you. Like Israel, the people in Israel are the most fucking controlled people in the world. So for them to be the chosen race and the superior fucking control in the world, that country is it's almost like a experimental project in the Middle East.
But it's
almost like
it's not all of it's. Listen to what I'm saying, Jed. It's not all of the Jews. It's a Jewish mafia.
Mhm.
It's a Jewish gang of bankers and big. We're talking when I say big money, I don't think you could actually comprehend how much money these people have. It's the people who own BlackRock. It's the people who own Vanguard. It's those
these
people.
are like security companies.
And if you look at the richest nations on earth, Israel is right at the very top. America is right at the bottom. Anyone who says America is the greatest country on earth, possibly true at one point in time, it's not true anymore. America's bankrupt. The UK is bankrupt. And what I believe has happened over the last 2 years, Jed, this whole thing has happened. It's been sparked off the Prince Andrew interview was a catalyst. They've then said, right, we need to damage control. They've brought out this virus, and what they've done in the last 2 years, it's been the biggest transfer of wealth in the last 2 years from the average working man to the elites. And what the elites are doing now, they're now banning up all the land, they're banning up all the houses, they're banning up all the farmland before they crash the economy, and they're going to fuck off and cozy up with their newfound friends in China and Russia. And they're going to leave these countries just to fucking fend for themselves. They're going to leave the Western economies in a complete shit show. And that's where I believe the future's headed.
Well, it's definitely looking like it's going to be more that just the economy looks like it's fucked.
Yeah.
If you've got half a fucking brain and look at the pricey things going up and the petrol station, if you've got a car or that when you drive to the petrol station, it's like 150 now. Like like before it was like just under £1. Like just now it's over 150. And it's what the fuck is going on here? And the power to run like your house, the fucking gas and the electricity is obvious. We can see it. This is things that are actually affecting us day to day.
Yeah.
Like so, these aren't conspiracies. This is why I believe that all this Russia, Ukraine, this is just shit for fucking the oil companies. Okay, because the oil companies want to reduce the prices, but there's plenty of oil out there. So apparently the regulators are saying the oil companies should be bringing down the prices. But see if there's a new war somewhere like the Middle East, which they've done now with the Middle East. That place is fucked. They need a new war. They need a new war somewhere to fuck about with the price of oil again. Because Russia provide Europe with a pipeline that goes through Germany. And like I said before, this whole threat of a fucking war, well, we'll say to Russia, we'll stop buying your gas and we'll shut that pipeline. Nah, don't shut that fucking pipeline because we'll have to pay more. But they don't care because they're going to prevent World War III. You know what I mean? So everyone's just going to eat that fucking cake. And now, like you said before, man, we're heading for an economic bubble. There's going to burst somewhere, man. It's got to fucking burst somewhere, man. Like even my tax, man. I didn't get paid a lot of money, man. But my tax, I have to it's like a day's wages. It's like a day's wages, my tax.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like the time I work a full week, Monday to Friday, the Friday was kind of just tax money. I was just working for the tax. Because at the end of my wage, the amount that comes off my fucking weekly wage is practically a day's wage.
And don't forget, Jed, you're not just taxed on your wage, you're then taxed on your petrol, you're taxed on all the other things that you buy through VAT and stuff like that. So you're not just taxed once.
Oh, we've got the little micro fucking deductions as well, when it comes up. Because I went to college and that, so I was like, fucking, there's something with your college loan and all this fucking pish.
We'll put it like this.
My pension, loan, fucking, by the end of it, it's like, fucking, there's nothing left.
But whenever you go to your local bakery to buy a toastie, right? That baker has to buy flour, which he pays tax on, or claims that there's tax being paid along the way. He has to add that into the cost of that toastie. So you're getting taxed on your wages, then you have to pay the tax that's on that toastie that's included in the price. So you're not just taxed once, you're taxed through the arsehole, Jed, every single day of the week. And a lot of the British public don't realize this. I mean, then whenever you tell them, you can just see the cogs shifting in their head going, yeah, that's kind of, oh, how's that work? And then you can see they have problems trying to comprehend it. So
the way I see it, man, the whole vaccine bullshit, that is just a pharmaceutical fucking. It's governments buying loads of pharmaceutical contracts and fucking vaccines and all that shit, and then they're going to have to pay these companies. So the people are going to have to pay the government, the fucking so national insurance is going to go up, and everything is like you said before. All these little micro taxes, food, fucking tobacco, alcohol, fucking everything's going to go fucking up, and that's the main theme of what's going on in the world today. It's no fucking Illuminati. Well, it probably is Illuminati, but it's no some kind of underhanded to kill everybody. They just want to fucking tax it. They just want more money. Actually, sometimes I think they want more people so they get more money, like more tax money.
And the reason these people are now, the reason that these people are now buying up real assets like land, property, houses, they're even buying cemeteries, Jed. These BlackRock and Vanguard own so many. Bill Gates has bought up so much farmland in America, it's unreal. These people are buying real assets because see, whenever the dollar collapses, every currency that's pegged to the US dollar is going to go the exact same way. So
and Scotland is the same, man. It's all private landowners all over Scotland, man.
So that £4 toasty that you bought last week, Jed, you're going to need a wheelbarrow to carry all your cash to go and buy a toasty this time next year, probably. It's going to be like Venezuela, man. It's going to be fucking scary. Your money's not going to be worth a shit. Real assets are going to be worth something. And I'm not one of these guys that believes buy gold, silver, and all that stuff. Invest in cryptocurrency. I think that's all bollocks, to be fair.
I was about to say that, but you think it's bollocks?
Yeah, because like if you read anyone from Chechnya or places like that there where they've actually had civil war, things of value like cigarette lighters, gas lighters to start fires, tin meat, that sort of stuff. That
whiskey.
Yeah. Antibiotics, medical equipment. This is the stuff. These are assets that you can trade with people that you know in your area.
Gold isn't really doesn't do anything, does it?
You can't eat or drink gold yet. Water distillers, something for clean water supply. Look what happens if at your local water processing plant, if they turn the pumps off, how are you going to get clean water? Tomorrow you'd be fucked.
I just had to test my water, man, because I've ever since I caught the Chinese flu. And this is going to sound weird. I don't know if I've mentioned this already. I think I mentioned it on another stream, right? This is quite a personal thing I'm going to say, right? But see, my bowel movements, man, every time I go to the toilet, it smells the same. And it's fucking weird, man. And I'm thinking, is it my nose that has been affected by this fucking Chinese flu? Or is it actually So I tested my water. In Scotland, we're known to have the best water and fucking all this crap. Here, mate, my water's like fucking London water. It's so hard. I don't know if that's a reason why but because I've stayed here a few years, and it's only since the COVID stuff. So I don't know, man. It's like it's a weird thing to start talking about. I know, man, but fucking.
But if you turned your tap on tomorrow morning, Jed, and you couldn't get clean water, how would you and your family cope?
No, you're right, man. Like at least it's water. At least it's clean.
You can do without food for almost 30 days, but you need water. You need at least a couple of liters of water a day to drink.
But I know lots of clean sources of clean water as well.
Well, at least you're in Scotland with all the Highland Springs and all that sort of stuff, so you're fairly lucky. But most people who live in a densely populated metropolis wouldn't know how to start getting clean water. So the likes of distillers or how to get clean water, medical supplies, that's the sort of stuff that are real assets that you can actually trade with people in your area. Hot survivalists in your area. But yeah, that's buying gold and silver, all this cryptocurrency, I think is a complete scam.
I think you're right there, Mark. I can't agree with you so much about this fucking crypto bullshit.
Oh
my god! Like every time I speak to somebody about it, they still have some kind of but again, like I wish I invested in it before. And I was like, fucking, it's the biggest scam. And every time you hear this stupid story about some guy throwing his computer out and he had like 100 crypto coin and now it's worth 10 billion and it's lost in the tip somewhere. And these stories are just trying to like prop up this bullshit imaginary currency that I think people have to make money at it to make people interested in it. That's how a Ponzi scheme sort of works, to some degree. But it's the biggest lot of bullshit, man.
The guy who allegedly started Bitcoin was asked, "Did you start Bitcoin?" And he said, "No, it had nothing to do with me." So, who started Bitcoin?
American fucking federal fucking. It's probably something to do with America.
It's one of those alphabet agencies, probably.
Yep, definitely.
One of those ones with 3 letters.
The chat like you, man. I don't want to interrupt, but I'm saying the chat like your chat.
They like my chat.
Aye. Do you do this a lot? Do you go on hangouts a lot?
Not really, dude. Not
Nah?
really. You're the only sort of regular sort of streamer that I've been watching for the past 5 or 6 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you came on before? Have you came on before?
I came on once before.
Aye.
My time was limited, so I couldn't really stay for too long. But I did. I have chatted to you before.
Yep.
But I think it's going to, like, the position that everyone's in at the minute. All these COVID restrictions are starting to be lifted, but it's like whenever you've sat down beside a crocodile and you realize the crocodile snapped at you, you just don't sit there. There's the crocodile's gonna come for round number 2. This is just the first round, Jed.
I feel the same way, mate. I feel like I didn't wake it. Yes, it's finished. COVID's ended. Is it? Fuck. Is it like you said? It's like fucking. It's like the crocodile coming a wee bit closer, coming a wee bit closer.
You've escaped the first snap. The second snap, who knows?
Is that the way they want us to feel though? Like always, like fucking tense, like we can't relax.
Well, I don't know, man. But if you stand back, if you disconnect yourself from the emotion and stuff that's going on, from the politics and the different celebrities that you like or you don't like, and just look at it for what it is in the cool light of day, it's part of a bigger plan. Remember, the plan is by 2030 you'll be happy and you'll own nothing. That's the big plan, Jed. And this is just the first phase. And if the vaccine does turn out to be some sort of bioweapon,
why would they have so many like building companies or building all these fucking new builds? What's going to happen in the future if nobody owns anything? Like what happens with all these houses and stuff that people own? Like,
your guess is as good as mine, man. I mean,
I know that I've heard that saying so many fucking times. You'll own nothing and be happy, but it's like what I see is like a boom, and I don't see it slowing down. Like people just buying houses.
Yeah, but but the people who are buying these houses, it's usually large housing associations that are buying the houses and renting them out. It's not the first time buyers that are buying these lovely new build houses, Jed. Yeah. It's housing associations, and it's being used as an alternative to council housing, social housing, and that's what it is.
So sorry, mate. Someone said history hoverflies. You know what? See what you just said there. Go to Scotland and fill up some bottles. I've actually been looking for big enough bottles, like but glass. I don't know why I got with the big plastic fucking things. I've been trying to get big glass ones, like to go up and fill water up at Scotland. It's like this water that comes out the ground, and it's like it's meant to cure leprosy and shit like that. But honestly, see, after I seen the results of my hard water, I started thinking of like alternatives for drinking water. I was thinking I might just go up to Scotland and fill up like just big tanks of fucking water for drinking. I can use the tap for other things like cleaning and all the other shit, but for drinking, and maybe my guts, maybe I'll smell. It's not that I want to smell. It just smells the same. Like everything smells. It feels like that. I don't care if you watch South Park, like when one of the kids, everything was shit, and it feels like and even when I go in behind my son, sometimes like that little shit does a shit. I go in behind him like, oh man, he smells like me. Like it's the same smell. I don't care if it's COVID or the water.
Well, Jed, if you ever distill water, like I've been drinking distilled water for the past 10 years because the water supply where I live is absolutely shocking. 2 days of distilling water, you've got to clean the distiller out, and the shit that comes out of that distiller is absolutely foul. Say if you were to have a shower in tap water, You'd almost need another shower to clean yourself off.
Yeah.
The filth in the tap supply is, and I sent the local water company a letter asking for a full list and breakdown of all the chemicals that they treat the water with, Jed.
Yeah.
Dude, it's not even funny. It's not even funny what the shit they put in the water.
Here, mate, I need to go to the little boys' room. If you can just hold on for just 2 minutes, mate. Even read the chat or something. I'll be back in a...
Yeah, I'll try and entertain the chat. Anybody got any questions? Well, see, the thing with Bitcoin is you don't know who started it. And there's speculation that all these new graphics cards that are able to mine Bitcoin or that can do any of this cryptocurrency mining are actually, yes, there are people that actually hard mine on their computers, but a percentage of that is being used as AI processing. So if you were one of these mad geniuses who wants to have a supercomputer, why spend a couple of billion on a supercomputer when you can implement this into a graphics card and have the populace do this for you? And you're taking a percentage, even should it be only 0.01% of each graphics card that's out there, and that's contributing to the overall AI supercomputer processing. So there is talk about that. Whether there's any substance to it or not, I'm not sure. But I'm not a big fan of cryptocurrency at all. Money to conquer Mars. Well, all this talk about going to Mars. Yeah. They can't even cure cancer, but they want to go to Mars. Nice. Are you feeling strangely refreshed yet? You're muted. You're muted.
I feel amazing, mate. Feels good.
Fantastic.
Because I was holding it in for about 10 minutes and listening to you talking. All right, I was going to mention when I was doing a piss, I was thinking, man, you mentioned earlier you were getting you stopped getting painkillers for it. Have you got MS?
Yeah, I've got multiple sclerosis. I've had it for 9 years.
Oh, brutal, mate.
But
brutal.
Yeah, the painkillers that had me. You've heard of tramadol, yeah?
Oh, aye. My missus got them when she had a section.
Well, this is the next one up on the opiate scale. It's like the big bad brother of tramadol.
No way.
I was on like 600 milligram throughout the course, so 200 milligrams 3 times a day. But I went cold turkey, dude. I felt a bit shitty for a day or two, like a bit fluey, but
I'm going to tell you a story that I've not really told that many people because I'm quite ashamed about it, and I'm actually going to say on the air. But so fuck. My missus, she got the tramadol because she got a section like with her first child there, but she didn't like them. She was gurning in her sleep. Anyway, like a month later, I smashed my hand when I was doing a removal. I was going down the stairs with a washing machine, and I fucking jammed my hand between the washing machine and a banister and the stair. And I swear to God, mate, the pain in my hand. But I still had to work. I just had a newborn fucking son, and I had to still work. So I said, babe, have you still got those fucking whatever those painkillers? So those tramadols. Nah, she's like, nah, I didn't take it. I'm like, I need something because this hand's fucking killing me. And I started taking, and do you know what was the weird thing when I first took those tramadol? I got that weird chill up the neck, that fucking, can the hair stand up in the back of the neck? And it was a nice feeling. And I did start forgetting about the pain in my hand, which was a weird thing.
Yeah.
And I started taking them like just a couple every day, again, like just to fucking, and then I started realizing here, I think I'm fucking getting like wanting these more than I should. And then I just I did stop them. I stopped them. I had to stop them because my missus ran out of them eventually. But I fucking fucking, I could feel myself getting. I was getting that weird feeling that. I remember when I took my first.
I think what you're describing, Jed, is called the opiate hug. It's like a big, warm, fuzzy hug. It's such.
It's just a warm, just cozy, fuzzy feeling. It is. It's like all around your body. You're just like,
I'll be absolutely honest. Tramadol are absolutely fantastic for pain relief, but there is a downside. The downside that the doctors don't tell you about all these opiates, especially the synthetic opioids, they actually soften your bone, and they can lead to fractures and stuff like that. So if you're on them long term, it's not really good for you. It decreases your bone density and bone quality.
No
but
way.
You can see, obviously, because it's an opiate, it has the opiate effect, and it does the job.
Aye. I done the job for my hand, but then it was doing the other things to me that I didn't fucking like.
Yeah, but then you start getting itchy backs and things like and then you need people to scratch you and stuff. I mean,
face.
Yeah, you get the
It's like
opiate
the old
itch.
DFs. Can you remember the old DFs back in the day? The diffs. We called them diffs in Scotland. They were fucking. They had a big long name, but we just called them diffs. But they were the same. They give you itchy face. Can you just go itchy? Can it's like itchiness?
Yeah,
and they sold them for 50 pence in the schemes in Scotland in each.
But the doctor withdrew those in February 2020, and I went cold turkey. I just said, right, well, fuck it. The doctor clearly doesn't care about my health, because it took 3 years for me to get to see the doctor at the pain clinic. So after 3 years of being on those, I was like, right, the doctor's. There's no point in me getting any prescriptions off him. So I just went cold turkey, and I haven't had a prescription from the doctor since.
Man, MS is such a fucking. I mind looking into MS, and it's quite a prominent thing in Scotland, kind of, in Northern Britain. It's compared to the rest of the world per person. For some reason, Scottish people and Northern Irish and Irish people get MS more than fucking anybody in the world. For some reason, it's like a white man disease.
Well, women are 3 times more likely to get it, but whenever a man gets it, it's usually quite severe.
Yeah.
There's all these neurological diseases, Ed or Jed, that we didn't have 100, 150 years ago. They all kind of sprung up after World War II.
What if we did have them, but they just weren't diagnosed properly?
Well, no. See, what they done, they said they eradicated polio, but they didn't. They just rebranded it MS, and they broke it up to fibromyalgia. They broke it down into different types of neurological disease. So people who were maybe had fibromyalgia at one point were possibly diagnosed as MS sufferers at one point, and vice versa. Now you've got diseases like transverse myelitis, multiple sclerosis. There's 2 flavors of multiple relapse and remitting, and then there's the progressive. So it's the neurologists don't have a clue what they're doing. Like they just don't. They don't know how can they treat a disease when they don't know what causes it? And if you look at the Cancer Research Foundation, they have been researching the causes of cancer for the past 150 years. And how closer to a cure are they? So whenever you realize that the MS Society and these cancer charities, they're all scams.
Yeah.
They're just raising money, and the chief executives drive about in these big, brand new 1-year-old Mercedes BMWs. They're not a charity for the people at all. They don't care. Like, what have they been researching for 150 years? And the incidence of neurological disease, it shot up drastically whenever they started their vaccination programs on kids. You look at the vaccination schedule for a child today, and you look at a vaccination schedule for somebody from the 1950s, 60s. It's the kids are on 45 injections, whereas
they would say that back in the 50s and 60s that the kids' mortality rates were probably a lot lower, they're probably higher. A lot of kids would probably die at a young age just catching silly fucking.
Well, it's like anything, Jed. With statistics, you can lie about anything. So I believe there's a firm correlation between neurological diseases and all these mysterious diseases that we have now that weren't available years ago. But I'm not a qualified doctor and I don't give medical advice, but all I can sort of give you is my opinion. And opinions are like arseholes. Everyone has one. So
sometimes they stink.
Yeah.
Most of them stink.
Yeah. And if you're in Canada, some people may find them unacceptable opinions, like your woman or your man Trudeau. So yeah, but the believe, like if you look at the NHS, Jet, you go to your doctor with an acre of pain. He looks at your whole body. He look at every part of your body, but what part of the body does he not look at? Has he no interest in?
Your neck.
Your mouth. The only interest your doctor has in your mouth extends to the tonsils, and that's it. When you go to the dentist has an interest in your teeth, and that's it. So there's apparently a lot of these strange diseases have been linked to jawbone infections. How true it is or not, I don't know. I can't comment. But whenever
jawbone, like the jawbone.
Yep.
Infection.
Jawbone. So whenever
like through teeth.
Yep. So say you get a tooth extracted from your local dentist. Now there's dental surgeries in Switzerland and Germany that are now doing this. Whenever they extract a tooth, your tooth's surrounded by a ligament. It's almost like a muscle. It's not bone and it's not flesh. It's like a gristle, and it acts as a shock absorber. So when you bite down on your teeth, it doesn't give you that jarring feeling.
Yeah.
So most dentists are trained, especially the British Dental Association, that when you pull a tooth, that ligament comes out with the tooth, but that doesn't always happen. And what happens is that hole that's in your jawbone, within about 2 weeks, the gum will heal over, but the bone doesn't heal. And that ligament, because it's not flesh and it's not bone, it kind of goes necrotic because there's no oxygen on it. And it'll sit and fester and bubble and leak bacteria into your immune system. And over a series of years, the more teeth you have extracted, the more pockets of infection that you have in your mouth, the more that burdens your immune system. And then all of a sudden, your immune system can't cope with it anymore. And then all of a sudden, by the time you're 30-something, 40-something, you get really sick with some mysterious illness. And your doctor, you go to your dentist about it, your dentist says, oh, no, that doesn't happen. And you speak to your doctor, you need to see your dentist. So you should, I think it's called a dental cavitations, or mandible cavitations they're called.
So you think that other illnesses could be linked to your dental health?
Well,
or your dental treatment, should we say?
Well, yeah. Well, my experience with the allopathic healthcare system has been absolutely shocking, Jed. Because if I go to the doctor tomorrow and say I've got a pain on X, Y, and Z, he'll say it's your MS. As soon as you get that MS diagnosis, it's the worst thing you can ever get, because everything that you ever have from now on is MS.
Fuck's sake. And what condition are you in right now? Can you walk around and?
Yeah, it's mainly back. My back's fucked, absolutely fucked.
Yeah,
I can work on the computer, and that's what I do.
I've got like sciatica. It'll not make you feel any better, because MS is brutal, man. And like I can't fucking. But I have a lot of back pain, and one of the worst pains that I do have is the sciatica that runs fucking like the top of my butt cheek, man, right down my leg. Oh, it is the fucking worst, man. And it's usually caused by sitting about too long.
Yeah. And remember, whenever they introduce sugar, a high sugar diet, and all these candies and stuff, that's when tooth decay starts happening.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at when sugar was introduced after the war, the incidence rates of these neurological diseases started to climb as well, in tandem with the vaccination rollout as well. And did you know, Jed? Like, if I was to say to you, would you take a drink of mercury? You know, that shiny little liquid metal. What would you say? Would you drink that stuff?
No.
Why?
Because I learned, like, in history that kings and queens and shit used to think it was like a special thing, and they used to go crazy. Drinking mercury turned them crazy. Like one of the Chinese emperors used to eat little balls of it, and he went fucking mad.
Well, in chemistry, Jed, right? In A-level organic chemistry, we were taught it's the most poisonous, toxic, neurotoxic metal element that's non-radioactive.
Mercury.
Yeah, and see the when you go to the high street dentist and you get a silver filling. Do you know what that is?
What is it? Is it got mercury in it?
50% mercury by weight.
Holy shit!
So if you've got a fairly big filling, and it's if you open your mouth and you look at your mouth and see how many fillings you've got, if they're silver, that's mercury. In
I
your
got
mouth.
my first filling when I was like 33 or 34, mate. Like, and I think I asked for a white one, because I'm got my teeth are like that, because my teeth are all right. I thought, and they fucking gave me a silver one. I was like, what the fuck? I said I pay the extra for the white one.
That's mercury, Jed. 50% mercury. Get that shit out of your mouth quickly.
Yeah.
Because every time you brush that, or every time you drink coffee, that off gases. Mercury never stays. That'll gas off mercury vapors, and it's like 2 inches from your brain, man. Get that shit.
I tell them I wanted a white one, and they gave me a fucking metal one, mate.
No, the white are BPA free composites. They're actually pretty good for you. But those mercury ones, no. Get that shit out of your mouth, Jed. But if you do a search for multiple sclerosis, everything comes back to dental work.
I've only got one, man. I'm 40 this year. I've only got one filling. And
Yeah,
I've actually never been to the dentist since fucking 2019. Like, since that COVID kicked off in 2019.
Yeah.
I've not been to the dentist, mate.
Yeah.
So I believe that if you just brush your teeth every fucking day, man, you can avoid the dentist.
Yeah, but if you've got a sweet tooth, you like sugary foods, you know.
Yeah, mate. I like sugary shit, mate. I do. Like, I run off like just my work. I have to have loads of sugar. I love it, man. Like, especially energy drinks. That fucking.
But say you've had your wisdom teeth removed because they're impacted, or you've had crowding issues in your jaw, and say at 10 years old you have teeth removed to make room for the other teeth coming through. You know, those pockets of infection can sit there festering for years. And then that, because they're full of blood and stuff, where does the blood go? Anywhere that your body goes. Whenever I was in university, there was a bacteria have an action called chemotaxis, which, you know, whenever you walk into your mum's house on a Sunday, you can smell the Sunday dinner and you go straight to the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
But different bacteria have that. It's a mechanism called chemotaxis. So whenever they are released into your bloodstream, so certain bacteria prefer your lungs, some bacteria prefer your joints, because they can smell. They're just attracted to those areas because they can propagate and survive there and for long periods of time, because it's that type of environment that they like. But yeah, but I'm not a doctor. I
man, that's totally new. I've never heard.
But that's the only place. Remember,
you know a lot more than I do about that kind of shit, man, because that's totally new to me. I've fucking.
Well, whenever you get a multiple sclerosis diagnosis, Jed, you start scouring the internet for everything, and then everything comes back to the mouth. Every bit of research you'll do on multiple sclerosis, it always comes back to your mouth.
That's crazy, mate. Because I have heard that your mouth's one of the dirtiest places getting the bacteria that's in your mouth. So if you've got loads of cavities and leakages and fucking, you're exposed to everything that goes in there, eh?
And if you look at the old ancient Indian, Chinese healthcare, they have these charts that apparently every tooth is linked to an organ in your body. They're called meridians. This is from the holistic side of healthcare.
I've seen that with feet. And like the toes, like every toe's got like a fucking like
they do that in reflexology, but in terms of dental, every tooth is connected to a part of your body, and your back molars, top and bottom, you know, the back three teeth on each corner, they're connected to your heart, the heart meridian.
All right.
So if you know somebody who's got this mysterious strange heart issues, it's probably coming from one of those areas there. But if you look at what the British Dental Association teach dentists, dude, it's complete bullshit. It's the only area of medicine where they keep a dead organ in your body. It's like if you get an appendicitis, they take the appendix out. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you've got a sore tooth, the British Dental Association will drill it out, fill it with wax, and cap it off. If you've got a dead organ, your teeth are organs because they have blood supply, they have nerves. If you've got a dead tooth, you take that shit out. You don't leave that laying in your body because it's just ground zero for infection, man. That's not good.
Someone in the chat said the same root canals are dangerous as they block in infections.
Yeah.
I've never really looked into the whole mouth health connected with other fucking things. You know what I mean? I've never really thought about it that way. Like even like maybe cancers or whatever could maybe come through the mouth.
So yeah, there you go, man.
Aye,
But
man.
yeah, this last 2 years has been a complete eye opener. The masks have been taken off, and we've got to see our leaders and our politicians for what they are. And I think there's a percentage of the population that still want to live in that dream world, that everything's fine. You know that meme with the wee dog sitting on a burning room going, "This is fine."
Mm-hmm. I call it toxic positivity.
Yeah, that's a toxic positivity.
Aye.
Yeah.
It's where you didn't show any empathy for people in distress and try and like top it off with positivity when really the world's burning around you. I mean, it's like, fucking hell, man, wake up.
Yeah. No, history hoverfly, whenever I mentioned about sugar, whenever you have a high sugar diet, you're more likely to get cavities, therefore teeth removed. Therefore, if the tooth isn't removed properly, that periodontal ligament is left in your jawbone. So when the gum heals over, you then have that hole in your jawbone that never heals, and that ligament then goes necrotic. That's what I mean. I understand about the myelin sheath getting attacked, but that's how sugar can influence it. If that infection is centered in your jawbone, and that bacteria.
And what about the genetic fucking cards you get dealt when you get a set of teeth? Like, there's a lot of people that have to get their wisdom teeth removed because just the way their mouth's shaped, they've not got room for these extra teeth in the back. And nowadays, most people get their wisdom teeth removed.
Well,
so
as I say, there's a way to take the tooth out safely and properly, but most dentists don't do it, and that's the thing, Jed. And it's the people who have teeth taken out in their younger years that are likely to suffer from these mysterious diseases when they're younger, which is strange.
How old were you when you had your wisdom teeth?
I think 13 or 14.
I was similar age. My missy, she was like, I was still aware because we've been together like 15, 16 years. So I think she was still they were still growing in when she was in her 20s. You know what I mean? Her wisdom teeth.
Still growing in their 20s?
Still growing in. Like they were growing like one at a time, kind of like each side.
No,
I remember she was still complaining about one like growing in.
No, mine came in early, dude. My teeth, I had a whole mouthful of teeth. It was great.
That was evidence how you get into the army at one point. They would check your wisdom teeth.
Check your age. But yeah, but this whole maneuvering in Ukraine and stuff, man, I don't think anything's going to come from it. But if anything does come from it, like you've got all these US, the White House talking heads saying, yes, we have intelligence, blah, blah, blah. But then you say, yeah, you also had intelligence about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and look how that turned out. Fuck off. Nobody believes them.
Nah. They are the worst. I've got to say, like, Britain has got shit media, the BBC, the STV, the Sun, blah, blah, blah. But see, when you look at America, man, it's like our media on steroids. It is fucking, it's almost like a movie when you watch their shit. The way they present it, the way they talk, the words they use, it's so fucking in your face. And
I don't know about you, Jed, but when you watch the American political system, and I'm going to be fairly careful because I do realize you've got some American guests and you've got some people who
hear me. Didn't hold back. Didn't hold fucking back.
When you look at when you look at the American political system, it's like a big fucking soap opera. It's absolutely.
It is, and the Americans in my chat will agree.
And people say Americans are stupid. And I think that's a very bad generalization. I think they don't realize how much propaganda that they're getting on a daily basis, and they're that immersed in it that they can't actually see it.
Exactly. I mean, you only know what you're taking in, and most people are taking in shite.
The only guest of yours that you've had on a regular basis that I really don't like that much would be Validation Boy. I think he's just no thanks. But if you were to,
what opinions did you know?
He's just a troll, dude. He says so much stuff just to inflame people, and whether it's done to get the chat going or whatever. I don't know, man. But I think I think the cheese slid off his cracker a long time ago, man.
The cheese slid off his cracker. I like that.
There's something. I think he's drawing there. There's something not right with the guy.
I think you could be onto something there.
Whether it's a cry for attention or I don't know what it is. He could be a nice guy on his own, but whenever he comes on stream, I think he's pandering to the audience and he gets on like a complete cock. But that's me. I could be wrong.
No, he has got his sort of little groupie followers who love his edginess, and I feel like he probably thinks he'll lose them if he doesn't keep that fucking edginess. He has to say something controversial every time he's on.
It's kind of it's on this. It's being
grates on you eventually. Yeah,
it's being unnecessarily provocative at every opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
You know, say your piece at once, and it's like you saying about someone coming into work and giving you a joke today, then telling you the same joke tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
He's so predictable.
It's like I was saying on a hangout the other night. There, we used to have a friend that used to hang around with us, and we used to just be hanging around, kicking a football, talking, drinking a bottle of Buckfast, and next minute, this one friend would pick up a brick and throw it through someone's window. Like, and we'd stand there like, what the fuck? We'd run away and we'd be laughing and joking again, whatever. And then, but he'd do it again and again. And then get to the point where, here, mate, we don't want to fucking hang around with you anymore.
You're not drinking around. You're not going to come to my house bringing your friends drinking, Jed, if you're breaking in, for fuck's sake.
I used to hear, mate, the stuff I used to do as a teenager, fucking, like, at the time, I used to think I wasn't bad, but when I look back and I thought if I had, we used to go around chapping people's doors for fags. Like we used to go around people's doors, like 4 or 5 of us, and say, here, mister, you got a spare fag? Like, tap on people's doors, go around all the stairs, tap on every door. And every door that said no, we just wouldn't go back. And a lot of people would say, fuck off and chase us. But a lot of people would just give us fags, and we go back and back and back and back. There was quite a few pedos. Like, you kind of was like, come into my house. We'd like go into his house and like fucking take all his fags and go back again. Like, aye, fucking. Oh, we were terrible teenagers, man.
The fags that you were asking for, he had a different definition of the word fag.
I know, sorry, American. Like, I'm using this one so fucking brazenly. Like, he's saying fag. But to me, I still say fag like as a cigarette. I'll always say fag as a cigarette. That's just what a fag is to me.
Yeah,
it's not a gay person. It's just a cigarette. So,
but even down to, like, as I say, you've had some interesting guests and stuff on, but I say Validation Boy, he just turns me off completely, man. Because it's not only that, like, this is your channel, and he'll quite happily do a bowl or do a bong on your channel, risking your channel getting shut down.
Yeah.
Because the laws in the UK, cannabis isn't legal here, so we have to obey the law. Whereas he can let rip because he's in California. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but not just that, mate. When he does have a live stream and he lets rip, he fucking turns the camera off.
Yeah.
And then turns it back on. But when he's on my show, he just.
I think when he comes on here, he just turns it up to level 10. Just to get a reaction. I think that's what it is. He's a very reactionary kind of character, which it's kind of, you can get a laugh for the first couple of times, but after a week or so, it gets old quick. So I think the decision to keep him off your channel, man's probably for the best.
I've got Vlad in that was one of VB's buddies, but I noticed I was on a chat the other night with D, and Vlad said, I'll come up to Orlando or some shit like that to VB, and VB was like, I'm too busy. See Vlad? He threw you under the bus. He threw you under the fucking bus, Vlad. Listen to me, boy. Are you there? Vlad, I'll just kick you if you're just going to stream your fucking frozen car. What are you doing, man? Oh, he's away.
He's maybe in a car accident.
But we were on a stream last night, and Validation Boy was in the chat, and Vlad turned around and said to VB, "Oh, I'll come up to Orlando and we can meet up." And VB was like, "I'm too busy."
Right.
It's like, and then Vlad just disappeared at the chat, man. We didn't see Vlad again. That was just fucking cruel, man. Like it's fucking. Like if I get the chance to meet anybody in my chat, man, it'd be cool. I've met a few people on YouTube, and it's always went well. To be honest with you, there's never been an awkward like meeting when I've met someone on YouTube. Because I'm usually the same guy. I'm like, to be honest, what you see is what you get with me. I mean, if you meet me outside, I'm the same guy. This is not an act. I can't act for how long we've fucking gone for? Is that 3 hours? You can't act for fucking 3 hours. Like even prefer actors need cut.
It doesn't even feel like 3 hours yet.
Aye, I know, mate. It just goes so quick. But like I said, this is what you see. Like what you see is what you get, man. Sometimes I do these streams because sometimes I feel in my world, in my working life and my day-to-day, I just didn't get to speak about these things, and it's good to get some shit off my chest. And in a way, it is a sort of kind of therapy for me, like talking to people and like you said, like VB, it's good speaking to VB, but he just keeps on going on about the same shit, man. It's good to hear someone else talk about something else. Right, here's Vlad again. Vlad,
hey, what's up?
Happening? What's happening, mate?
I'm in downtown Mobile, and I guess the signal's all fucked off. I don't know. We just came back from the Mardi Gras parade. It was lame as fuck, though. I didn't even want to go live.
You see the tits?
No, they don't do that. They don't do. It's more family oriented here. They don't do that here. We have to go to New Orleans to do that, to see that.
Here, if you're lucky, Jed, Vlad will maybe turn the camera around and show you his tits.
I've seen them already. They weren't impressive, actually. Vlad.
Yeah.
I was just saying to our guest. Sorry, mate. Is there a name you don't have to give me a real name. You can tell me fucking. Is there a normal name I can refer to you apart from 77?
My real name's Sven. Sven.
Oh, Sven. Hey, Sven. I was saying earlier about VB like totally bumming off Vlad. Vlad.
Oh, I know. I was just telling my honey here. I was like, I'm fucking heartbroken. Me and VB, we could go way back, and this motherfucker's telling me, "Oh, I'm busy, man." I'm like, "What the fuck? I guess I'll be going to UK then."
That was bullshit, mate.
I'm heartbroken, dude.
If you fucking had a live stream like this and you said, "Jed, I'm in Scotland," blah blah, I'd be like, "You can fucking sleep on my couch."
Yeah.
I'm not moving off my bed, like, but you can sleep on my fucking couch.
And I would appreciate that. But yeah, I was like, BB, hey, I'm ready to go to fucking Orlando. My girlfriend's like, okay, cool. I'm not going to Orlando with you. You know, and she has her own issues with BB. She's okay with me being friends with them. And I'm like, I'm going to go visit him, man. And then he's like, no, I'm busy. I'm like, what the fuck, BB? Come on, man. Really?
So
I'm
totally
going to
just
where
friends
you're at. When?
So VB just friend zoned you completely? That's shocking, man.
Yeah, I'm sad. I'm really sad.
He must have been busy delivering pizzas or something like that. Who knows?
I guess so. I don't know. I'm just like sad and heartbroken over it.
Well,
that's all I can say.
Sven, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking, what is he busy doing? Like fucking standing in front of the mirror reciting fucking the Bible or some shit.
I know, we need to go way back. I mean, fucking, he's always been supportive of me. I've been supportive of him.
I know what he's doing. He's busy getting a personality transplant.
Is that what it is?
That's what's
my honey's right here next to me. My honey's right next to me. We're literally driving back from the fucking Mardi Gras, the second Mardi Gras. This is the second day of the Mardi Gras. So we got into what, March 1st?
Yeah.
Yeah. So until March 1st, there's gonna be Mardi Gras parades every day. So we might be going in. Might go in every one of them. I don't know.
Why no, man? Why no? It might be our last. It might be our last fucking year before the Super Omicron comes up and fucks everyone. So just try and do as much as you can. Like every day's your last, mate. That's what I fucking say.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because you never know what shit they're gonna peel at their fucking satanic fucking decky cards next. You know what I mean? It's fucking
Yeah, exactly.
right. Someone's saying don't write VB off. Nah, do you know what? I think VB says a lot of good shit that I do like, but at the same time, he's a dickhead. You know what I mean? He's just a dickhead. And somebody like VB in my work area wouldn't last a fucking second. He'd get slapped for somebody.
He's deliberately provocative, and he knows he's doing it. He does it for a reaction, and if you don't react to it, he'll do it and do it and do it until someone snaps. That's the kind of character he is.
Yeah, that's what I told my sister. I was like, a lot of people agree with him, especially a lot of women agree with him. But there's parts that they don't, because he attacks all women. His presentation is all women, not just the feminists, because they're like even Barbie and Lori even says, "Oh, hey, we're right with you, but how about not this far?" They're like, well, we agree with you with this, but not all this. So hey, and I really told them, like, it's your presentation or the way you present it is like, yeah. And I know he's trying to get a rise out of people, and that's a given. It was just go, okay, that's what he wants to do, fine. that's cool with me. But that's what he does, and like I said, I agree with I can agree with 99% of the stuff he does. Only 1% I don't is he goes after just that, he wants to get at everybody. That's his thing.
He strikes me.
Okay, cool. I don't want to do that, but if he wants to do it, fine with it. And I'm okay. Yeah, cool, whatever.
He strikes me as a bit of a sociopath. He kind of tests the audience, and
I don't think so.
He's kind of probing for weaknesses and probing for things that are going to be inflammatory. And then once he finds those areas, he hones in on them, and he just doesn't stop. He just carries on until the whole chat just goes to shit.
I think I've said before, he's a pseudo narcissist. He thinks he's a narcissist, but he's really not.
He's a pseudo friend,
which is not a bad thing.
He's a
I'm not
pseudo
saying anything bad about him, but he tries to portray himself as a certain thing, in it, which I said he does things, and we've talked about it before, and he wants to get a rise out of people by saying certain things, and he knows he can. Especially about the women thing. I said feminism stuff. A lot of women are against feminism, but he'll start just going after women, and then he groups it all up, and that's when it just causes problems.
But that's fair enough. But he proved how much a piece of shit he was when he dropped you like a wet rag in the chat when you were like, "Hey VB, I'll come up and visit you in Orlando," and he was like, "Hey Vlad, I'm busy." That's just a piece of shit. That just shows you how much a piece of shit he is. He's just a piece of shit.
He dropped.
Well, all I can say is I was heartbroken. I was heartbroken when he said that. Okay,
no, Vlad, I know you were heartbroken because you never came back to the fucking chat.
Well, no, I was in the chat. I just didn't say anymore because I was crying.
I believe that.
Tell them what you saw downtown.
What we see? What we see? Twerking. Oh yeah, you know how you see those videos of those black women jumping out of their cars, twerking, and they start shaking their booties and stuff. We've seen that. I tried to get my phone out of my pocket and record it, dude. And fucking, I got the last 4 seconds ever to get in their car. But it was 4 black girls walking down the street, and then 3 black girls got out of their car and started twerking right there in the middle of the street. I was like, no way. I'm like trying to get my phone out of my pocket. By the time I got it out, they're already done. I was like, damn it. I was like, oh my God, they really do this shit. But back to the BB thing. Yeah. I was,
sorry. See, when I see twerking, when I see these women do this, I'm just waiting for a big jobby to fall out their bum.
Nice, Jed. Yeah. Nice. That's nice imagery.
With all that shaking, I would be shitting myself. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
Right, anyway. Sorry, Vlad. What were you going to say?
Well, yeah, I was kind of bummed out when VB said that. But hey, if he's busy, I'll take his word for it. If he's busy, he's busy, and I'll try to go visit somebody else, I guess.
you just bend it. Vlad, nah. You didn't just fucking accept that.
Huh?
You didn't just accept that like a little bitch. Like, if he's busy, he's busy. Fuck that shit, mate. Fuck him.
I'm putting the ball in his court, okay?
Nah, he totally palmed you off, man. He needs to apologize and say, here, I'm going to treat you like a king, give you a fucking somewhere to live. It's fucking for 6 months. You can go to fucking Disneyland for free. You can fucking go and watch the WWE for free. You can meet all these 6'3" giants that you met.
Go get her.
And then I said, I guess I'll go to Disney World and make fun of Disney fucking motherfuckers by myself.
Yeah, mate, I would still want as sadistic and weird and evil as fucking Disney World and all that shit is. I still would probably want to go there, man. I still would probably want to go there.
But I'll sit in the parking lot and make fun of them by myself, I guess.
I would probably still want to go on the rides and that because it was always like I remember being a kid, man. I always wanted to go to Disney World, man. It was always that dream. You knew it would never happen. I mean, just because you were poor, you're fucking poor.
Yeah.
I'd probably go there and be like, "What the fuck? Why am I here, man?" Look at the dodgy fucking. Disney is weird, man. But I would probably still be an experience to go. You know what I mean? Scottish Dolly is in the house. Who's this? Oh, I'm always curious of the Scots that show up. In case they know me. In case they know me, because it's a small country, Scotland. You know what I mean? There's only 5 million people here. 5 million people, they're killing us off. And you know what? There's more people dying than there has been born. There you go. So we're going to be fucking extinct.
Well, actually, it's I think it's like 2.3 people are being born versus 1 person dying.
Nah, here it's like -5 or some shit, man. Like back in the old days, it used to be like 10. Like my granny, she had 5 brothers and 5 sisters. Like fucking massive families, But usually you find with massive families, there's massive poverty. So when the poverty goes down, the families get smaller. So there's this illusion now that we're better because junkies now have got like the latest iPhones and like poor people have got the biggest screens, big fucking widescreen TVs in their rooms. So they think they're like better off, but they're just poor like everyone else.
Yeah.
Aye, man. Aye, we're fucked. We're fucked. But hey, you're going to a Mardi Gras and enjoy it, mate. Enjoy it. That's the way I'm thinking nowadays. Like I had my last Christmas I had a Christmas night out, and do you know what? I actually made a fucking effort to have a good time. And I thought all the negative shit, just forget about it. Have a good time.
Oh yeah.
This could be your last, mate. This could be your fucking last. And if it's not the COVID stuff, the lockdowns, you could walk out your house tomorrow and get knocked down by a bus. So fucking.
Oh yeah.
Jed, I think you would call this toxic positivity, man. You need to stop this shit.
Nah, man, nah.
Jed, back to reality, dude. We're living in a shit show.
Nah, we are living in a shit show, but at the same time, there's a lot of shit out there that's good that you can just embrace the now. You know what I mean? There is. And there's nothing stopping me if you drive in to the top of my country and back again and the mire and everything in between. You know what I mean? Like, before we go, we could be living in a small window right now of freedom that we're not going to get in the future.
Well, see, here's the thing.
Just the fact we're speaking to each other right now, unregulated, just fucking.
Oh yeah, well, whenever the social credit system kicks in, we're not going to be able to do this on the internet.
What we're doing is going to be unheard of in the future.
If you think about it, right? If the shit really does hit the fan and society collapses, do you really want to live in that type of environment, or would you rather just go out with the rest of them? To be fair, all these preppers and stuff that want to live through this apocalypse, nah, it's not for me. I'd
rather go Mad Max. I'd rather do the Mad Max thing and fucking try to live it out. And that's crazy. I had a dream the other night that all the power went out everywhere, and I was somewhere else, not close by anybody I knew. And I was with this group of people, and we ended up going to this like giant tower. It's like this cylinder tower building, and I remember being at the very top of it and looking out, and it was like the city was on fire, but there was fires around the city because people are trying to cook food or whatever it was, but there was like fires in like different. You could see them in the backyards, and I was like tripping. I was like, whoa. This is like the movies, man. So I know this is real shit. The people I was with, like, this is really happening. I was like, no fucking way. This is fucking crazy. But yeah, I had a dream the other night about that. That's only that to my, which I wouldn't really consider it a nightmare because it wasn't like really bad, but it's just like, wow, this is really happening.
Yeah, yeah.
Chad, look at those roads that he's driving on. Not a single pothole compared to the UK roads. That's shocking.
I know.
Yeah, it's pretty smooth right here. Oh, there's some potholes around town, but this is a road that doesn't have them.
Oh man, there's we've got a road it's a wee country road that comes up and comes into our village sort of thing. But there's been so much new construction in the area that all these big fucking trucks and see the potholes these things create, man. These vehicles coming up these. Honestly, man, I'm fucking. I need to find a different route, man. There's giant holes in our roads caused by these construction fucking vehicles, and nobody's fixing them. You know what I mean? Well, like Sven said, we've got terrible fucking potholes in Britain. Like, it must be the rain or some shit.
Well, we discovered it because I see in Arizona there's not really potholes because the land's so dry and there's not really nothing there. But I noticed out here, especially at my mom's property, it was ants that caused because her driveway was asphalt. It wasn't like a concrete driveway that went into her yard, her house, and so the ants would get underneath, and they would make mounds. So they would dig all the dirt out from underneath, and then the rain comes, and then all of a sudden it's weak, and then she would drive on it, and it would collapse. And that was just in her driveway. So I'm thinking that's what's happening with these potholes. It's just ants making this dirt soft, and then the rain comes in, makes it even softer, and then all of a sudden you have a fucking pothole. Or whatever insect, which is I'm seeing ants out here. It's like shocking because I never experienced anything like that out in Arizona. They don't have that shit like that out there, except for like in flash flood areas where it's just water, fast moving water, and it gets up underneath the asphalt, and then you got fucking it's not even a pothole. It's a big old long line. The outside is a big old dip because all the dirt underneath is gone. But out here, I noticed this ants that weakens it, and then you got all the rain, and that's what's causing it. So
we've got something similar in here in Britain. We've got moles that come up. We've got moles that come up through the motorway in the middle of the M6. There's like moles that come up.
There you go. That's what's causing the potholes. It's not that that's bad. It's not bad asphalt or bad,
No, there's moles that come. There's moles that come right up through the tarmac. The cause traffic jams on the M6. There's like hundreds of them.
It's a haggis. That keep packing the roads, man.
You're making a kind of joke now. I don't know about. You're fucking laughing, dude. What the fuck?
I can imagine that on the radio. Moles on the M6. There's holes. Ants.
Funny.
But I think we got a lot of potholes because they're like lime in the ground and stuff like that. So you're right, there is like stuff under the ground. Maybe it's ants in America, man. Fuck knows. Ants wrecking the roads.
Yeah, there's like literally no potholes in Phoenix.
That's it. Jed, we're all going to go move and live with Vlad. Vlad, will you put us up for a week or two?
What?
Can we sleep on your sofa for a week or two?
Oh, out here?
Or are you too busy?
If you can come out here to fucking Alabama, Mobile, Alabama, yeah, you can sleep on our couch.
Nice, thanks. See, at least you didn't tell me you're too busy. That's nice.
No, at the moment, I'm not. We're not, right? We can have somebody from the UK that came over here, right? You're from UK, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. If you came all the way from the UK, yeah, you could fucking sleep on a couch. At least sleep in a garage.
Here, will that be an upgrade to my current sleeping arrangements?
Where are you sleeping? Like, if it's an upgrade, come on, man, it can't be that bad.
Oh, dude, you just find somewhere that's reasonably flat and soft, and you just put your head down. Job done.
Nah, you'll be nice and comfy, man.
Oh, I can't go in there, huh?
No, but talking about Disneyland, Jed, like I went to Euro Disney back in 1999, shortly after it opened, and dude, I was pissed as a fart. We drinking.
You
Miller.
must have been a rich kid or something, or was it with the school? The high school?
It was a work function.
Nice.
So it was like the annual conference was held over there, so we went over there, and they paid free drink, free. The whole section of the park was cordoned off for us, and we went in this roller coaster. What's it called? Hot Mountain or something? But dude,
Space Mountain.
Space Mountain, that's the one.
Aye.
Me and my mate, we sat drinking beers, and then we went on Hot Mountain or Space Mountain. We went on there for like 30 minutes solid. Just kept going round and round and round. Dude, I've never felt so ill, and the whole Euro Disney experience. Just vodka, beer, and cider, and puke. It wasn't fun. Wasn't fun.
You were drinking vodka and cider at Disney World.
And beer, dude. We were ruled off.
Fuck's sake.
We were bollocks. It was,
That'd be weird.
Those are my new wheel covers I'm making.
Where the fuck are you, man? I just looked down and looked up, and you're now. Where the fuck are you?
I'm
in
in
the
the
car
garage,
a second ago.
Yeah, I'm at home now. I'm in the garage, but those I've been painting. I actually built these. I did a video of them. These are actually they're wheel trim rings, and I put aluminum pieces on it. I'm gonna make them like racing wheels on my truck. I mean, but those are the covers because I don't have any cool ass. I can't show it over here. It's dark.
When you're painting aluminium, Vlad, you need to use an etch primer, otherwise the paint will just flake off.
No, primer. Right.
Oh yeah. It's a primer paint. It's a primer matte because I have a matte black. I don't want the shiny. I find
that with any paint.
I want
like
that stealthy
most
look.
paint,
You know?
No, but aluminium, Jed, it needs an etch primer. It's like there's like an acid primer in it, so it actually eats into the metal a bit.
All right, right.
Steel and stuff like that, you just need to key it up. But in terms of aluminium, you need to have that etch primer, otherwise it
just flakes off.
Within a year, it looked like shit.
Yeah, well, let's see how it comes out. But yeah, I just painted these earlier today.
They're awfully plain. It'd be like the Back to the Future car, kind of like the DeLorean.
They're supposed to be. They're supposed to be. They're actually they have racing wheels like that because it's to keep the dirt out of them and stuff like that when they do racing. And I wanted it instead of being chrome, I wanted it the matte black because the rest of my truck, I'm gonna have it's orange and it has the black panels. It's a Honda Element, so I'm gonna be painting that the black panel. The gray panel is black.
How many inches are they? Are they like 16 inches or something?
Yeah, they're 16-inch wheels.
You need to get 4 Honda badges on the center of those wheels.
No, I'm gonna have that stealth. I'm gonna take all the emblems off. So it has that stealthy, ominous look to it. Without all these fucking emblems and shit. You know, that's why I didn't want.
Maybe you can put them on your car and visit VB to show them.
I was watching some of his. I was watching a video. One video he was talking about where he was working, and I was trying to fucking figure out where he worked, but that was like a couple years ago. And
Pizza Hut or some shit like that.
Working somewhere else, so I wouldn't be able to find it. If I even went there,
probably some Pizza Hut franchise, man. Kind of how they get franchised out. You get the franchise when the big companies franchise their company out, like Subway. Like there's fucking like loads of like franchises. I think he works for like Pizza Hut franchise or some shit like that. Or one of the big ones like Domino's or some shit.
It's more of a private one. It's more of a
just like for a pizza
like
shop.
The franchise
standards. You're sure to find them.
Maybe VB was actually involved in like the Pizza Gate and all that shit because he's like.
Oh yeah, Jed. There's something for you. Your man Alfonso, or your man who was in charge of that Pizza Hut or that pizza shop in Pizzagate.
My man. Who the fuck's my man?
Oh, your man. What do you call him? Alfonso or whatever his name is. They reckon he's a Rothschild. If you trace back his family history, he's
mate. See the Rothschilds. The people get this mixed up. See the Rothschilds. A lot of people think the Rothschilds a German name. See, there's actually a Rothschild Irish family, and it's like there's 2 different spellings of Rothschild. There's Rothe child, and there's Roth child. So there's a big, massive Irish Rothschild family. Rothschild isn't necessarily a Jewish name. If you break it down, Roth is actually a Celtic word for red. Well,
I never mentioned Jewish. Never said Jewish.
so the
I know-
Rothschilds, man, there was a big Rothschild family in Scotland as well, and they weren't Jews.
Well, it's he's apparently the bastard son of one of the Rothschilds. And remember we were saying about nepotism, jobs for the boys. These people are
Yep.
put in positions of power and things like that. So, yeah.
Oh, the Jews marry into the Scots, man, because they see them as similar, man. Tell you, see if you look at Hollywood, all the sort of so-called Jewish actors like fucking your Ben Stillers, your Adam Sandlers, your these sort of stereotypical Jewish comedians and stuff like that. You usually find that they're either married to another Jewish person or a ancestral Celtic person, like Irish or Scottish or something like that, for some reason. There's that pattern there for some reason. It's like they're not getting. A lot of people say they can only marry into their own kind. Nah. There's exceptions for some reason. And it seems to be in the Celtic race.
Okay, too said in the chat, Oliphantis. That's his name, Oliphantis. So yeah, he's some sort of connection. They reckon he's a bastard child.
Right, okay, come in and tell us about it, you fucking old fart. Do you know Okay?
No.
Ah, you do. He's like an old Canadian sort of fart. He talks shit all the time.
Well, nobody's perfect.
I'm just trying to provoke him by saying stuff like that. What's this, Vlad?
There's some beads I got the other day.
This is breast. You're showing breast. You're showing breast.
It says it says show booty and show tits. Somebody gave those to me yesterday. Yesterday at the
Flip her over. Is it flat?
Huh?
Flip her over. Is she flat?
Oh well, no, it's.
Ah.
Yeah, the booty's right here. Where's it at?
The booty's flat.
Right there.
Flat booty's there's no good in the flat booty, man. You need some. Was that some cushion
It's
for the
got
cushion?
it's got the boobies. Look, boop 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 boop.
You need cushion for the cushion. Jesus, man.
I almost raised my camera up, and my honey's sitting here with her boobies out.
I'm gonna get done for like my
Crikey.
channel's gonna get taken down for something.
That's just like, you know, huh?
That looks like one of the Roman
my
Catholics.
artwork?
Like,
Remember my artwork got me fucking strike? That's fucking hilarious.
Well, Vlad,
is that the new rosemary beads they wear in the fucking Catholic church?
Yeah, no, huh?
well, Vlad, anything's a dildo if you're brave enough.
I was watching Tom Green. I was watching Tom Green the other night when he first started, when he was young, and he was like, he was interviewing people in the street with like a mic with a piece of shit on it. and when you said dildo, he was going up to people with a dildo, and because they were so intimidated by the camera and the question and the fact that Tom Green was being like deadpan when he was asking, they totally forget he's got like a dildo in their face, and they'd answer the questions. Oh man, it was such a. He was doing this before internet. He was doing this.
Yeah. That was back in the late,
honestly,
late 90s, early 2000s.
I had the privilege to watch Tom Green live, like at the Edinburgh Festival, and like I think it was 2015 or something. And he brought along Steve-O, and he mingled with all the guests. He came beside us and he spoke to us and fucking. But I just think he was one of the pioneers of this sort of internet stuff that we've got nowadays. And this, like remember planking?
Yeah.
The planking phase. He done that fucking 10 years before. He was doing all that shit, like lying like flat on fucking just to get reactions for people. You know
But look how it's evolved, Jed. It's now got. Have you seen TikTok, or have you spent any time on TikTok at all?
No.
Dude, it's cancer, complete cancer. You've got, like, we're talking about all women earlier. Like, Validation Boy would say all women, but if you look at the majority of TikTok, it's teenagers and middle-aged women, and I'm scundered for them. I'm so embarrassed for them.
No, I know what you're talking about. Even though I didn't look at TikTok, I watch channels that criticize TikTok. So I see TikTok videos, and I cringe with these girls. Like, fair enough, they're good looking at, but they're like,
Jed.
It's like, what's all these mannerisms, these fucking weird robotic fucking poses?
Jed.
They all do the same shit as well.
Jed, this isn't normal.
They'll wear the
normal.
same clothes, these sprayed on fucking trousers, the yoga pants, kind of like showing off their fanny, their pish flaps.
Yeah,
you know
but
what I mean?
Jed,
You can see what they had for their breakfast, and they're bending over and like, and like, fucking Jesus Christ, hen! I can see what you had for your breakfast.
The bend over, it winks at you. Jed,
It's like reverse camel toe.
Jed, this isn't just your ordinary run-of-the-mill cringe. This is weapons grade.
And it's cringe. It's total cringe.
Yeah, I've been watching the TikTok cringe videos. It's hilarious.
It's so bad. And
my girlfriend's like, "What the
girls.
fuck are you watching?" Because the stupid, and she's only hearing it. She's not seeing it. She's only hearing what they're saying because it's so fast. It's only like what 10 to 15, or not even that, between 6 and 12 seconds long. And so she's like, "What the fuck are you listening to?" I'm like, "I'm watching these crazy motherfuckers on
But
TikTok."
sometimes it's just a bird walking like this,
YouTube videos.
like this, where tits are kind of like on a beach. Kind of.
But it's bad. That whole social media that the kids are doing now, I think what we're watching
Toxic.
It's the collapse of civilization, Jed.
It is, mate.
If you look, most civilizations generally last about 250 years. The American civilization's been going for 246. Or the American,
I've turned into a fucking practically a monk because of it. Like, and I'm not a monk, but it's like I almost see sex as like a fucking. It's like a primal thing. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you have to go and have a wank. Oh, you have to have sex. It's like. And it's like this is getting pushed on the screen, and it feels like I'm rejecting it. You know what I mean? And I feel like, why should I just be having sex just for the sake of having sex? Because I've been influenced by something on TV. And suddenly I've got a hard on. And I feel like I'm the more I reject the sexualization on TV, the more I feel like I'm feeling less and less bothered about sex. I to be honest, guys, I don't know what you sound like a fucking hangway, but I can think of 100 things better a day than have sex. I can think of 100 better things to fucking do.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter how beautiful that woman is. It doesn't matter how beautiful that woman is. Because now I've got an age where when you come, it's just another fucking hole. You've just
listen, Jed. The thing was, it's back in the day, well, at least in my day, like I I'm 52 now. So back when I was a teenager, or at least even in my early 20s, sex, the whole sex thing, even with the pornography, it was a taboo thing. Well, now it's just right in your fucking face, and it's like it's I don't know, it's just changed. It's like, ugh, disgusting. Like that's supposed to be something taboo that you did, privately. It's not like out in the open now, like it is now. It's like, oh my god, it's like, what the fuck is going on?
Well, I feel like a bit of prude sometimes. I feel like a bit of prude, and I wasn't a prude when I was younger. Like me and my girlfriend, like sometimes we're like John Lennon and Yoko Ono would spend like weeks in bed. It's like fucking we were younger before we had kids and before we had proper responsibilities. But like things change. You get older, and it's like what's pumping a hole? What's so good about that after a while? You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah,
I know you've got your. I know, like this is what I hate about like this women thing when they say they've got their needs, but we've got our needs. What, you need to be pumped every now and again to feel special or something? What the fuck? Your needs? What the fuck is that? What is that?
What you've done, Jed, what you're doing there, you've rejected humanity in a return to monkey kind of thing. You're going back to your base instincts. I mean, seriously, like those wee girls that are running about in that social media platform. I mean, there's so many daddy issues there. It's unreal. Like if I was a father of those kids, I'd be like, stop dressing like
yeah, mate. I've got 3 kids, so it's not like I'm rejecting sex or anything. I just think that the sexualization of people is overrated. It's overrated.
Yeah, exactly.
Porn has made people think that sex is the best thing in the world. When really it is, first of all, just a fucking, it's a breeding process. This is it's the first principle, like having sex is the main principle, is to have kids. If we weren't having abortions and sexual fucking contraception and all that shit, we'd be having a lot more kids. But that's the main purpose, right? That is the main purpose of having sex. And if you're not having kids, why are you doing it?
But when you look at the over-sexualization,
if you're not having kids, why are you doing it?
Yeah, but look at the sexualization on these social media sites of these youngsters. Look at the people who are in charge. look at the people who are in charge of the public policy who determine what's legal and what's not. They're all criminals and pedophiles. So of course they're not going to object to these 12, 13, 14-year-old girls with their asses on display for the whole world to see. I mean, I think what we're seeing is the collapse of civilization. Whenever morality is not.
Dee's saying in the chat that Jed's deleting this hangout before his missus watches. Nah, my missus knows exactly how I fucking. I'm pretty open about how I feel about shit. So no, I'm not deleting any shit. This is going to stay here because that's how I feel. That's how I feel because that's the way. And sometimes I think people feel embarrassed to say what I just said there, that sex is overrated and we should be shagging every night and keep your woman satisfied because she's got her needs. What the fuck is? Tell me what this is. The needs. What is the needs? What is that again? What, to have babies? Are we having babies? What the fuck's going on? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What, just because you watched fucking
Yeah,
Game of
that's
Thrones?
exactly it.
Just because you watched Game of Thrones and seen some guy with a six-pack rattling some bird away fucking or his sister or some shit, suddenly she feels like, oh, I'm horny. And like, what? You got a hammer or fuck off. I'd rather look at my coins.
That's good. I like that. I've never watched Game of Thrones. I've never watched. Listen, Jed, I've never watched 1 second of Game of Thrones. When I heard there was naked midgets, I was like, I'm good. I don't need to see that shit.
But there's a question for you, Jed. Like, at what age are you going to give your kids mobile phone and access to the internet?
Oh, these try to get off. Sorry. I'm just going. You can ask me that question, but I just got fucking hang with by D again. I'm sure she is a good woman, which is why I think she'll not like being called a hole. Lol. Well, what do women call us? D. What would my missus call me?
A fuck stick.
A walking wallet, Jed.
Exactly. Like I said, I've had my kids. I've got a good sex life. I have. Didn't need to get me wrong. But see, when I was younger, it was fucking every day, 3 times a day, every day of the week. And it gets old. Sorry to say, guys, it gets old. If anyone's out there, I'm sorry to bust your bubble, but it does get old.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And that's why relationships break up, because they think, see, when it gets old, they think, oh, they'll find something new somewhere else. And then it gets old again. And you should have just stayed with the first one because it got old anyway.
That's what I've been telling when I first met my girlfriend. Now, I was like, I didn't want to base our relationship on just sex.
You can't base it on sex. You can't just base it on sex.
Sex is awesome.
Sex is good. Add it
Yeah, it's awesome. But I don't want it to be just
man.
that. I don't want it to be the premise of our relationship.
Exactly,
and
Vlad.
So,
do you know what?
So that's what I think that's what's made it more solid and more stronger.
Do you know what? That's what I've been meaning to say this whole time. I've just
because when we go long periods of time without it, it's no big deal. It's no big deal at all because we're doing other stuff and and enjoying our lives together. Outside of that.
And if you feel like you're pressure, it's the same the other way around. If my missus felt like I was pressuring her every night just to get my hole, then come on, and she's been doing 12-hour shifts, and I'm come on, just to get what? Get a grip, mate.
Jed, I'm gonna clip those sound effects, man. I'm gonna clip those.
Yeah, I'm gonna have that my new ringtone.
You're gonna be murdering someone in the background, man.
That's my new ringtone, Jed, going
but that's like, I think that's one of the highest levels that you control, when you can control these primal urges, which is one is sex. One is you can like there's certain primal urges that you want that now and again you just have to subdue because you're not a fucking animal.
Exactly.
That's why rapists kind of control. I'm not saying that's totally why rapists rape people, but I'm saying that they kind of control themselves. Come on, it's just a ball sack, a dick. Ken, well, why even risk going to jail for the rest of your life, getting beat up by other prisoners and that, just to stick your dick in another hole? It's fucking ridiculous, and it's animalistic.
So remember, Rape. They know rape is not about just act of sex. It's the point of controlling somebody else.
But they
And that's a
still
male
have to
or
go
female.
through the rigmarole, sticking their dick in their hole.
Well,
Whether it's
they use sex to control them, but it's not really about the sex. It's about controlling and be able to have the power over somebody else. Because sex is a vulnerable thing.
Comment. Without being an expert rapist, I don't think I can comment on this particular topic.
And I've said this
I'm
before.
not saying I'm an expert rapist. I've seen enough documentaries about all this stuff to understand, to see, and that's what they always say. It's not even it's the act of sex is not even about that. It's about control and the power over another person is really what ultimately is about.
I know, but
because
they
all
must
these
have some
rapists,
sexual urges to
even
drive
the
that.
murderers have
They
talked
must have
about that.
sexual urges to drive that. Why they know just like if they want to control, why not just like kidnapping them and tying them up?
Well, they do.
Why they having to rape them?
Murderers,
You know what I mean?
when
There's
it's
obviously
a
a
lot of
sexual
murderers-
element. Vlad, there's obviously a sexual element to it that they can't control. Because if
Well,
they
yeah.
wanted to just control them and dominate them, they could just chuck them in a car, tie them up, whatever. They didn't have to
And those
do
peop-
that to them.
And there's murderers that do that. There's a lot of murderers that never had sex with these people that they murdered. They got into a point where they knew that they were begging for their life. Sex had nothing to do with that part. But I'm saying about the rapists, particularly, I'm talking about is that was their core thing. It was still the power and control over another person. They used the sex because remember, a sexual act, you're very vulnerable to another person. To the other person that you're having sex with, you're very vulnerable.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. It's all driven by that
Yeah.
sexual primal drive. Whether it's
Mm-hmm.
what to control it, but that first, if they never had that first sexual primal drive, they wouldn't want to do the control that everything else would talk. I mean, it's that it's that helps you get through fucking certain situations as well. I'm like boxers have been told, don't fucking have sex or masturbate or anything like that the night before you have your big fight, because that actually takes away for your drive, your fucking primal.
I thought it was like weeks before. I thought it was like weeks before.
Well, it depends because I don't know, Ken. Like how much you like. I suppose it's subjective to each man, but
I'm just saying they have movies about all these, these
and your testosterone levels. Like maybe you
about these boxers or fighters.
I find that if this got you personal, but I stopped masturbating quite a long time ago because do you know why? Because I feel ashamed of myself. See, if you look at yourself in the mirror afterwards, what the fuck? Why are you doing that shit?
Yeah, what are you doing with the mirror while you're having a wank? Dude, seriously?
But not even look at yourself. I just mean reflection. Like reflect on yourself. Like look at it's like a phrase. It's like a phrase. Look at yourself in the mirror. Like reflect on what you just done there and why did you do it and why are you just pulling yourself off like a dweeb? Can you it's quite a fucking. It's actually quite a demasculating thing to do. I don't know, Ken, I feel quite ashamed actually.
Especially if you're married or have a girlfriend.
Exactly. And you've got maybe
you don't
kids,
need to do that.
Kids somewhere, and I've always got kids that are in somewhere. Like, where the fuck am I going to get time to pull one off?
Yeah.
What the fuck? And if I do, I've got my kids in the background playing. I'm in the toilet because I can't control myself.
There's jet sex.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Look what I mean? Like, take a look in the mirror and think like when you're like, if I do get knocked down by that bus tomorrow, I'll be lying there going, I was standing wanking over a sink, man. I mean, I could have been doing something actually better, like being a man instead of being a fucking dork, wanking myself off over porn on my phone.
But back to that question, Jed. Like, how old are your kids going to be before you allow them unsupervised access to the internet and a mobile phone in their pocket?
My kid already does it. He's 12. He goes on fucking. He goes on all. I don't let him on Facebook or any shit like that. But he goes online with his PlayStation and does all that shit. So
why do you not let him on Facebook?
Because there's no reason to go on Facebook. There's no reason for him to be on Facebook.
But what would your reason be for stop? Is it because it's a cesspit?
I didn't stop him. But he doesn't want to, and I didn't want to encourage him. So
See, the problem I see with kids and social media these days, it's they see the grass is greener. Like whenever somebody posts something on social media, it's like, this is a new car, this is a new holiday, this is a new house, these are my new stuff, really, my new possessions, holidays, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And people who are settled in a happy relationship see that and say, well, my partner's not giving me all this stuff. So it creates that sense of wanting that they're missing out on something. And then, but these people, the women, and unfortunately, I have to say it, the women are generally a bit more susceptible to that particular feeling, because most men will say, well, some fucker's paying for this, and that shit costs a lot of money. Whereas women, I don't think generally look at that as how's this being paid for? So women then get dissatisfied with their partners, and then they start looking for something else that's going to give them that level of excitement that they too can post these nice pictures of all this nice stuff that they're
But
getting.
that's another thing that I've got in my benefit, that I know, like, it'll be hard for her to find any better, to be honest with you. Like when I am on form, I am on form. That's the thing. So when the getting's good, the getting's good. So,
Big Jed.
Nah, I'm not saying Big Jed, but I'm not a fucking wee man.
You're busting your ass to satisfy your lady, right?
Aye. So see
Okay,
when it
then
does
that's all you need to say. You don't have to say that you're
see when it does
better than
happen, it's
anybody.
special,
You
man.
would say
See
you're
when,
busting your ass to satisfy her enough that she don't have to go looking anywhere else.
but Vlad, see when it does happen, it means something. It's not just me just want to fucking rock my fucking jocks off. She knows that as well. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
there's something more to kind of it's more special that way. You know what I mean? Rather than me just fucking want a shag every night. You know what I mean? Then when like, how do you show love to each other? Because that's how sometimes people take love as sex. They think that equals love. So how much sex you give them is how much you love them. And some people, that's how some people measure that, and it's stupid, man. It's fucking stupid. And then, like you said, that's how women start thinking that they're not good enough in that because the men aren't doing it as much. I mean,
yeah.
we can't fucking go on. You can't keep shagging. Like I said, like when you're younger, fair enough. But when you get to our ages, man, like I said, I'm 40 this year. You can't keep fucking. We've got families that I work every day. I've not got the energy to fucking do it every fucking night. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
it's
just
the
you
hugs.
working,
It's the
just
hugs.
you working and coming back home and doing what you need to do at home. That should be plenty enough, right? You don't need to have the sex to reinforce it.
Exactly, mate. Exactly, and I'm happy with that, mate. I'm happy that she kens I'm happy that, so she kens I'm not going to be unfaithful that way. Get what I mean? Because I didn't find it that important. So she trusts me.
Yeah.
Well, trust is a big part of it, Jed. And to be honest, if you don't have trust, you've got nothing.
Exactly, mate.
You know,
that's how we've lasted so long. It's because I've been kind of like this way for a while. She knows that sex isn't my priority. You know what I mean?
And when you live in a disposable society, as I said, there are good women out there. Like you take what Validation Boy says in terms of feminism and stuff. There are good women out there, but to find them, you've got to sort through a barrel full of rotten ones that have had their minds absolutely tainted with this. Give me stuff, make me famous, all that sort of shit. It's to find one that's level-headed. They're pretty rare. They're really rare these days.
I've been lucky to find one that is. You know what I mean? So because
how long you been with her?
Oh, like we were. I don't know what you say. 20 years. I first met her probably 20 years ago. Like she was 18 and I was 21.
You're fucking lucky. I didn't meet my honey until I was 45 years old. Well, I know 45 or 46. 45 or 46. Yeah, it took me that long to find her. You know, I went through hell and back with other women, but that's another story. But yeah, I know what you mean. But yeah, when she know, you know, and there's no turning back.
And see when you have kids, mate. See when you have kids. I love my son to pieces. I love my daughter and to pieces. I love my kids to absolute pieces. And And see, when I think if I was to ever be unfaithful, that's what I would ruin. I would destroy
Yeah,
that
exactly.
unit. That makes me feel sick. That
Yeah.
physically makes me feel sick. That I would do that just for the sake another woman or something like that. That would disappoint me.
That's a good way of looking at it. You're not looking at it being like, oh, your missus, what you're doing to her, which, obviously if you're going to cheat on her, it wouldn't matter about her anyways. But you're looking at what you're doing to your kids, and if that stops you, that's cool. That's a good way of looking at it, because it does follow through with all that too, and a lot of people don't realize that. It's not just about the person you're with.
It's
Your
not just
kids.
the
Kids
kids are
involved,
part of that. Yep.
you're ruining your kids.
Exactly, mate.
Definitely ruin your kids. So that's cool that you can look at it like that and understand the dynamic of that.
And we can all agree here in this panel that this is a dying thing. Can like young
Oh, yeah,
families
yeah.
staying together for the long run. And maybe my philosophy, it sounds a bit weird and goofy and but probably I'd say medieval at times, but I feel that it works. Can I mean it fucking works, and
it does work.
If everybody could
See that the attitude that you're displaying there, Jed, that you stick with your partner, blah blah, for better or worse or whatever. That's fairly old fashioned in today's society, because we live in a disposable society, and it's not just your kettle that breaks down after a year that you throw out and replace. When your cooker breaks down, you don't repair it anymore, you just buy a new one. And unfortunately, people look at relationships the exact same way. When your relationship breaks down and you're unhappy or you feel wanting something more, you just throw it out and get a new one. And unfortunately, so many kids get affected by that as well. And if more people had that sort of
But what makes people think it's so easy just to get a new one?
Because
this is how you got so many incels. Why have you got so many incels if it's so easy to get some kind of new relationship? It's hard to get a fucking relationship, a good one.
That's what I'm saying, Jed. It's hard to get a good relationship that's going to last for any time, because the amount of people and it's not just women, it's men as well. They're absolutely their morality's been eaten away by this cancerous social media shit. It's been forced on their skirts. And that's my take.
Well, I started with TV shows and movies and music, but it totally transitioned into the social media. And what's terrible about social media is it's so personal versus movies and TV and music. That's kind of like a disconnect, because some people can relate to that, but the social media, that's like everybody is involved. Everybody. So you can, so many people can relate to somebody else that's on social media, and then you got all this, all the motivations behind all that, and that's what creates all this chaos. Because that's what all I see is chaos. There's nothing really. The only thing I see good is, I'm looking at is like all the how-to videos. I'm obsessed with the wood turning videos, or the like they're putting stuff in acrylic and doing wood turning, making different crazy stuff. But that's kind of cool, but it's still distracting from the whole bigger picture. But I'm not looking at all the other dumb shit. I've seen it. I've quit watching all the the TikTok cringe videos on YouTube. I don't watch TikTok, but I have watched those, but I quit watching those because it's just, okay, it's all the same shit over and over and over. It's okay, I've already seen all this. So I started going to other stuff, like more, I guess, productive things, in a sense, like how to build things and stuff like that is really what I've been watching now. But other than that, it's just total chaos. It's absolute freaking chaos, and
when you look at
shit.
Like you're 50 odd, Jed's 40 odd, I'm in my 40s. If you take what we did when we were kids and what the kids do now, the kids now are online 24/7. Should it be playing Xbox, playing computer games? They're online. They're in a different environment. Where we would have grown up and went out and played chasing, hide and seek, played with other kids in the estate, or where we were growing up. Kids don't have that these days. So their whole social life is going to be carried out to a large extent online. So they're going to be victims of this cancer that's out there. And unless you have it in place, your kids are going to fall foul, and it's something that our society's never experienced before.
See, on one hand, man, I totally agree with you. But see, when I look at my own childhood, Fuck, man, I wish I had all that shit. Get what I mean? Because I wouldn't have been on this. I wouldn't have been on the streets because it was fucking dangerous, man. And like,
but
back in the day, adults would fucking kick you up the arse because, like, people wouldn't. It wasn't like such a snowflake society where, like, oh, you get the kid to get the police or whatever. Like, adults would just boot you up the arse if you got cheeky to them, kind of said something fucking.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Jed. When we were growing up, we had to learn a certain amount of street smarts. Whereas kids these days are pretty naive in these things. The street smarts that you learned out in the street, they kind of help you online as well because you don't give your name, you don't give your email address, you don't give all that, you don't give anybody your personal details. Whereas kids now, like there's my nephew, he gave his password, he got scammed with his Steam account, and he lost his Steam account for 4 or 5 days. But I helped his father, and we managed to recover the account. The kids are just so green behind the ears. They have no common sense, and they're lacking street smarts.
No, see, I'm overly street smart where I have gave it a lot of information on my channel, and you know what? I'm pretty confident, 99% sure, if anyone turned up at my door, they'd probably just get lamppost, fucking lamppost. like most of the time. So I'm not like I'm scared that some weirdo's got to turn up at my door, because if anything, they should be scared that they're turning up at my door.
Oh yeah.
Like because right away I'm going to be in a mode. If I see some weirdo stand up, if I open my door, I'm going to turn into some fucking something that you've never even seen on this screen before. And I've like people that really know me. I'm like, I'll fucking fuck you up completely. So come to my door. Come to my door. That's what I say, people. Come to my door, and I'll film it. I'll do a live stream of me kicking your ass up and down the street.
But yet, in 30 years' time, will your son have the same sort of attitude that you have? He's obviously
He's so soft. He's soft. And that's saying that hard men make soft children.
Well, in fairness, Jed, the apple rarely falls far from the tree. So, like, whenever I was a teenager, I thought my father was a complete turd. I loved him dearly, and he gave me great advice throughout my life, but I was always kind of rebellious. Whereas I look back at my father now, and I'm like, I'm a carbon copy of my dad. Same attitude, same sort of opinions. And
well, yeah, that was your example.
So fathers do have a big influence on the kids, and whenever you're seeing these kids being brought up in these single parent families, and I think that's where your kids are going to benefit most, yet, because you're in their life. You've got both parents.
Yep.
So, while you might think your son's a bit soft now, he's probably going to turn out to be a carbon copy of you, Jet. So I wouldn't give it too much worry. But at the same time, he's not going to have those same street smarts that you have.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just your kid; it's every kid that's out there that's coming home from school going straight online, and it's actually worrying, absolutely worrying. What way things are going to be in 20 years' time?
But do they need street smarts? Because what's really on the fucking street anymore? Like,
well, I don't know.
They're losing the street smart. But remember, when we were on the streets, there was lots of shit happening.
What the thing is, they're not allowed on the streets anymore. That's what sucks. They're not allowed on the streets, so you don't have those streets. You can't get street smarts if you're not on the streets.
Well, I wouldn't let a 12-year-old kid take a journey around London by himself because of all the knife crime, the moped crime, the gangs and stuff. Unless the kid was kind of grew up in that environment, I'd be very worried for the safety of that kid, because they might think, well, this person's being legit, whereas that person's just going to rob them. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Whereas when you look at kids now, kids are they're wrapped in cotton wool. You know, because they're not outside developing those skills from an early age. Parents are overly protective now, or I say parents, it's mostly single parents are overly protective of their kids. Oh, you're not going out, be home by 8 o'clock, blah, blah, blah. Whenever I was a kid, my parents didn't give a shit where I was at 8 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night, sometimes even 10, 11. You were coming home.
Do you know what? See, do you know what? I felt sometimes that my parent didn't give a fuck about that much. She didn't give a fuck that if I didn't come home, she wouldn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just like one less person to feed now. Okay, I mean,
Or you got your dinner the next day. It was put in the oven, then you got it the next night for your dinner.
aye.
It was one less dinner for her to cook the next night. So yeah, the kids aren't experiencing the same sort of childhood that we had, Jed.
But
There's probably pros and cons for that, but at the same time, it's a totally different generation of kids and a totally different outlook on life. And it's scary how things are going.
It seems to be the pattern that it just keeps getting better and better and more comfortable. Cause like our parents were more comfortable than our grandparents, and it just seems to be like, when does it? Where does it stop? Where the kids are so comfortable,
and the level of
is there going to be a war where it brings us back, like a reset again?
And it's the level of advertising that kids are getting these days is unprecedented. It's never happened in history before. The amount of the moment a child wakes up, right until they go to bed, they're getting advertising, and it's really, really pernicious. It's
Like Vlad's doing right now.
I thought they were Japanese.
Okay, this is the stuff they throw at the Mardi Gras. They're supposed to throw these individually, right? But they'll throw the whole box at you.
Honey buns.
This is honey buns. They throw the whole box.
Belgian buns.
They do that whole box, and then there's like this right here. Not just beads. They throw all kinds of crazy stuff. And they have toys and stuff. Actually, a couple of toys we caught, we gave to the kids around us. But yeah, I kept this. I'm keeping the food. But yeah, look at this. A whole box of these moon pies, or the moon pies. I didn't get to do the New Year's moon pie because they have a moon pie drop in Mobile. It's this giant moon pie on the side of a building. It comes down. It's all lighted. It's kind of like the apple in New York, how they drop that apple. They have a moon pie in the downtown Mobile. But yeah, this is the stuff they throw at you. A box of fucking honey buns.
The cornerstone of any nutritious meal, Vlad. You should cherish them.
I know. They're pretty good. I've already eaten 3 of them. I think what this is. Yeah. See that? There's only 3 left. I ate 3 of them on the way home.
Well, I wouldn't fancy cleaning your cage out in the morning.
Huh?
I wouldn't fancy cleaning your cage out tomorrow morning.
But yeah, that's the stuff they throw at you. It's not just beads.
Well, whole boxes, like, or
Yeah.
are you throwing them?
No, I'm not. They throw it at you. They throw them at me.
They throw a whole box at you.
Literally.
Not
that's what
just
I'm saying.
individual.
No, well, they do that too, but some of them just stole the whole fucking box. My girlfriend caught these, because I was recording. I had my sports
smacked her in the
camera.
face?
Huh?
What if it smacked her in the face when she was trying to catch it?
Well, if she wasn't paying attention, it would have. Last year, or no, 2 years ago, I got hit in the side of it. It hit my ear, and the side of my temple with a big ball of the beads, because they'll throw like the whole, because they have them in like groups of 12, or they'll throw them individually, and it was a pack of like 48, 12, so 144 beads. A big bag of them hit me in the side of the head. Bonk! I was like, I thought a fucking bomb hit me or something. I was like, fuck! It about knocked me out.
So we've been missing out, Jed.
What was that, mate?
We've been missing out on all this shit, Jed. Like you go to Mardi Gras and stock up on snacks. Nice.
No, I wouldn't trust that shit, man. Fucking hell. That's government poison, probably. They're just fucking poisoning everybody. Nah, Mardi Gras look pretty cool. We didn't have like the most we have over here is a gala day. It's like a fucking it's like a sort of get together, the village, and they choose a little king and queen. They put in a parade and parade about, and there's little floats and there's games they throw in fucking.
So the Lord
things at things.
The Lord Mayor's Parade, and you have Pride Parade as well, where you can get your rainbow flag and shit.
Nah, we didn't really have that here, man. Edinburgh's they like their pride stuff, but in these wee villages, this is an old mining village, so they're still a wee bit traditional, and they're still go to church, and still got a fish fan on a Friday that comes round. A fish fan on a Friday.
Fishing Friday, nice.
Yeah, we were just talking about that earlier today. We went by a couple of churches, and my girlfriend was telling me they used to have their Fish Fridays. I was like, I want to go. I love fucking Fish Fry Fridays.
It's just
Especially
these wee quirks that you get outside the city, and you didn't get in the city. This is like the wee quirks, like the orange marches and the fish Fridays, because there's Catholics, there's Protestants, and they pander to both sides. You know what I mean?
Well, Vlad, just in case you didn't know, Fish on Friday, it's a predominantly Catholic tradition.
Yeah, I
In
know.
the UK, within the Celtic sort of Ireland, Scotland, Wales would be predominantly doing that. But yeah, it's the same. It's the same. And whenever I think back to Northern Ireland, see, whenever you look at where Belfast is, see the further west that you go away from Belfast,
Yeah.
it gets very country very quickly.
Yeah.
And it's like after you get about 30 or 40 miles outside of Belfast, it starts getting really country really quickly. And it's sometimes it can be a bit.
That's the same thing here in Mobile. You go about 30, 40 miles outside Mobile, it gets a real country. It's real redneck.
Scotland, you can drive up and down in a day. You know what I mean?
Well, I worked in I've worked more in Scotland than I have any other country. We worked in Gretna Green, and Gretna Green has this reputation of being this place where young lovers go to elope and get married. Dude, seriously, I'd rather get married in a local public toilet than go to Gretna Green. It's a complete shit. Absolute shit. Just up the road from Carlisle, and it was the worst experience I've ever had. I was like, where's all the romance? It was fucking
Hear me,
cool.
it's only because it's just over the border, because the laws of marriage are 16 in Scotland.
Yeah.
To England's 18. So people, it was the first place to go. And unfortunately, like you said, mate, it's a fucking dump. Okay, I mean, so
yeah, that public toilet's looking a bit more appealing than Gretna Green.
Aye.
Worked in East Kilbride. Dude, that place is just full of junkies and needles, and like don't get me wrong, like I enjoy a bottle of Buckfast from time to time. And there was no shortage in East Kilbride. And the place we were working at, it was just junkie alley full of needles and fucking, it was wild, man. Absolutely wild. This was 11, 12 years ago. We were in East Kilbride. There was a shopping centre over there. And dude, no, there was more tattoos on the women than you find at your local, in the average Lidl store. You know what I mean? It was just wall tattoos, and that's just the women. It was shocking.
That's a sign. Like, see, when you see a woman covered in like these sleeve tattoos, and they've got the bleached blonde hair and the red lipstick, and they've got these hand tattoos and that. There's really a deep psychology that goes behind all that. Kind of a person that would do that to themselves, and there's impulsive, because get a tattoo is quite an impulsive thing to do, because you're actually deciding something for it's permanent. I've never had a tattoo because one I'm too fussy. Get what I mean? I'm too fussy about. I remember me and about 5 of my mates walked into a tattoo parlor. We all had 50 quid each. We're all going to get a tattoo. It was like a gang thing. We're all fucking, come on, boys, we'll get a tattoo. And fucking, I sat and I done a bit of art, so I had a bit of fussy artistic taste. I'm sitting there. All my mates are getting hash plants, acid men, fucking all different. I'm sitting there looking at the book, and I'm like, there's nothing here I like. There's fucking nothing. And I just walked. I was the only one that walked to the shop without a tattoo. And then, as the years went by, I seen tattoos, and really nice ones, but they were like thousands of pounds, and I was like, that's never going to be in my price range, and I just never got a tattoo again. I just never did. And then I realized it's quite an impulsive thing. And when you want to get a tattoo, it's quite a reactionary thing. So women that are covered in tattoos, it kind of tells a story about how they are, their personality.
Well, speaking to my friend who works in an environment with a lot of people, he was telling me that unless you've got a sleeve tattoo and an iPhone, you're basically a peasant. You're scum.
Mm-hmm.
You don't fit in to the clique unless you have this stuff, and it's like, right. So this is the new Converse trainers of the 2020s, or the Timberlands of the 90s. You know? Unless you had Timberlands in the 90s, you weren't one of the cool kids.
Well,
it seems to be trends just going around in circles.
Yeah, that's why I don't like the whole tattoo thing now, is because it's become the whole trendy thing, and like everybody has them. Because when I got my first one, which that was the one on my chest, it's actually original design I drew, and it wasn't impulsive by any means. I probably waited about 2 or 3 years before I even got it done. And I was back, in the early '90s. And I only got a few tattoos, and all of them I have are actually my own artwork. I didn't just go into a tattoo studio and pick something off the wall or in a book. I really thought about them a lot. And I only have a few. I'm not covered in them. But the ones I have are big. And I have my whole chest covered. You guys see my flame, the
Well,
flames
what a
on my
way!
arm.
Sorry,
It's my
Vlad.
whole fucking arm.
I'm going to say, what a way! Like, I think the psychology behind it's mental because people will rush out and get a tattoo by some sweaty fucking bald tattooed skin, and get needles jabbed into them quite easily. But like people will run out and refuse vaccine jab,
Yeah, well, you're right.
It's
Because
like
I did tattoos for almost 7 years. And I did a lot of tattoos, and I wouldn't do it unless the person told me what they want. Because I said, "Well, what kind of tattoo you want?" And like, "Well, I don't know." I'm like, "Well, I'm not doing it then." So if they didn't know what they wanted, I wouldn't do a tattoo on them. So they had to be very adamant about what they wanted, and they showed me what they wanted. And so I would talk to people because I knew it's forever. That was obviously they have tattoo removal, but why do that? If you're gonna get something on your skin, you better want that shit for the rest of your fucking life.
Well,
And so I wouldn't do a tattoo unless somebody really I knew they wanted it, and that's what they wanted. Because there's so many people, they was I don't know, I just want a tattoo. I'm like, no, sorry, I ain't doing it. I do not do any tattoos like that.
Well, see, if I was the government and I was a sinister fucking government, I wanted the young people to stop breeding and had a eugenics program and stuff like that, I would just start putting shit in the tattoo ink. Because all the youth run out and get them as quick as fuck, and most of them
nowadays,
get a tattoo. And most youth would run out and get a tattoo before they would get a vaccine.
And I've noticed that
people.
That's one thing I've noticed is that women with tattoos, they're the most conceited, stuck-up cunts I ever met. And I don't want nothing. I'm not. I mean, attracted. Me when you have tattoos, I know you're attracted to women who have tattoos because I know I've never ran into too many over the years, and how their mindset is. They're so. It's just so weird. I don't like them. I am so unattracted to women. I mean, I like tattoos, but women with tattoos they're so stuck up and conceited about having tattoos. It's like. It's a turnoff, big time. I mean, because my girlfriend, she don't have any, and she's wanting me to give her one. I'm like, no, you're not getting any tattoos.
David Sawyer,
like, but you have them. I'm like, so.
David Sawyer in the chat saying, like Tom Green says, tramp stamp. And I said that to my missus. My missus, when we first, I think it was after a year or two that we met, she got my name on her neck, Jed. GED, like on the bottom of her neck, and you never see it because her hair's long, so you never see it. But I used to call it a tramp stamp. That's where I must have picked it up, was Tom Green.
What was that trend? What was that trend in the early 2000s where women used to have the tribal symbol at the base of their spine? So and they wore these wee low cut hipsters and the tank top, so you could see the tattoo. It's the exact same thing today. It's that, oh, look at me, give me attention. And also, I am part of the whole groupthink thing. I don't think
definitely. There's definitely a attention element to it. Again, you see guys walking about with fucking shorts on in the fucking snow because they've got tattoos on their legs, and it's like, look at my legs, and it's all the same cliche tattoos. This is what I didn't like when I was looking in the books. These guys going to be the stop clock and the fucking clock. And the clock and the stars and it's the same with the cliche tattoos, man. Everybody's, after a while, you start seeing the same tattoos on everybody. So that was another thing. I just didn't want.
That's what I said. Mine are like 100% original, and you would never see them on anybody else. It's not.
The Bible says.
Oh, you're gonna bring that up, huh?
Yeah.
Not
But
not to
it does say it in
desecrate
the
the body,
Bible.
the body, not to
Yeah.
desecrate the temple of God of the Lord.
Yep. You fucked it, Vlad. You've done it.
We'll say
You're going to
that.
hell. You're
See,
going to
that's
hell.
the thing. The Bible's been bastardized and absolutely destroyed by. It was rewritten by a king, books ripped out by the popes, and people actually swear they think the King James Bible's actually legit. I think there's only 2 books in the Bible worth reading: Genesis and Revelation. Everything else in between is all it's not verifiable. If you look back at the history of the Bible, there was a Wycliffe's Bible from about the year 200, 150, 200. And it's if you look at what Christianity was back then and what Christianity is today, it's night and day difference. Night and day
I think
difference.
the Bible is. I think the Bible is an excuse for the elites, the royals, to use the excuse of divine
intervention.
No divine
Superiority.
It's when they rule over divine right.
That's superiority.
And it's when God chooses you to rule a people, and the Bible spells this shit. And this is one thing that the Bible if you're against monarchy, if you hate the kings, queens, you hate that system of feudalism being passed down through nepotism, families, and that. Do you know what? You must hate the Bible, because the Bible promotes fucking monarchy. Jesus is the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, and all this fucking rhetoric, fucking hierarchical and monarchy. And it's all in the Bible. And the kings and the queens in the past in Scotland, they declared themselves bloodlines of the fucking Solomon and Jacob, and they used the Bible to prove this to the people, so the people would be subdued to the fucking. It's like it's a circle of fucking divine right and ruling people and power, and the Bible is just a fuck. It's a fucking. It's almost
it's a tool of control, Jed.
It is exactly. It is.
Yeah, I've said that for the longest.
It's a tool of control, and it's been very effective for the last couple of 100 years.
Well, that's how they've had to have the kings, and that's how kings and queens or anybody that rules has done that or governed, is that they governed other people, and they use the Bible as a reference of like, well, it says in the Bible that we can do that. It's like, oh, really? Huh. So what happened to free will? What happened to, we can do what we want to do, as long as we, obviously we don't hurt somebody else, but we can do what we want to do. But the Bible says we got to have that king, somebody ruling over us. It's like, no, that don't make sense.
Like, obviously there's people out there that take the Bible literally, and I respect their standpoint on the Bible and their belief in it. Everyone's entitled to that, but personally I just think if they actually done any sort of digging into the history of the Bible, they'd maybe think twice. But it's usually the same people that if you look at these different what do you call them? Not they're like hardcore Christians that take the Bible literally. It's
literalist.
They're the same kind of people that can't see what's going on. They're like the ones that trust their governments and all that sort of stuff. Maybe not so true in the South in America, around Carolina and places like that, but around the Bible Belt. But I know in the UK, the ones that are devoutly Christian, what you call them, Bible bashers, they're the ones that trust their government and think government cares about them, blah, blah, blah. And I said to one of them, I says, whenever you were in hospital there 2 years ago, did your local politician come to your hospital side to see how you were? Did they bring you a bunch of grapes or a bunch of flowers? Did the fuck? And they're
that
like,
reminds me of a story I told the other night there. My mate told Cliff Richard to get to fuck.
Yep, and he's meant to be a good God-fearing Christian man.
Is he fuck? Yep. He was my mate's son had something wrong with him. He was in sick kids hospital, lying on a bed. And Cliff Richard, he had Joseph in the Technicolor Dreamcoat. Fucking, he was starring that in Edinburgh Playhouse, and he thought he'd pay a visit to the local sick kids hospital. Well, my mate's son was in one of the wards, and Cliff Richard's going around all the kids. Hello, I'm Cliff. I'm Cliff. get better soon. Yeah.
He's probably
Going-
scouting. He's probably scouting out kids.
Probably,
to tamper
he's
with.
probably fucking scouting kids, but he was going around all the fucking beds, right? My mate's going up to visit his son in hospital, and he's fucking walked into the ward, and this cunt's standing over his son's bed. Hello, I'm Cliff. And my son's went, here, mate, want to fuck off? He didn't ken it was Cliff Richard, because Cliff Richard had this big fucking beard. He was playing like Joseph. So he had this big beard and he was standing on it, and my mate just went over and I worked with him, and he went, here, mate, do you want to fuck off? He was like, oh, sorry. And just went to the ward then, and later on he was telling, oh, by the way, that was Cliff Richard. And when he told me that, man, I was like, oh, I'm so jealous, man. I wish I could tell Cliff Richard to fuck off. But like you said, he was probably scouting. Probably scouting, man.
Cliff Richard's one of those pop stars from the late 70s, 80s. And he was always on top of the pops when I was a kid. And whenever you look at him now, he was always one of those creepy, weird kind of. There's something creepy about him, Jed. I've just never trusted. He's just one of those. No, he gives me the creeps, man. He gives me the creeps.
It does. When you look back at, like, my family used to make me and my cousins stand up on Christmas and sing fucking Christmas time. Like, everyone's drunk, all the family members sitting around fucking.
That's child abuse, Jed. That's child abuse.
Like, and we had to stand up with our smelly, itchy jumpers on that we just go for Christmas. Christmas time. Every fucking Christmas, man, to these fucking drunks. Full of smoke.
That's terrible.
I know, man. It was torture. It was fucking torture. I'm so glad I'm an adult now. I fucking would never want to be a kid ever again. I hate being told what to do. Hate adults dictating to me what I can say, what I can do. I fucking ran away from home when I was like 9, 10, 11, 12. Fucking, I didn't want to live under any motherfucker's roof. When I eventually moved in with my granny when I was 14, I moved out when I was 17, and I've got my own flat. I've never been somebody that has liked authority any fucking.
But Jed, if you could go back to being 7 years old, knowing exactly what you know now, would you do things differently?
I would be a fucked up kid if I was 7 and knew what I fucking knew now.
Yeah.
Poor kid. Fucking hell, I feel sorry for that kid if he knows what I know now. Fuck.
Now, on that basis, what you just said, Jed, that's how I feel about time travel. Because if you were to go back in time, the things you knew, it would fuck you up. You would go insane. And if you went forward in time, you would go insane, because it's the same premise of what you just said. It would be too much information or too little information of or knowing things that you can't control, because things right now and you went in the past, you wouldn't have the same access you do now. And the same thing if you went in the future, there would be things that you don't know that you know now, that you would not know, or you would know. I mean, you would see that you didn't understand because you're from here, from the time you're in right now. So it's the same thing what you just said. If you knew the things you knew back when you were younger, it would fuck you up. Literally fuck you up.
You're Leonardo DiCaprio and me here with it. What was that film?
Inception.
Inception.
Glad
just Inceptioned me, man.
Here's Jed.
Listen, I don't like Leonardo DiCaprio. I don't like that. I don't watch his movies, so I've never seen it. I'm aware of it. I don't know what it's about, though.
Movie. Like, if you watch the movie, you'll know what I was talking about when you were talking there.
It's one of those films you need to watch 3 or 4 times to really.
Oh, really?
To get it, yeah.
Like what you just said there, Vlad. I'll probably have to listen to what you said 3 or 4 times to fully understand what you were trying to say.
But there's another thing, Jed. Did you see that article that's circulating online at the minute, where they're saying that these nasal swabs for these tests are able to actually deliver a vaccine through the blood-brain barrier? I think was it Oxford or Harvard? Well, I think it was a Harvard study that was saying that they've now developed a vaccine that can be delivered through a nasal swab.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
How scary is that, man?
Well, the polio one was a liquid one, right? Mine, when we were kids, it was just a fucking, it wasn't an injection, it was just a fucking liquid in the mouth. So something went up the nose.
Dude, we must have been posh. We drop on a sugar cube.
I I think it
Oh,
was.
you got sugar cube
something like
drops?
that. Aye, maybe we got sugar.
That sounds like acid.
They used to come into school with all the nurses and doctors, and then our class was called out. I think this was in primary school when I was like.
So were you saying earlier that that's linked to AIDS, polio?
No. The COVID vaccine used a strand of the AIDS virus, a very small fragment of the DNA from AIDS virus.
Do you believe that?
Dude, I don't know. I haven't. I'm not a clinical. I'm not a clinician, so I can't really say anything. I don't know anything about it. I just think
what you're saying is that most of the world's now got AIDS.
Well, whenever the media and all these celebrities are now saying you have an obligation to test yourself for HIV, and the HIV's now rampant amongst heterosexual couples. I mean, they don't tell you
That's
this.
weird.
They don't tell you
if that statistic is true, that AIDS is running rampant between heterosexual couples, unless they're doing drugs.
They reckon it's AIDS 2.0. It's more virulent and more transmissible. And this is the same sort of spiel that Fauci gave us about the coronavirus. I mean, is this going to be the next epidemic that they're going to lay on the masses? Who knows? Who knows? I just don't know, man. There's been more bullshit and horseshit called on this coronavirus outbreak, so it's hard to trust these people anymore. You just can't.
Mm-hmm. No, it's not hard to trust. You never trust them in the first fucking place.
Yeah.
I never trust them. It wasn't hard to trust them because I never fucking trust them in the first place.
Did you get your vaccine yet?
Did I fuck? Actually, I said this to my missus yesterday. I says, now do I look daft that I've been one of the... I says, what does it feel like to know one of the only people that have rejected the vaccine for the very start, still never had a vaccine? I've had COVID. Like, apparently I've had COVID. I came up positive and I was ill. I was really ill, guys. So I had something. I was coming up positive and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, you can say it's flu, COVID, whatever. I had something. But I've always rejected the fact that, and so she's a nursemaid, and she's kind of listened. She's kind of, I think she disagreed with me to begin with. But as time went on, she kind of agreed with me that, well, what's the point in getting a vaccine if you can still catch it and still pass it on? What's the point?
See, this is the thing. They've tried to dress up anybody who hasn't taken the vaccine as an anti-vaxxer, but then when you look at the amount of doctors and nurses that are refusing it, are these people again anti-vaxxers, and are these people anti-science?
My missus isn't an anti-vaxxer. She's anything but. She went to university and all that to be a fucking nurse. I mean, she studied vaccines and stuff like the science of it, and this is why she won't rush out and just get. She thinks it's a bit experimental.
Or is it a case? Is it a case of these doctors and nurses see the side effects that are happening to these people, and they see the shenanigans going on behind the thing? Because most doctors and nurses of any importance,
or lack of,
these doctors and nurses are put under gag orders. If they
maybe these doctors and nurses are seeing in the news all these deaths in these care homes, and maybe they're going into the care homes and seeing there's hardly anything happening.
Well, these people see what's happening in the trenches, so to speak. So exactly. is this influencing their decision not to get the vaccine?
Exactly.
So if the government does decide to go through with these mandates,
we don't know what they see every day. We just go by the news. They go by day-to-day experience firsthand.
So the big question that most people should be asking is, why are all these nurses and doctors refusing to get the vaccine if the vaccine's so safe and effective? That should be the first red flag to most critically thinking people.
Do you know why? Because they know. Like, we all sit here pretending because we hear the media call, oh, the vaccines, the virus went airborne. I remember going into work and some guy tried to tell me the virus went airborne and try to school me. I'm like, here, mate, do you know anything about vaccines? Like, so how the fuck do you know it's when airborne and all this? Oh, the news said, I said, how do you think the fucking news is telling you the truth? I said, go and shut up with this shit. You know what I mean? Just fucking shut up. You're not a professor in fucking vaccines, so shut up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But if you look at the likes of Fauci and stuff, like the stuff that he came out with at the beginning and the stuff he was saying towards the end, I mean, it was total contradiction. At the beginning, he was saying, don't wear masks. No, you don't have to do it, blah, 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 no protection. And then at the end, he's like, no, wear 4 masks. Wear 2 masks. Masks are great. So the bullshit that's being spewed out by these alleged public health officials is complete horseshit, man.
Well, see, when it first came out with the mask stuff, having to wear masks in shops and that, I done it at first, and then I felt stupid. I was walking around and I couldn't breathe and fucking. I was like, what the fuck? This is fucking stupid. Like, I wasn't even bothered about what people were saying in the mainstream alternative media. I wasn't even caring. I was like, wearing this mask. I felt really stupid one time when I walked into, there was a big shopping centre in Livingston in Scotland. It's a massive shopping centre. And I walked in and I was with my son, and I didn't want to embarrass my son. So I looked at, because I'm quite a rebel. I'll say to my son, didn't wear your mask, son. He's like, Dad. I'm like, all right, fucking. So I do it sometimes to appease him. You know what I mean? Because he feels embarrassed that I'm like, I'm not wearing a fucking mask. Anyway, to appease my son, I wore a mask in the Livingston shopping centre, and I looked at my son and he went, Dad, it's upside down and inside out. I was like, because I didn't care how the fucking masks can. I was wearing the white. Was it the white side on the outside? Fuck knows. But I don't wear masks, and even when I work and the work I do, I work around a lot of vulnerable people. If they want my service, get out the fucking way. If they want me to wear a mask, it's like I think to myself, well, if you want the services of my company, why put us through wearing masks? If you want us to wear, just stay at the way. So a lot of the time, I'll turn up to a job. I'm not wearing a mask. If they're not wearing a mask, cool. But if they're wearing a mask, I'll say to them, here, if you're worried about the spread of COVID around, could you just please stay out the house and we'll empty the house while you're outside it? You know what I mean? Because I don't see why they get our services and then be all grumpy because we're not wearing masks. It's like we're doing a physical job here. You expect us to lift heavy furniture with masks on our faces. You know what I mean? So I've never been one for, honestly, I've never been one for masks. My missus kind of cringed at me a lot. They're like, Jed. And I'm like, no, I'm not wearing a fucking mask. I've always been that rebel. And now she's looking at me thinking, probably, I was right the whole time. It's stupid.
But what cracks me up is you see all these people on the media being interviewed saying this COVID vaccine. I've been fully vaccinated, so what they're saying is I'm not anti-vax, but I'm just against this vaccine. And personally, I would be quite firmly in the anti-vaccine camp because I don't think they're doing. Your body has an immune system. Let it do its fucking job.
It just seems like in history, mate, when you look at the polio stuff, and because even kings and if you look in history, there was a lot of fucking like high up people getting killed by diseases.
Well,
so that leads me to believe that it wasn't just like the elites trying to kill off the peasantry because they were still vulnerable to polio and stuff like that. And when a vaccine came along, they were the first to fucking try it. You know what I mean? And take it.
Well, if you look at the way all the celebrities have, demonstrated them getting their vaccines, there's a few questionable injection shots being given there. But even still, Jed, like if you look at the Spanish flu, they reckon it was caused by the injections that were given to the troops returning home. And that's what caused the Spanish flu. And there's nothing Spanish about it. It's no link to Spain at all. Like the troops that were going to World War I, they were given so many injections on the way there. So there was a lot of them dying and getting sick. They reckon the alternative outlook on the Spanish flu is these returning troops came home and actually spread a virus. And again, if you look at the newspaper cuttings from back in 1920, it's the same sort of articles, the same sort of scare tactics, the same sort of theater that's being given to the public today. It's just been rehashed. It's scary, man. I believe there are some things that a vaccine can be useful for, but why take a vaccine unless you really need it? And I don't think in today's society we really need it because we live in such a hygienic world. Everyone's fucking super clean. Nice, Jed. Nice. Are you going to get one of those? Jed, you should make some sex noises in that there.
I
need a new ringtone.
There's a canister that attaches, like an air canister that actually you get that attaches to this side. But it's a Norwegian army grade gas mask. It's a fan. You should see the boots I've got, man. These boots, if I stamp on your head with these boots, your skull will explode. I'm telling you, man.
You should try and get a Russian gas mask, man.
That's a skull. It has some skull stompers. No, the Bosnian gas masks are the best.
Bosnian. This is
Yeah.
Norwegian. This is a Norwegian.
Yeah. The Bosnian ones have that triple filter thing and everything. Yeah, they're
Jed, this is why
Yes,
you're
they're always
getting no
being
sex,
gassed.
big man. This is why you're getting no sex. You need to take that gas mask off. It's a huge thumbs down from the females. That's what it is, man.
Nah, the females love it. The females love the fact that I saved myself. And do you know why? Because I'm fully juice. I'm like,
nice.
It's not just a wee trickle because I had a wank that day. And like when you get
it's not
you're on
big
the
Jed,
ceiling. You're on the ceiling, kind of like that Freddy Krueger movie.
Nice. You ever see that episode of South Park where Randy Marsh is on the internet?
Yeah, that's what's that one called? Oh God, I used to know the names of all those episodes. You're not getting.
I remember the first time I was exposed to porn. It was like must have been about 10-year-old, and I found like a porn magazine, but been ripped into pieces. Like there was just pages scattered all around the state, like the council estate. And I was going around picking up these pages.
Wow, what's this?
Yeah. Exactly. And I remember seeing the women's parts and being actually quite like, what the fuck? Because back in those days, it was just hair. It was just this mass of hair.
They didn't have a lip. They didn't have it all splayed open.
These neat bikini fucking, these Brazilian fucking strips and shit. This was just like hair. I was like, I remember being quite like disturbed by it, but intrigued by it at the same time. It was just weird, man. Like, but that's my first.
Jed was looking at these pictures thinking, what the fuck's that? That looks like a pork pie that's been stood on the ground. That doesn't look normal. What part of the body? Jesus Christ.
I remember Ricky Gervais telling this story again, that he was in the woods with his big sister and he loved nature. And he remembers finding a little fucking a skin shed by a snake. Again, when they shed their skin, he found he was chasing his sister away and she was running away. And then later on, he found out that it wasn't a snake skin; it was a used condom.
Oh God!
Oh
man,
brilliant! Anyway, I was wanting to share a fucking Tom Green thing because like his name's popped about 20 times in the fucking chat, and I just want to share something because it's funny, man. I like to break shit up with some. I love humor, man. I'm really big on humor. It's been knocked out of me over the years. So I've got to say, I didn't laugh as much as I should, and as much as I used to. I remember back in the days, like when I was at my flatmate. Like me and my flatmate, we used to watch Happy Gilmore and we used to get a bit of hash and we used to sit and watch Happy Gilmore. We just used to laugh and laugh and laugh and aye, man. It just feels like fucking like that innocence, that it seems like everything's so serious now, man. I just can't laugh at fuck all anymore. It's just like I miss those days when I could just laugh, like uncontrollably, unconditionally laugh. Like it's something without worrying about anything.
With you saying that there, have you not found that most comedians these days just are not funny? You've got the guy like Frankie Boyle, you've got Bill Burr. Those guys can say some outlandish shit that's really quite funny. But most sort of mainstream comedians now, they're just shit. They're just not funny, man.
No,
they're bringing their liberal garbage and it ruins it all.
But I don't know whether it's me just turning into a grumpy old man, or whether it's these guys are just genuinely not funny. I mean, I just don't get the jokes. I mean, I could sit there watching a lot of these new comedians.
I think they're self-censoring as well. They're very aware that the whole world is so snowflakish, and comedians themselves, some of them have just retired. Some of them are just like, fuck this, I can't even pull a joke anymore without someone taking offense. Or even comedians are now getting reprimanded for jokes they made 20 years ago because there was some race or fucking something
I know,
involved.
it's
And
so
it's like,
stupid.
fuck. It's just this cancel culture, this fucking cancel culture, and I'm anything but. This is another thing that I try and support. I try and support freedom of speech. I've got no mods in the chat. I try and let everybody have a free. Even when people come up, they can say what they want, and that's why VB goes so. And this is why I am a liberal. Someone called me a liberal, and I think, do you know what? I'm not going to argue against that because I am liberal in the fact that I do let people come up and say what they fucking want. That is
That's not
freedom.
really liberal though. That's
It's
more
freedom.
freedom. Because
Freedom
liberal,
of
well,
speech.
at least here in the United States, liberal wants to control what you say.
No, they've changed. They've made liberal a bad thing in America, mate. Being liberal isn't a bad thing, mate. But they've made it a fucking toxic word over there. Liberal. But liberals freedom, mate.
I know what's weird is it's all asked backwards because you would think they would be actually the conservatives because they're trying to conserve a certain ideology and not just being open with everything. But now conservatives here are so open, like they're open to anything. As long as you're not hurting somebody else. If you feel that way, oh fine, that's okay. But don't go and start acting violently towards somebody. That's the only thing I've noticed about conservatives, but they're pretty much open-minded to a lot of things. Hey, if that's how you feel, fine, whatever. It ain't hurting me. It ain't nobody else hurting nobody else. Cool. But these fucking liberals, you can't say nothing. You can't say opinion. Like you can't say, "Well, I don't agree with that." They're like, "Oh, fucking hater. You're a hater, or you're fucking homophobic and all this shit." Because I don't. And hey, if you want to go gay, go for it. I don't agree with it. But then I'm homophobic because I don't agree with it. Even though I'm saying, hey, go ahead and go be gay, you fucking fags.
If you look at
don't involve me.
It's not that I don't agree with it. I just didn't care. If guys
Yeah.
want to fuck each other up the bum holes and their
Just don't tell me about it. I don't want to hear about it.
They can do that shit. That's if we can live in a society where these fuckers can do that, that's fair enough. Fair enough. We can do shit that they wouldn't agree with.
Yeah, but if you look at the concept of free speech, the whole idea of free speech was that bad ideas could be criticized. So if someone was to come onto your show or onto this panel and spout a load of bullshit, be absolutely destroyed because you could be a bad argument will always be able to be picked apart.
Dismantled, yeah.
So, and whenever that's taken away from someone, it's what's that phrase that somebody? What's the quote? A person will only censor you whenever they're actually afraid of what you've got to say.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly.
So whenever that's why we've got this big drive for free speech at the minute, and it's the way.
What we're doing right now. Now, Sven, you're totally right, man, and I want you to keep elaborating. But what we're doing right now is fucking. It must be dying eventually. Like we're speaking. Like I didn't care. Like even. There's certain people I watch and they still speak about COVID. They don't even really want to talk about COVID in case their channel gets taken down. Okay, what? Fuck you. I didn't fucking care. I don't think I'll talk about COVID because it needs to be talked about. This is what's on everyone's mind. Like people want to speak about their freedoms and fucking what's the future going to hold and fucking things like that. And there's too much self-censorship. There's too much fucking. Even by the small channels, that's what's annoying. But even by the small channels, I'm thinking, what have you got to lose? Is a shitty couple of thousand fucking subs. Speak about fucking the shit while you can. And that's the way I look at it. Like, I didn't want to self-censor for the sake of a couple of fucking thousand. So I didn't care. Because I'll just start a new channel.
Yeah.
I don't fucking care. Because see all my stuff.
That's the word.
All my
self-censoring.
All my stuff that's on my channel. Apart from my live streams that I'm doing right now, like these hangouts, all my stuff, all my videos, I've got them on my computer somewhere. Again, there's a video file somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck.
You don't download.
I'll speak about COVID. I speak about vaccines. I don't give a fuck because I'm not bothered about monetization, the adverts. Fucking, you can ram it up your arse because, like I said, when I look in the mirror and I've had that wank.
Oh no!
I'm not going to feel too good about myself. I'm not going to feel too good about myself. It's the same with YouTube. Okay? I'm not going to just wank off for a few views, getting a few likes. I don't give a fuck. I get more pleasure out of saying this right now than my views or likes. To you guys, used to react to me in the chat to be like,
the mental imagery of Jed in a gas mask in front of a mirror touching himself is that's nightmare fuel, Jed.
Hey, don't get. You're gonna get Sasha all excited now.
I take a lot more for these interactions than the fucking likes and the views. Like when I wake up in the morning after a hangout like this, and I'll think that was a good fucking hangout. That's better. That feeling of thinking that was a good hangout is better than when I look at the likes and the comments and the fucking views and all that shit. That's just me. That's just to me. That can be distorted. That can be fucking whatever. Like it's what did I get out of the conversations? You know what I mean? And to me, that's more valuable than the fucking views and all that shit. It's always good to get views. It's always good to know that people like what you say. But at the same time, you know that not everybody likes what you fucking say, and 90% of people are probably going to disagree with a lot of shit you say because you're going against the mainstream. I mean, so at the same time, you need to be true to yourself and just keep going. Didn't pander to these people that just want you fucking go with the agendas and. You know what I mean? Just stay true to your heart, man. Because if you feel that there's something wrong, there is something wrong. There's no something wrong with you. That, like I went through a few years of thinking there was something wrong with me. I was looking at the world thinking, nah, because I'm quite logical. At the same time, I can be very abstract and use fucking out the box fucking theories and what ifs and woo. But at the same time, I'm very grounded. And when I was looking at the world, man, none of it made fucking sense to me. And it still doesn't. But at the same time, now I've realised it's not me. It's fucking that. Whatever's happening out there is wrong. And the same with you guys, whoever's watching, didn't feel that you're fucking, there's something wrong. It's that out there. That's wrong. You're no fucking wrong. There's nothing wrong with you. Whatever's happening out there, that's totally manufactured. That's no natural. Whatever's happening to us out there in the media and the fucking governments, this is all manufactured by men. This isn't natural. I mean, so not. I know I'm no fucking feeling this way because I'm fucking mentally deranged.
Jed, I was talking to one of my friends, I think about 2 weeks ago. And he came around the house and he says, remember that thing with the Mayans in 2012 where the world was going to end?
Mm-hmm.
Do you not think the world's gone to the hell in a handbasket ever since then? And I'm like, well, it kind of went downhill big time. Well, I said, I really noticed it from about 2014, 2015. And he says, what do you think the chances are that we all actually went to bed, we died in our sleep, and we woke up in alternative reality? And I'm like, dude, this is a bit too... I'm not even going to go there.
What's the point of that?
It's weird. He's basically thinking that we all died on December 21st, 2012, and we woke up in alternative reality where everything's just fucked. But yeah, ever since about 2012, for me, 2014, 2015 is when I started to really see
that could be metaphorical. It really could be. I think 9/11 is a metaphorical change of the world. Like fair enough. The whole world never changed physically, but in our mindsets, the world changed. It was different from there on. Like to me, my world, like it was just pandering along, and then 9/11 happened, and then ever since then, the world's been just different. You know what I mean?
It's a strange place, Chad. But definitely over the last couple of years, I think the veil's been lifted and the masks have been dropped. I don't think these people that are in charge of these countries are concerned about what people think of them anymore.
Oh no.
I think they all
out there.
These politicians and stuff, they all know that everybody knows that they're scumbags.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, what are you going to do about it? We're in charge. Fuck yous. And that's
someone said 9/11 is one of the biggest for me. And to me, 9/11 was the biggest one for me because it showed me that the world will go out their way to fucking create a fucking complete disaster to justify going to a war to another country. That was the whole picture for me.
Oh yeah.
Country, make a war, oil, terrorists, it was simple as that to me. It was like, yeah, fucker, And that is, and no one can see that. It's like, oh, no one can see that the fucking governments, and they can see it now because it's all coming out that like fucking the Americans were pushing to fucking just invade Iraq anyway. But no one cares now. No one fucking cares now.
I know it's disgusting that nobody even sees it, what happened and the true thing that happened, and then there's like, oh well, it happened. It's like fucking really.
If you speak to any of the army, especially the British army guys, whenever they were stationed in Afghanistan, they spent most of their time guarding poppy fields. The thing, whenever they were speaking to me, they were saying that they were sent over there to guard the poppy fields from the Taliban because the Taliban were trying to crack down on drugs in the country, and the US and the UK were over there to protect the poppy fields so the opiates could be produced. I mean, what are we doing over there protecting drug manufacture? Because all this stuff's going to end up seeping into the USA. It's going to seep into the UK, and then you look at local crime in your area, and it's all heroin, it's all this, it's all that sort of type of drugs. You got to ask yourself.
The methadone fucking projects is a total failure. Total failure. Like the methadone that people take, it's probably stronger than the heroin that they get here.
My local
methadone is liquefied heroin.
It's free. It's given out free by the government to drug users. Like every day they go to the chemist. They have to take it in the chemist now. Actually, there was a viral video that went around, and I don't think it reached you guys in America, but in Scotland it went viral. But it was a picture of a woman who dropped her bottle of methadone outside a shopping centre, and because there's a policy you can't replace the methadone because a lot of junkies were pretending they were losing their methadone and getting more and more and more, and they're ODing. So once you got your methadone, you didn't get a fucking another bottle. That was your fucking bottle. So there was this picture was a woman. She dropped her bottle of methadone in the middle of the street beside a shopping centre, and she was on her hands and knees soaking it up.
Yeah.
And our kid was standing beside her. There was about 8-year-old, like standing beside her, watching her mum on her hands and knees, soaking up this methadone on the pavement. And this was in the area I grew up in, and it went viral.
Here's something for you to do, Jed. Next time you go to your local chemist, if you're friendly with the pharmacist behind the counter, ask them just roughly how many people come for methadone on a daily basis, and you'll be shocked. You'll be absolutely shocked at the amount of people. My local chemist has over 100 every day. It's in a rural town that's reasonably well to do.
It's probably easy. It's probably easy. A couple of hundred where I came from in Western Hales, like the methadone. Edinburgh, in fact, was known, like even in popular culture, because of train spotting.
Yeah,
it's like Europe's capital of fucking AIDS and heroin. You know what I mean? So, like and so I grew up, and this is what I was saying before. Like, I don't get these junkies that blame being a junkie is because they watched people take drugs, their parents were junkies and blah, blah. Because see, when I was a kid and I was growing up in the schemes, I'd see a junkie walking down the street like, and they would do the junkie crouch in the corner. They would get on their hands and knees, and that bendy, they'd be really bendy in their legs. They'd be like getting the junkie crouch. They'd be rolling their joint. I'd be like, how the fuck? What's wrong with that guy? And I think it was either my mum that was with me. It's like, oh, that guy's he's on methadone, he's on smack. And right away, I was like, I'm not taking smack.
Yeah,
I'm not being that guy.
It's
I'm not being that guy.
Yeah.
That's fucking weak. That's a fucking what is that? That's almost subhuman. You know what I mean? And even as a kid, I realized that, and I took that as a fucking lesson. So these people that go around saying, "Oh, fucking, I'm a junkie because I watched junkies in the street." Nah, you grew up around junkies. You should have learned your fucking lesson. Didn't be that fucker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Fuck's sake, see with these pedos. Oh, I was molested when I was a kid, so I feel like molesting another kid. Well, when you were molested, wasn't it the most horrifying thing that ever happened to you? So why would you want to fucking do that to someone else, you fucking piece of shit?
Yeah.
Then he use it as an excuse. Then he use it as justification. And that's what I'm sick of, this whole victim mentality and these victims. I was molested. Oh, I had to watch my mum take drugs. I watched my mum drink herself to death when I was 14. And I'm not I sit here and drink beers, but I'm not an alcoholic. I'm anything but. If anything, the only time I drink is when I'm on these hangouts. So
Yeah.
But so I didn't get this psychology with the whole victim kind of same with the pedos. I was molested,
What's the
so I
excuse
have
to
to.
do?
Nah, you're still going to get hung with the rest of them, motherfucker.
Well, is this an excuse to be able to do what they want to do without without no consequences? Cry, oh, I'm a victim, so I can do whatever I want. It's like, no, fuck you. Especially like I said, the sexual
We
stuff.
have got
Fuck that.
choices in life, guys.
If somebody wants to drink themselves to death, I guess more power to them, but because that's just them doing it to themselves. But the whole sexual thing, especially with kids, no, you don't get to fucking do that. And, if it happened to you, to that person, not you, Jed, but to that person that's doing that, that's even worse because they already know what it done to them, and why would they want to put that on somebody else? Yeah, fuck that shit.
But if you take what happened to me with my doctor, Jed, whenever he withdrew my painkillers, like I have a legitimate use for painkillers. What was to stop me going up to the local town, seeing the local skaghead and getting a 20 quid bag of smack and getting all smacked out at home? You know what I mean? So you can see why people would probably self-medicate like that there. But in terms of like kiddie fiddle and stuff, there's no excuse for that. But whenever the doctors in the hospitals withdraw treatment from patients like myself, like what are we meant to do? So like I was lucky, I went cold turkey and I came off it. And what I found was to take the edge off the pain, if you eat a lot of black pepper, there's a compound in black pepper called pepperine. Especially if you've got arthritis or anything like that there, it's actually really quite good. It just takes the edge off the pain. It doesn't give you full pain relief, but it just takes the edge off it enough for you to function.
Have you tried any fungi, like any like mushroom, like what's it, amanita? What's it called? The amanita, the red one with the white spots and shit, man.
I want some of those.
No, you mean
the only ones you get like the North Pole?
No, you didn't, man. You get them in Scotland. I found them fucking.
Really?
Oh,
send me some, motherfucker.
Nah, like I found them. I took photos of them, and then I researched them. I was like, "Fuck, man, I should have picked them." Fucking hell.
the only time I went mushroom picking, Jed,
but no, I'm getting a bit fucking hippie-ish. But my point is that maybe there's alternative, mate. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise. Maybe you should look for other ways. Maybe you're being too dependent on their handouts.
Well, this is why I've just sort of cut off all ties with the NHS and my doctor and stuff. So
my missus gets angry. I call them a Nazi health service.
I'll tell you, they're absolutely useless.
My missus, she's got the NHS like uniform and all that. I'm like, Nazi health service.
the thing that really turned me off the doctors and nurses. See, whenever the whole COVID thing started, and you seen all these nurses doing these really well rehearsed dance routines.
Oh yeah,
it's
like guys, these done something. Here.
They ain't that good, are they?
Right,
they ain't that good to be able to start just dancing out of the blue.
Vlad, these told me to fucking share a video here, so you see it on the screen.
They stole my idea. Jesus.
Sex face.
Do we have the sex noises too?
They told me to do sex face.
What's the video?
I've got a good sex life. I have. Shagging every night.
I can't hear it.
But when you look at the oversex,
if you're not having kids, why are you doing it?
What the fuck? Is that you, Jed?
Did you hear that?
No, I couldn't hear it. You were laughing too loud.
Right, I'll mute myself. Right.
I'll put both headphones in too.
Jed, you're muted. You're muted, Jed.
Yeah, no video, and you're muted.
I'm saying it's quite good considering the time span, right? So let me play it again.
So this is a masterpiece.
I've got a good sex life. I have. Shagging every night and come on. Kids, why are you doing it? If you're not having kids, why are you doing it?
Who did that? Who did that already? That's some brand new shit.
That's a masterpiece.
I've got a good sex life. I have. Shagging every night and come on. Not having kids, why are you doing it?
You get to see.
If you're not having kids, why are you doing it?
That's me laughing in the background, ain't it? just laugh. You did.
This is something you'd see Antonio Superouts doing. Jesus Christ. There's Jed. Jed's going to be a wreck. Jack, do you need medical assistance, Herman?
That's
That's
so
fucking
funny.
hilarious.
That's so funny. That's so funny.
Yeah, that's my new ringtone.
That was good. Hey, anyway, I was going to play something before the Tom Green thing, right? Where the fuck? Right, guys, I was going to share the Tom Green thing while I'm here. Fucking hell.
I know David Sawyer's like obsessed with the Tom Green thing.
Lately, we've been experimenting with some creative, clever, and innovative ways to make our audience laugh. Today, we're spreading some poo on the microphone and interviewing people on the street.
There was some psychological test. If you put dog crap on the end of a microphone, usually people were so
Gross.
intimidated by the presence of the camera that they would forget about the crap and just answer lame questions.
Tell me, what is your favorite part about living in New Jersey?
It's nice, like in New Jersey.
I think there's like instant credibility when there is a professional style news camera there. People just take that more seriously.
Who's your favorite athlete?
What the hell? Gross.
He's amazing when it comes to his deadpan face. He makes them think that he's for real.
So where are you off to today?
They do seem bothered by it, but it doesn't stop them from answering the question.
I'm actually going to meet a friend, grab a beer, and enjoy the mutual event. Can't do it. Smell. It's awful.
Everyone moves, and everyone talks. So you put the two together, and it's comedy.
What's your favorite part of living in New Jersey?
Jersey's the United States. You gotta love it, man. You got princes like you that out here with little Mike.
Tom was so excited by how insane that bit was. Obviously, that led to Dildo Mike.
As you may have noticed, we often do some very clever pieces of comedy on the show. Today is no exception. We're going to be talking to people on the street with a microphone.
We try to poke fun at ourselves by saying how clever we're being when we're being anything but clever.
What's the weather?
Weather is good.
Is it getting much warmer?
Yeah, it should be a little bit warmer.
People don't associate dildos with audio technology, so it almost seemed like a newfangled microphone.
What do you think about the price of gasoline?
Gasoline is way out of sight.
With Tom, I think he takes it to such an extreme that you're kind of overwhelmed very quickly.
I think it'd sell gas for a lot less if they wanted to.
So you are a Republican?
Definitely a Republican. I wouldn't vote for a Democrat.
I was in shock. I couldn't even believe what he was getting away with.
So you like the
Can I go now?
We couldn't show most of the vibrators. I spent probably a day blurring vibrators. The pink one that kind of goes around like that with the gel balls in it with the clitoral stimulator. That was a bit tricky. And the double-headed dildo that bounced up and down, that took quite a while. Anytime you have to blur the dildos, it's not as funny. I mean, you can look back 20 years in comedy. Anytime they've blurred the dildos, it has not been as funny.
I personally have never experienced a tornado. Is it like it is in The Wizard of Oz, a tornado?
It's scary is all I can tell you.
What do you think about cigarette smoking? And then official spokesperson, sorry about that. We gotta go.
At one point, there was a very large vibrator that he had in the mouth of an old man who was answering questions.
What can we do to stop this from happening in the future?
We're the number one power. If anything happens in the world, we're the ones that have to go.
Right.
Wait, looking for it.
See? Open what? Okay. So the U.S. is the number one power in the world then?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Dettol all-in-one disinfectant spray kills 99.9% of bacteria and viruses.
Jed, you need that.
You want to tell me where you're going?
None of your damn business where I'm going.
Could you tell me where you're going anyways, even though it's not my business?
No, I'm not going to tell you. It's because none of your damn business.
Really?
It is.
Can I guess where you're going?
Where?
I don't know. If I guessed where you were going, would you tell me where you were, if I was right or not?
Where to?
You're going to the Parliament buildings?
Bullshit to you. No, I'm not going to the Parliament buildings.
Okay. Let me guess again then.
Well, again, yeah.
You going to the bank?
No.
You're not going to the Parliament buildings?
No.
Do you like the Parliament buildings?
I've never been there.
So where are you going then?
I don't think it's any of your damn business.
No, I know it's not my business.
No.
I'm actually.
Do I ask you where you're going? Answer my question. Where the hell are you going? Answer my question. Where are you going? Hey.
Anyway, aye, that's funny, man. That was well before any that internet or any shit like that. That's funny. But check Tom Green out before his movies because his movies were pretty lame. But his actual stand-up comedy and he's a good rapper as well. Actually, if you check out Tom Green and Exhibit rapping, like that's good as well. So anyway, anything to add to that, guys? Do you hate Tom Green? Do you love Tom Green? Shite. Good.
No, he's kind of funny back in the day. I remember him very, very vividly in Freddy Got Fingered.
You think it's a bit immature?
It's shock comedy. That's what it is. It's real gutter shock comedy, and it is funny. It is funny. There's no getting away from it. But the scene that I always remember him for is whenever he's got all these sausages hung up in his living room, and his dad comes home. He's like, sausage. Yes.
Was it Daddy's got a bunch of sausages? Daddy's got a bunch of sausages. I'm sure that. And his dad's chased him and he gets in the tent and he grabs the elephant's cock and like wanks it off and brings it with his spunk.
But I think Tom Green, I think, was a pioneer in his time because he led the way for the Jackass guys. Because shortly after that, the Jackass guys came on the scene and they were huge.
People are saying Beatles About, and I do remember Beatles About, but that was all set up. You know what I mean? It was all set up kind of thing. Like what Tom Green was doing was total that camera and mic in people's faces. Totally new.
Yeah, it's like if you look at Borat, the very first Borat movie, absolutely hilarious. You look at Borat number 2, it's just not funny at all. That's what I find. Whereas you look at Tom, that stuff there's classic. You know, but yeah, I like Tom Green. He's actually, if you ever listen to some of the interviews he does, he's actually quite a good orator.
He was married to that fucking actress. What's her name? She was in E.T.
Drew Barrymore.
Aye. Fucking they were married. They two. So he was mixing it up with the fucking elites, man.
Yep. But yeah. Right, I need to go get some sleep.
No bother, Sven. It was
It's
good
been
speak.
ni-
It's been good speak to you, man. It's been nice hearing a refreshing, different voice and different point of view and stuff, man.
Thanks for giving me the time to come and speak to you, Jed.
Nah, man, you're welcome anytime, mate. Welcome anytime.
Anyway, I love you and leave you. Catch you later, Jed.
No bother, man. Cool. Cheers, mate. Catch
See you,
later, man.
Vlad. Bye.
See you later. Vlad, I'm going to have this beer. Actually, I'm going for a quick piss, but I'm going to have this beer, quick piss, quick smoke. Probably about 5:30 or something.
Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Come on, answer my question. Where are you damn business where I'm going? Sorry. Want to start something? Let's go. Where are your damn business?
I was just asking you a question.
I'm not going to ask you a question. Where the hell are you going?
I'm not going anywhere. I'm just walking around talking to people. I don't want to fight.
I'm warning you.
I just want to talk.
Don't you ask me any more questions. I'll nail you one.
Okay, why do you want to hit me?
But you're interfering in my business.
What?
You're interfering in my business.
No, I was just talking.
Yes, you are.
Come here. No, I'm not interfering in your business. I'm sorry. I'm not interfering in your business. Okay?
Take a flying fuck.
What?
Take a flying fuck.
What's wrong?
Who the hell are you?
Don't get involved. Don't get involved with this. Just get out of here.
I myself.
Get out of here. Don't get involved with this, okay? Okay, just get out of here. I don't want you to get involved.
You gotta take the 3 years on? Come on, let's go.
Sorry. No, I mean, I don't know why you're mad at me. I just wanted to know where you were going.
I told you it's none of your damn business.
No, I was just asking to be polite.
Go and take a flying fuck.
What?
Go and take a flying fuck.
A flying
fuck. F-U-C-K.
You're being rude. You're the one being rude. I'm not being rude. You're chasing me. Blah, blah, blah. You're on the offensive. I just asked a nice question. I just was wondering.
You asked a nice question, I gave you a nice answer.
Well, you didn't give me a nice answer.
It's none of your damn business where I'm going.
You attacked me. See, I've asked 100 people today where they were going.
But fine, go ahead and ask them. Go.
But nobody's done this to me.
No. Nobody did it. No. Because it's none of your damn business where I'm going.
No, I know it's not my business.
It's your damn freaking business, I tell you.
Did you have a bad day today?
What bad day?
Did you have a bad day today?
What that kind of day is that?
The opposite of a good day.
What are you talking about?
Well, you just seem to be. You seem like you're in a bad mood.
When somebody come up and ask me where I'm going, that's nobody else's business but my own.
No, I know.
You understand that?
I know it's not my business. I wasn't.
Yeah. Well, what you asked me for?
All right? Calm down. Calm down.
You want this?
Oh, yeah, I do want that, actually. I do want that. Is it working still? Is it working, though? Can you hear me? Yeah, can I have that back? Oh, he's breaking it. Okay. Well, it was nice meeting you. It's very nice nice meeting you. Okay. Nice talking to you.
Oh, bitch.
Glad to have made your acquaintance. Still working?
Okay, it's time for a commercial break. But we'll be right back. What you think about that?
Our very, very special guest for the evening, rapper, actor, television personality, and all-around good guy, Exhibit is here tonight. Should I rap, maybe?
Yeah, let's see that.
You rap, Tom.
Hello?
I don't know. I get a little bashful. I get a little bashful. I actually do. I get a little bashful. You know.
Really?
Well, you know.
I can't imagine that.
I'm here. There's a
Maybe you should give
professional.
him some beats, Mike.
What beats do you got?
Give him some beats.
What beats do you got?
Uh-oh.
Okay. Well, here, I'll hand you a microphone. Maybe you can do some back up for me. And then maybe if you want to throw something down at some point.
Okay, man. If you inspire
I think
me,
we got to
I'll jump right in.
turn up the energy a little bit here. Check.
You got to set off. You got to set it off.
Check.
So what you wanna do, what you gonna wanna say? When I bust a rap in an old school way, I rock it from the break of dawn to the break of day. Don't come a knocking if you don't wanna play, or if you wanna play, you may get wet. I heard your wiki whack track playing on cassette. So microphone check, mic check. You haven't heard me yet? You better hit the deck. I'm coming around the mountain with a red Corvette, and I'm coming at you live on your television set. There's nothing that I want that I don't got yet. There's no way to take it if you never make a bet. So Exhibit, grab the mic, let me hear you rock some shit, doing what you like, and check it.
Shotgun fanatic, we right back at it. You get mopped and drop like a filthy habit. Ex-natural gabber got you hope when I fail. If I fail, you be happy like a faggot in jail. I'm full retail, guaranteed to jail. And my jet by McLaren with my mademoiselle. I'm strong, on steady, you fragile and frail. You think you're ready for these steady hitters? I can't tell. Sex sells, so fuck you all. Came in the bubble and ball and getting shut down. Soon as I touch down, bust round, enemy slayed and cut down. Fully automatic, spitting rounds with no sound. Break down your whole regime with my homie Tom Green in the black limousine.
But I know God changed, I do a lot of that shit, but I lay no claims. I'm thinking for the wealth, I'm thinking for fame. My baby ain't that shit, just wanted the same. Yo, I waltz in the room, people know my name. Abide by the rules and I feel no pain. And if you get lippy, I can use refrain. I'll break you like a freaking bone or a link in a chain. I got a lot of people nervous, I'm taking the blame. I drop another fucking bomb once a day. veins. But oh my God, that shit was strange. And
You're MC at heart, man.
yes.
You
Yes,
ready, man?
Yes,
You
I am.
ready, boy? You ready for the stage?
I enjoy rapping. I've been doing it since the 60s.
It's the
Wait, do you have
60s.
another beat?
California, that's where I'm programming the beats to make you freak and make the people go bananas. I'm going and blowing and flowing and showing the people that don't know. So give me the microphone and let my dope go rope show. Your bitches like Yoko, but I'm a Ringo, so move to the back, yo. And check my single. I'm backing them up and I'm backing them up together like Pringles. And I'm backing them up to the back of the pack like a back. It's a shingles now. You watch the OC, cause you're a pussy. I hit you with the 500-ton blast of George Bushy. You think my job is cushy, but then I'm tapping around and clapping the bass and wearing glasses faster than a glass of whiskey. You think I'm kind of frisky, but for $1.50, I'm flipping the lip and I'm making you slip because I'm kind of nifty. I hitchhike from Manhattan to Mississippi, and then I felt
I forgot how good he was,
man.
man.
Pity.
Yo, man. You got flow, Tom. You got flow.
Exhibit, thank you
I'm
for
gonna
letting
take
me.
that back to the hood.
Yeah.
It's the human sound wave straight out your comic book.
You just got
Sound
fucking
effects, baby.
schooled. You just got fucking schooled, exhibit. All right, Vlad, how you doing, mate? Vlad has died. He has reached the other side. History Hoverfly. Do you know what, guys? I'm just going to smoke a doobie, finish my beer, look at the chat, wind it up, wind it down. It's fucking 7 minutes past 5 a.m. But lucky for me, I've not got kids, so I can just fucking hit a sack and hopefully have half a decent lion. Scripted. It's a fucking hard script to read. That motherfucker scripted. All raps are scripted to a certain degree. Anyway, guys, thanks for joining me tonight, guys. It's been good that I didn't care what to really talk about tonight. I've kind of said a lot of shit that I've already said in other chats. It's gave me the inspiration to say in this chats. But it's just good having everybody around and knowing that there's people out there that aren't fucking like these zombies out there. It's good to see you. And I know you are real people. I mean, I do believe that. Anyway, David Sawyer, good to see you. Scottish Dolly, it was nice to see you, whoever you are. You look like a new name. History Hoverfly, herbal medicine, etc. Pre-pharma, evil killed the wise ones who held the knowledge. Anyway, History Hoverfly, thanks for coming in. It was good seeing you. I don't know, guys. Right, what's your Mrs. Jed will help in NHS. Scottish Daily, History Hoverfly, Infinite Loops Lawson is in the house. Good to see you, buddy. I like to see Infinite Loops Lawson. I think I'm doing something right if he's there. Padawan D, how you doing? Check out Dennis Pennis for some good stuff like that. Hi, Dennis Pennis. I shared a video on my channel that Chris, what's his name? Chris Hayes. Is it Chris Hayes? Chris Hayes. Chris Hayes shared a video on his channel. I shared it on mine. It's fucking had loads of it. It's Dennis Pennis. Aye, man, I just feel bad for Sven, man, having MS, because he seems like a fucking good chap, man. Anyway, D, History Hoverfly, David Sawyer. That's fucking, who's here? Nobody else is talking. Loads of people. Well, there's well over 20 people. Mints. Brexit and Trump was when I knew for sure UK and US were sabotaging ourselves. I'll go a bit further up. Let's see. Fuck it. I'm not going anywhere till I'm finished this and my beer. So fuck yous. Even if I read all the fucking chat, I'm not moving. Right, it's 5:10 in the morning. David Sawyer says, yeah, I can't see why people have been so programmed to be fearful of a cold. Twilight Zone crap. Well, in defense, it's not a cold. Well, to some people, it fucking is a cold. When some people catch whatever this Chinese flu is, it just feels like a cold. When I got it, it felt like a fucking hangover. and I come down at the same time, and all my joints were aching. I was in a bad way, guys. I was in a fucking bad way. And I was very skeptical about the whole disease even being real. I know it's real, but it's not as deadly as they make it. It's just a fucking flu. Just like any flu we've had in the history, guys. But it's maybe not the exact same thing as a flu, but maybe like SARS. Maybe rather than calling it a flu, it's more on the lines of like a respiration disease. Hash tea. I am winding down, guys. You know it. Everyone's dropping it. It's been a long night. It's been like fucking 5 hours or something. Fucking hell.
Oh, I didn't realize I was the only one left in here.
Vlad, you're back. What the fuck? I forgot about you there for a minute.
Huh?
I forgot all about you for a minute, mate.
Oh.
David Sawyer says, Jed, you're a good dude. Peace out. I hope you don't sell out. Thanks for not towing the party line for subs. I don't give a fuck about fucking parties. I don't associate myself with any party. Left, right, Conservative, Labour, fucking. I'm my own party. I'm a one-man fucking army. Fucking, I'll go to my grave that way. I know I'm too stubborn. I'm too stubborn to follow any fucking like systems. Like I can't fit in anywhere. I can't fit into a fucking system because I find flaws in it eventually. You know what I mean? Like, so I can never really be in a party because I'm flawed myself. I can't fit in. I'm like a fucking free spirit. I just can't follow rules to a certain degree. Even when all the rules are there, I still break some. You know what I mean? Anyway, Vlad, I've been drinking Sputnik. What is Sputnik?
Oh, yeah?
That shit.
How much alcohol is in that?
It's 5% pale ale.
That's just a little bit more than beer.
But I had a cider there, man, just before. It was 7.2 or 3.
I mean, I have those they're called
strong for a cider, like.
These are 8% beers that I drink every once in a while. The 12% ones they're too sweet now. I can't drink them. The Four Locos.
Yep.
There's too much fucking sugar in them.
Dewey's wee shorty. That was funny actually. That was funny. I didn't realise, like, because I'm not totally looking at myself in the camera when I do these things, like all that shit. Like, I'm not really conscious of how I look on camera. And when you see it back, it's like, oh my fucking god, man. Oh god, that's funny though. That is funny.
That's my new ringtone.
So Vlad,
yeah.
What's your plans? What you doing, mate? For the rest of the night, anyway.
Rest of the night, it's 11:14 here, so I'm probably gonna go to sleep.
Fucking hell, I'm gonna up it. It's 5:14 here.
Yeah, I'm probably go to sleep and then wake up.
Why can you Americans never do what the Brits do and like last all this fucking like till like late in the morning? Like you never find streams where Americans are going till like 5 in the morning.
I did. I used to do that.
The Flat Earth used to do it quite a lot, like when you done the 24-hour.
No, I wasn't doing 24-hour, but I was doing late at night ones.
Like Americans didn't like stay up late for some reason.
I don't know. I always stay up late. I've been getting up too early, and then I can't stay up late.
Like 5 hours is the most that I get usually most of the time.
Yeah, I usually sleep about 4 or 5 hours a night. I've been up since about 4:30 this morning, so it's already coming up on 20 hours. Yeah.
VB is a good dude. He speaks his mind. All right, I'll keep my eye put for another stream. Fucking David Sawyer's looking for another stream. It's like, fucking hell, man. Some people just didn't sleep. It's like you just jump from one stream to the next. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was wanting to meet up with VB. I think a lot of them, I don't have nothing against what he says. It's his approach that I'm gonna say I have issue with. I think he has a problem with.
No, he's very narcissistic, old man. He's
I think
very
he's a pseudo
self-centered. He's selfish.
narcissist.
He's selfish, mate. He's selfish. He's very self-centered. He's very
I think he tries
self-centered.
to be.
He
He
doesn't.
tries to be. He's not really like that.
He's not empathetic to anybody, mate. He's a fucking narcissist. He's a typical narcissist, and he thinks, and this whole
Adamic.
this Adamic stuff makes him feel more superior to everybody else. This is a narcissism trait, mate. It's a fucking total narcissism trait. And Vlad, I didn't again, but he totally palmed you off, and it was very clear to see. Okay, I mean, it was like, what the fuck? Because I thought you were going to join the panel eventually, when I seen you in the chat, and then you just disappeared like all night. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah, I went to the what do you call it? To the parade last night. That was before the parade. That was last night, right?
Aye.
Yeah.
But I would meet you, man. If you were over here in the UK, man, you said I'm coming up to Scotland, fucking here, mate. I would meet you and I'll give you somewhere to fucking sleep. My missus kens that. She like fucking. My missus, oh, for fuck's sake, but she kens there'd be no other fucking choice. She'd have to put you up. You know what I mean? It's just as simple as that.
Yeah, that's cool. I said I was looking into that, but if I go out there, my girlfriend's definitely gonna come with me. If I go out to the,
Even
I
then,
think I hear the interview. If I went to do the European vacation and she didn't go with me, with going to Florida, she said, "Go ahead and go. I don't want to meet him. You can go ahead
even
if you
then,
want."
mate, there's lots of little fucking cottages and that in Scotland that you can hire for like a few £100 for a few nights. You know what I mean? It's like you can find them. You know what I mean? It's like I've not got all the space in the world. I've got kids and stuff, but if you were here, I would set up something for you to fucking stay. You know what I mean?
I could sleep on the front porch.
I can't believe that VB would be so fucking. It must be the Celtic culture because we like welcome them. See, if anyone's in my house, man, it's always do you want a cup of tea, coffee, beer? You play like a host? You know what I mean? You're hosting the people coming to your house. You welcome people into your house.
Hospitality.
Hospitality is important, man. Fucking, and especially with people you've known for. Come on, how long have we known each other now, Vlad? Like I know we don't know each other personally as a contact, but how long we spoke? We know
for 4 years, going on 4 or 5 years now.
We've watched each other get old and shit. Get what I mean?
Yeah, how many people we know on here that's passed away.
Exactly, mate. That shows you how long. Like that's no just like people say. Oh, lots of people have passed away. Not lots of people haven't passed away. It's just we've been here so long. We're now noticing that people die on YouTube as well.
Yeah. It's part of life. It's when you broaden your I guess friendship base, we call it. Broaden the people you know. The more people are gonna die because you know more people.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's really happening. I think.
Exactly,
I know. Well, I could take that back. I've known a lot of people that's passed away, but a lot of them are car accidents or people committed suicide, and there's the older people, but so it happens. But yeah, it's shocking. I said it surprised me. Especially these recent ones, with the flat Earth stuff. Like a lot of them that's passed away. It's like wow.
Yeah.
But that's what I realized. Like, well, duh. You're opening yourself up to new people, more people. Of course, that's going to happen quicker and more consistent because you just open up yourself to a whole new group of people.
But I think it's just funny how like quite a few of them happened at the same time, like as the COVID stuff.
Oh, I know.
So it's like it makes you suspicious that what the fuck? How is there so many flat Earth people dying and this COVID stuff's happening? You know what I mean? It's like what the fuck? No, that the Earth's flat and COVID's trying to kill flat Earthers. It's just like, are these people more vulnerable to it for some reason? I don't know. Fuck knows, man. I don't know, but a lot of people in the flat Earth scene has died in the last 2-3 years. I could probably count 10 at least 10.
Well, about like six. It's been 6 in the past year.
Aye. So in the past,
Wow. That is crazy.
I know. That is
And
crazy.
I appreciate that, D. D said in the chat that he said me and my girlfriend are allowed. If we went over there, you're more welcome to stay with him.
Oh, that part of the world's amazing, mate. I've been done these land, should we say, in the southern part of England. It's so fucking beautiful, man. And being a Scotsman, a proud Scotsman, and I should hate England. They are hate England. I swear, every time I went in England, it's been so beautiful. It's just like Scotland. It's so beautiful. There's so much there's so much space. Again, like when you get outside the cities, when you get outside the cities in Britain, there's so much countryside and so much space and hills and mountains and fucking lakes and rivers and forests. It's like
that's how it is here too. There's outside the cities. I mean, some of the cities are cool, but I've traveled quite a bit through the United States, at least the southern part of the United States, and it is so vast of land. And there's a lot of people. I mean, like Texas is probably the worst because it's just land. It's just flat land.
Vic Noyd, I know Vic Noyd's like quite a supporter of you and VB, probably more than me, and she's wondering what's happened. And she said, "What happened between Vlad and VB?
Nothing.
They met, and VB didn't have him over, and VB won't meet him because VB won't meet you. If you turned up in Florida and you text VB and said, 'Hey, I'm in Florida,' he won't meet you because he's too busy."
Yeah, that's why. Look, nothing happened. I just the other day, last week I went on a road trip. I have a SUV I got. And I had to do some tune-up on it, so I did a test run. I went 200. Well, I went 97 miles north in Alabama and back, so it's 200 miles round trip. And it went easy. I mean, my truck ran cold, which is good. And they say it run hot. I know the motor worked fine because I had to do some tuning and stuff to it. And I said, VB, I said I'm ready to go. I'm going to go to Orlando. He said, I'm too busy, Vlad. And it's like, really? Like, this is just like that. Like, I was heartbroken. I was like, what the fuck? I'm gonna go where you're at, dude. Hey, let's hang out for a little bit. And he's like, no, kind of like I'm too busy. Like that was sad.
Busy doing what? The guy's a fucking loner. He's got no friends. He's got no girlfriend. He's got no He's hard to get. We're busy doing fucking what?
So it's like nothing
hanging around with those fucking Jehovah Witness buddies.
I guess so. But yeah, it's like nothing happened. It's just that, I guess that's it. Nothing happened. Like, it was nothing to be, like we were sitting there, arguing or something like that. I just mentioned it and he said that. And I was kind of, oh, okay.
No, that made me pretty angry when I seen that because I know, although me and VB have had our fucking issues in the past, and to be honest, I didn't fucking even care. Like I didn't have a big. If VB jumped on the hangar right now, I'd let him on. I'd speak to him.
Yeah, anyway.
But it doesn't mean I fucking agree with the shit. I just want him. I just want VB to know I don't agree with the shit he talks about. You know what I mean? I don't. And if he came up right now, I would let him on and fucking whatever. But I just thought the way he treated you, Vlad, because even though we've had our wee conflicts, me and VB, you and VB have been close, man, quite all the way through. And he treated you like shit, right? He treated like shit, but not only did he treat like shit, he treated you like shit on an open platform in front of everyone to be like discarded like a piece of shit. It wasn't good, man.
It was pretty sad. I'll say that. I'm not gonna. I have to take him for okay. I guess you're busy. That sucks.
I'd be pissed off, man.
That's what I said. Did I say that? I was like, well, that sucks.
see, if I was in Florida, like taking my kids to Disney World or blah blah blah, and I said, VB, I'm in Florida. Is it cool if we meet up? And he said, nah, man, I'm too busy. I'd be like, what the fuck? We've known each other like 5 years, man. Fucking, you can at least meet up with me, man, and fucking have a conversation.
I know. I said we'll have to go to his house, or you can go hang out fucking somewhere.
What a piece of fucking shit.
Just to go hang out in the parking lot of Disney World and talk shit to the fuckers there or something.
Like if VB wanted to prove he wasn't a piece of shit, he could have said, "Sure, man, fucking come up, we'll fucking," and then made a few videos of you together, kind of a hangout, like,
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
guys,
Like, hey, we're real. We're real right here. We're seeing each other.
And how good would that make him look? But he just made himself look like a fucking dickhead that he is. I mean, he just proved it. I mean, Vlad, man, Vlad, you're a good guy, man. You're harmless. You've not got any ill intentions towards anyone. I know you can be more right wing sometimes because politics over in America, whatever. But you're not a fucking malicious guy.
No, not at all.
You're never near. I would never describe you as a malicious guy. And fucking VB, just the way he fucking treats you. Nah, man, nah. I didn't accept that kind of fucking shit. It's just fucking. He's a wee dickhead, man. He is a wee dickhead because I'm 6'3", you're 6. I can tell you're 6'3". I can tell you might be even bigger than 6'3". But that little cunt standing beside fucking. Oh no, he's a wee fucking. He's only about 5'5", man. He's a wee fucking dick. That's what's scared to you, man. He's scared that when you meet him, he's gonna be like Danny DeVito. You're gonna be like.
But I still would hold it.
Where's VP? You bump into me, you'll be like, right, VP's V, brother. Where's VP?
I wouldn't hold against him. I just hold him. I'd hold him up and prop him up and say, "Hey guys, here's VB." I wouldn't hold it against him if he was a little wee guy.
Here's VP.
You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't hold it against him. I wouldn't make fun of him about it or anything like that. I say, he was very supportive for me, you know, during all my early days of all this stuff. So I would just like to, you know, hang out with them and stuff, and I have an opportunity to do that right now.
You would probably make him look like a little fucking shrimp. You'd probably be like, "Hey," you'd be like, "Ah!" You'd just feel like too intimidated or something.
I ain't trying to intimidate nobody.
No, but like being like, because like we were talking earlier about not wearing masks and stuff. And I found that because I am so tall and imposing and I've got that look sometimes. I look at somebody, they just look away. They're like, "Oh, fuck that guy."
Yeah.
That they just know not to fucking bother me about masks. Even the people that work in the shop, right? This guy probably is too much bother. Leave him. But VB, maybe he is one of these wee victims. He gets picked on a wee bit because he's bald, short. He likes wrestling. It's a shame. It's a shame. It's almost like mentally, like retarded in a way. D, that is quite funny. I'm glad we had this wee conversation before I went out. Oh God. VB will always be a legend. I will always be a legend, and you're right because he's written his name in my psyche. He's written his name in YouTube history with the whole flat Earth stuff. He might not even be noticed in the flat because if we look back on flat Earth, in 20 years' time, guys, when we look back on YouTube on flat Earth, if YouTube exists, VB's name won't come up. It'll be like I think it'll still be Pat Stee or fucking even Nathan Oakley to a certain degree. But VB will never ever be remembered in history as like that flat Earth guy. Oh shit! I'm getting text. Oh fuck! It must be loud. No, I'm not in trouble. That's cool.
I think a lot of VB, and that's why I was wanting to meet up with him and stuff. And I wasn't wanting to go and be malicious or like tease him or use it against him or anything like that. I say I have to take his word for it. I'm only being real about this, Jed. I have to take his word. Okay, maybe he is busy. It sucks.
Yeah, mate. He's maybe
I'm not gonna sit there and man. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
He's maybe embarrassed. If he's coming to stay with me, and he's living in a total shithole. He's maybe living in a way that you wouldn't find satisfactory, and he's maybe a bit embarrassed by that. This is sticking up for VB because there's lots of people that didn't want to let guests into their house because they live a certain way. Because you never know. Maybe VB poos in these little parcels, folds them up. Maybe in fact, maybe VB poos in pizza boxes and stacks them up in his living room and collects them. But we never know. He might have some psychological issue, and
Well, everybody's worried about that. I mean, everybody knows that I live in the back alley of a building. That's where I do most of my videos.
I
in
know,
the back
but
alley.
you didn't live around pizza boxes full of shit, but I know what you mean. I know what you mean. It's close enough.
I wouldn't bother me. Living off Triangle's pizza, he knocked his rounds. There's some grammar that's missing on that, or I'm not reading it right.
I've noticed VB starting to look old as well in his videos. Like he's getting that old neck, getting the old neck, man, getting the fucking like that wrinkly ass neck. It's all like like your granny's, getting like your granny's neck. It's all like and the veins are all like again, man. He's starting to like just starting like. I think when you project so much negativity, it starts to show. Okay, I mean, it does it. Like if you're always a moany, negative prick, if you're always going about how the world's against you, if your face is always making that expression, you're going to look like a piece of shit. You are going to look like a piece of shit because people react to smiles and like I've noticed, man, I've learned to smile at people because even when they don't want to smile, when you smile at someone, they smile back at you. You know what I mean? I do it to all the old grannies all the old time, man. I smile at them. They love it, man. They love being smiled at. Old grannies, man.
Yeah, exactly. I know what you mean. That's why I always say hi to people, and no matter who it is, if I cross paths, especially if we look at each other eye to eye, I always say hi to people. Hey, how you doing? How you doing today? Whatever. And you see it cheer some people up. Some people, especially in Phoenix, it was weird. In Phoenix, it was a lot different. They look at you like who the fuck are you talking to, motherfucker? Out here in Alabama, people they love it. I mean, they're like, I'll sit there and sometimes I'll have a 5-minute conversation with somebody because they're like, you don't sound like you're from here, and that just starts the whole, oh, I'm originally from Phoenix, and I go into a whole spiel of why I'm out here, and I love it out here, and it's falling in love with the Gulf, that whole conversation, because I lived in the desert. I never seen water until I went. I seen it. I went to California a couple times. I seen the Pacific, but I never lived near water until I moved out here. 6 years ago, and it's just so fucking amazing. I love it. The Gulf and stuff.
In the same way, VB is so privileged to live in such a fucking beautiful part of the world. You know what I mean? Like that part of the world. Oh, Orlando, man. I remember my uncle going to Orlando, Florida in the 90s, like the early 90s, and bringing back all this stuff. and see back then, see the British pound. It was double. It was double. You get everything double. You get like $2, probably more. I think it was like $3 or $4, in fact, to every pound. That's how far money went. The British pound went miles. So my uncle went to Florida. He brought back all these gifts and Mickey Mouse T-shirts and fucking it was so cool. Like I used to think Florida, fucking and just to think that VB lives in an environment with all these palm trees and fucking all this shit, man. He's so lucky. He's so lucky, and all he does is fucking moan. And he's so privileged to live in such a beautiful part of the world.
Yeah, I haven't been that far into Florida yet. I've only been to Panama City, which is maybe about it's about 4.5 hours from here. I've been in Pensacola, and obviously, and then there's what's the other ones? Oh God, Destin. There's Destin, Florida. It's got that clear blue water, and in Panama City it's even more clear. Because the further you go down into the Gulf into Florida, the clearer the water gets. It's more like that crystal blue color, not the murky green here in Alabama. And it gets even murkier green when you get to Louisiana. When you start heading inwards, but when you go towards Florida, it gets brighter. It's beautiful, but I haven't been that far down yet. So that's why I was wanting to go to Orlando. I was like, I can go to Orlando.
See where
Just
Dee
drive
lives.
there.
You see where
Huh?
Dee lives. See where Dee lives, the southern part of
Yeah.
England. I visited a part called St Ives in the Penzance, and it's like a peninsula, like fucking on the edge of
Oh, yeah.
England, and they almost have a 4 or 5 degrees difference in like weather because it's on the Gulf Coast. Oh, honestly, mate, this place is
Yeah.
fucking beautiful. It's got the Celtic Sea. It's called the Celtic Sea, man, down there. Oh, I remember drinking a bottle of cider on the beach. What beach was it again? It wasn't in St Ives. It was another one. Oh, such a beautiful fucking place down there, man.
Is that the time you went and do that? They did some live streams from over there.
I done a
time you
live
went?
stream there, man. No, I done a live stream on the beach. I done a live stream on the beach there that night.
Yeah, I remember that.
Aye,
That's
man.
pretty cool.
Aye, that was cool, man. I think I might go to Ireland or something this year in the summer. Go and visit some sites in Ireland.
Well,
Retrace my roots.
I found my sister, when I lives in Oregon, I found out what she did a genealogy test like a number of years ago. I have to assume that, since we have the same parents, at least I think we all agreed on that. We have the same parents. So, but I found we're 57% are Scottish Irish,
Mhm.
and like 12% Welsh, and then there's some obviously French. My mom's her side of the family is French. But there's only a little bit of French, which is weird because she's second
You look like.
generation.
Do you know who you look like actually? Gerard Depardieu. Kind of like that actor, Gerard Depardieu, because you've got that cleft on your nose.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
Yeah.
I'm the only one that has that in my family,
There's
and
a
my
French.
my
It's quite a
daughter
French
has that.
thing. Can that cleft on the nose? It's quite a
You
French
can see
thing.
that.
Oh,
You can see
aye.
that.
Oh, aye.
And my daughter's the only one that has it too. I'm the only one in my family that has that.
That's like a French thing, man.
Interesting.
It's like the cleft on the nose.
Yeah.
I see that a lot with French people, man.
Oh wow. But yeah, so there's no Native American, there's no African, and no Indian, and no Asian.
I thought you looked Native
It's all
American,
European.
man. I thought there was
Huh?
a Native American there.
No, according to my sister's genealogy thing she did, her DNA thing. I mean, a DNA test.
You need to do one. My son just done one, right?
But
And
we have the same
not going to
parents.
do one.
Shouldn't we have the same DNA?
Right.
If we have the same parents, should we have the same DNA?
Listen to
I mean,
this,
obviously
mate.
we're different, but we have the same. It's the ethnic. What is that DNA that they're doing anyway? Is that
I think
ethnicity thing?
Aye, but listen, mate. I think you express different genes for different ancestors, right? Listen to this, right? See, me and my missus, we both got brown hair, dark brown hair, like you can see here. Right, my son's ginger, like pure orange, fucking ginger.
Yeah,
That's
the copper color.
That's like a recessive gene. That's like came back from an earlier ancestor somewhere, and it's the same with your DNA. Because listen to this, mate. My son, what he wanted for Christmas was a DNA test, but when we got the kit, we were going to send it out. It said you have to be 18 and over. So we were just faked his. So we just faked his fucking date of birth. We sent it away. He got it back. He's like 50% Irish, 56% Irish, 44%. He's practically fucking Irish and Scottish. There's nothing else, right?
Yeah.
But see his grandmother. She's had the ancestry test too. His grandmother, she's got Norwegian, Scandinavian, stuff like that.
Yeah.
She like my son's not got that off his mum, off his nana. So my son's not reading up Scandinavian or fuck all, even though his grandmother's got Scandinavian in her genes.
Yeah.
So
okay, I see what you mean.
Hear me, it's a very early science, and it's still very kind of. I think ancestry and all that is going by a lot of the records. To be honest with you, like they're looking at a lot of the records and putting people together, but it's a very early science. Like my son, his nana is definitely. She's had the DNA test. She's got fucking Norwegian, Danish. Her ancestry was Viking and all that shit. But my son's got fuck all. So he's somehow missed that DNA.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Because quite a few of us in our family, because when I got it, I got a DNA test in 2017, and since then, quite a few people within the that's cool. I want to get mad at kid. So we've all had our sort of DNA test done, and my son, he's not getting any his grandparents' fucking DNA, which
That's
is weird.
weird.
So
Yeah, I know.
you could have like fucking Scandinavian grandparents or native grandparents, and it's not showing up in the DNA.
Yeah,
And
that's what I was always told.
I think it's about like the red. Like I'll go back to the red hair. I think some genes sit dormant and they come back. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah. That's what I was always told why I didn't have facial hair because the Native
native.
American.
That's native, mate.
But I have full head of hair, which I don't really have much body hair either. You know, like I don't have hairy arms, I don't have hairy legs, but just my hair on my head, that shit just grows like crazy. But I don't have it really anywhere else.
You must
know,
have
like,
something
you know.
native somewhere. Have you tried? Have you had the ancestry DNA?
Have I? No, I've
Have
never
you-
done it.
Have you
I've
had
never done it myself.
You should try it, mate, and just see what's there, mate.
So but that's why I was always told. But I went by my sisters, and I was like, huh, the Native
Aye,
American,
but
huh?
these are just stories, man. Your dad could be the milkman. You know what I mean? For all you know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, me and my younger sister looks. We look so much alike that people seen us at different times, not knowing we were brother and sister, and are like, "Hey, do you have a sister named so and so?" I'm like, "Yeah." How do you know that? Like, you look exactly like her. So if I look like my youngest sister, then we have to have the same father with all of us.
Yeah.
There's no way around it. No, we have the same parents.
Definitely, mate. What's cool in the ancestry thing is that I've had my DNA tested, and my son got his DNA tested, and we got matched up as father son
Yeah.
sort of thing. So that was pretty cool. So there is a science there is, but it's early, and you can't go by everything. So if you've got like 5% Russian, don't all of a sudden start adopting Russian culture and think you're Russian, because suddenly when they do an update and they get more tests and more data, that could narrow down to like Ukrainian. And a lot of Ukrainians didn't see themselves as Russians. Can they see themselves as a separate sort of fucking culture and language and fucking all that shit?
Oh
So,
yeah, yeah.
you know what I mean? And then they can narrow down to like fucking maybe it's like in the Baltic states or whatever like that. You're more of a Slovak.
Mhm.
So it is a new science, mate. It's very new.
Oh, I know. I'm still not really, gung ho on it. I just look at I'm just, part of, mankind. And if you believe, if you want, let's talk about the Bible again. If you believe anything about the Bible, we're all related anyway. So who cares? We all came from the same lineage. It's
How
just
about-
branched off, in every direction. But we're all basically cousins, as far as I'm
How about
concerned.
even the Bible doesn't say like even mainstream science says that like the most modern humans stem from one particular tribe that can mix
Yeah.
with maybe Neanderthals and all this like all this shit. You know what I mean? It's like it all stems into one particular group. Like,
Yeah,
even-
exactly. I don't support evolution, but even it does say that it's all we all come to the same thing anyway. So like, what's people's problem? We're basically all cousins, no matter how you look at it.
We've just branched off, Ken. We've just
Yeah.
branched off, and thousands of years in between each culture, Ken. So it has made us different. We all connect to the same roots, but through it's like that stem, and then you branch out and you branch out and you branch out and you branch out.
Yeah.
There's so many branches that eventually you become lost into the root. And we do all come from the same root, but because of cultures, languages, all these different things, it does make us so diverse. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So-
Oh yeah. That's what's divide. No, diverse means basically we divided.
D, you're gonna get a fright, mate, when I fucking turn up in your area, and I'm going to hear Vlad comment and say, "Hey, D, I'm gonna fucking show up," and you're gonna say, "Jed, there's a bed made for you, and there's rose petals being flung in the air for your welcome. None of this VB shit. Okay, I'm busy. Because I know you're not busy. You're just sitting gaming. So you're not busy. You're going to welcome me like the king of Scotland, right?
Yeah, he's gonna welcome Jed into his house like Sasha would. He had rose petals, fucking, I can see rose petals falling on the ground.
Aye, so if you like Sasha, go check on is it, what's the fans only page? She got a fans only page. Aye, she's got fans only, man. She's
oh no.
She's all dressed up in like lingerie and stuff. So if you like Sasha and you like lingerie, check her fans only. Honestly, I don't even have an account. Like I can't even look at that shit because my shit's all blocked up. All my house is like child protection, so I can't even go on these sites. It's like blocked. It's like fucking because my son and all my daughter plays on the iPad and does stuff. So I keep everything like blocked. You know what I mean? So they can't just go into porn by mistake.
Childproof.
You know what I mean? Aye. Everything's childproof, and it's just like you can't. Like you have to fucking go through some big rigmarole through a modem to unblock all this shit, and I'm not. So it's all blocked. Sorry, I can't see Sasha's stuff, but maybe
I thought she sent you a bunch of pictures.
She does. She did. My missus seen them, mate. Because of my iPad's linked to my account as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're laughing.
What'd she say?
I can hear you laughing under your breath.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not laughing. This is serious.
No, like there was a hangout. This is serious.
I remember she was all giggly and shit, and she's like, I sent him, Jed.
But there was another
I hope you enjoyed, Jed.
I was talking about the spacesuit.
Yeah.
Talking about the spacesuit. I was wondering what's below. And she sent me the fucking picture. And I was on the hangout. I was like, for fuck's sake, guys. And she was like, hee. And I was like, oh my God. Aye. Well, everyone could see that. Anyway, long story short, I'm lying in my bed. This message came through my iPad because I get on my phone. I get on my phone as well, but I've got an iPad lying around as well. It just lies around my house, my iPad, and all my messages come through the iPad there on the screen. So like, and my iPad isn't just my iPad; it's kind of used by other people. And my missus seen the pictures. Hey, Sasha, like it's an email. So, right, give me a minute, mate. I'm going to wrap it up, but I'm...
Okay. Meanwhile, back in Alabama town, yeah, I'm gonna what's going on? Oh yeah, January. Where is it? The GHB. What's GHB? Never been to Scotland or Ireland or Iceland, but been mostly other places, UK. Yeah, I've only been in the southern part of the United States. I've been to Indianapolis. I flew there, but driving, I've only been as far as like Oklahoma and Tennessee and Kentucky. You know, the whole straight across the whole southern part. So that's all the states I've been to. On Oregon, on the West Coast.
Right, man, I'm back. I'm back.
I didn't want there to be dead air, so I was talking about my travels in the United States. I wasn't gonna sit there and duh. What do I say? I'm past those days.
I'm just getting to the point because it's 10 to 6. And I'm like, my missus is like, babe, it's 10 to 6. I'm like, so why are you up? Go back to bed.
Yeah.
Anyway, Vlad, cheers for coming on, man. And if you're ever in Scotland, man, hit me up, and I'm sure I can. I've got a big corner suite. If you see behind me, I'm sure I can fucking chuck a quote on it for you. But even then, there's little wee bed and breakfast that'll fucking, it's quite cheap around here in the countryside. Like, I'm not in the city, so you can get a wee cheap place around here.
Yeah, that'd be better. It's not. You're not in the city.
Aye.
Yeah, come, cool, collect, just hang out and goof
Why is your
off.
picture upside down?
I don't know. I just did that just to fuck around. Just to be different. You know me.
You're annoying, man. Right. Anyway.
I'm gonna change my name all the fucking time. You get bitchy about that. You call me Ray.
Right, Ray. Your new channel is Ray of Sunshine.
Ray of fucking sunshine.
Be my sunshine.
Yeah, I was gonna do a bunch of little video clips. I might still upload those, and but it's all songs.
Actually,
every song has sun or sunshine or sunny, and it has just a little clip of that, and it's a different sun scenes that I've recorded.
I want to share screen that video that Dee made before we go.
That was actually that's in a Gulf. That was actually by Mississippi. That video is in a tree by the ocean, by the Gulf. That was about 4 years ago. That video. Oh, and I had to do it backwards because I kept getting a copyright thing.
I've got a good sex life. I hope.
Oh, that video.
Why are you doing
it? If you're not having kids, why are you doing it?
That's hilarious.
Brilliant, man. Oh my
hilarious.
God.
Love it. I thought you were gonna play the video I uploaded. My only video I have showing right now.
All right, I'll show that before I go then.
But it's that Sunshine Day by the Brady Bunch, and I had to reverse it because I kept getting a copyright thing on it, and I was like, "Fuck," But yeah, even no matter how long I had it, I only have like 3-second little clip. It still did the copyright.
When did you upload it?
A couple days ago. It should be my only video that's on my channel.
Holy shit, man!
But it's in reverse.
Probably worse already. Fuck's sake, man. I can't recognize your name anymore, man. It's just breezes past because you're fucking changed it.
I know. I'm terrible about that.
Oh, no, man. I'll need to search it in the fucking thing. What's your name again?
A ray of FVCKIN, sunshine. It has to have the V. It wouldn't let me put fucking. So it's FVCK.
No, just type in normal and just see what fucking. FC. Oh, fuck's sake. That's channel. Is that you there?
Where?
40 subs.
Huh?
40 subs there.
No, I only have like 6 subs. I only have like 7 subscribers.
Now, say it again. What's the fucking name of the thing? A ray of what?
It's a ray of, and it's gonna be instead of fucking, it's FVCKIN.
Ray of fucking sunshine.
Yeah.
FV.
Yeah, they wouldn't let me spell it out. Now, even though I have on the other channel, fuck it all and fucking no regrets. That's spelled out.
I'm subbed already. Fucking. Look, I've watched
you should be subscribed.
I've watched already. Look at the red line. That means I've watched it.
You should be subscribed.
I am subscribed. I've watched already. I've watched it. See that red line? See that red line in the video, lad? And it goes to the end. Well,
you don't have it showing. It's just me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what that means.
Alright.
Yeah, I
I'll
see
rate
it now.
up. I see this big red fucking line at the bottom. Means
Yeah,
I've
means you
watched
watched
it already. I've watched it
Mhm.
already, mate. Show me watch it again.
No, you don't have to.
I'll wear 6 for you. Right, guys,
Mm.
this is gotta get out and get some of those rays.
Yeah, we gotta flip it around now. It's the Brady Bunch singing Sunshine Day. But yeah, I only had I got it as low as 3 seconds, and they still fucking copyrighted it.
Backwards.
So no, not backwards. Once I did it backwards, they didn't. I just did the whole little clip I wanted, the whole little section I wanted. I just did it backwards.
Cool, mate. Do you know what? I'm going to wrap it up at 6 a.m. here. Vlad.
All right.
Thanks for joining me, mate.
No problem.
You're the man. You're the man. And thanks to everybody in the chat. D, since you've been up since fucking... He'll sleep till like 6 at night. He's a lucky bastard. He can like sleep all fucking day. Right, Vic Noid, cheers for coming. Night, guys. Infinite Loops Lawson. Vic Noid, Infinite Loops Lawson, Vic Noid, D, Vic Noid, Infinite Loops Lawson, D, Vic Noid, David Sawyer. Right, anyway, Vlad, catch you later, mate. I'm off.
Later, everybody.
Later, mate.